Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Dubai Cardrome, where this weekend is a very special weekend. It is, of course, the Dubai O-Plate, and Karting Live TV is delighted to be bringing you the very first live stream of this event. It's a big event here, kicking off the season. Out on track, we have our Bambino class, that's the 5 to 8-year-olds, and they're out for a warm-up session. But just to get back to what I was saying, the Dubai O-Plate has a rich history already. And for the very first time, we're able to bring you the action live. All weekend, we have got a day of heats going forward, and then tomorrow we've got our super heats and the all-important finals. My name is Joe Bradley. Cutting the pictures, as ever, will be Nick Damon, but I'm joined this week by a bit of a stalwart here at the Dubai Cardrome. Chris Milbourne. Chris, welcome to Karting Live TV and welcome to the Dubai O-Plate. This is your backyard, so thank you very much for welcoming us into your backyard, effectively.
Well, thank you so much for the kind introduction. I think the word stalwart there is probably the wrong word to use at this time. But
that was what I was told to say.
Okay, I'll take it. That's fine. Yes, of course, we're here at the Dubai Cardrome, one of the premier karting facilities here in the United Arab Emirates, one of the longest establishing ones as well. And every year it just seems to get better and better, brighter and brighter. And it's a fantastic day of racing ahead of us here, not just today, but for tomorrow as well.
You've been around motorsport in the UAE. I mean, you've lived here for pretty much your whole life. So you've seen motorsport evolve in the area, but especially karting is certainly that upward curve of evolution is certainly upon us.
Oh, it certainly is, and I was always one of those people that was always interested in doing it myself, and I actually raced a couple of years ago in the Dubai 24-hour at the Kartdrome here. Finished outside the top 20, but it was my first ever experience in doing it myself, and I thought, you know, from this day onward, I want to be a part of this experience. I want to be part of the paddock in any way I could. And I've watched it grow over the past 20 years and how it's evolved, the talent that's come through here as well. The amount of drivers that we've had that have gone off to do fantastic things and elevate their careers into places they never would have dreamed of before. And what I understand this weekend as well is that we have a record-breaking number of participants, not just from the country itself, but from the surrounding region and abroad as well, which is fantastic.
This has become an international event. And I remember in the UK, there was a buzz about the Dubai O-Plate. And this far-off UAE, United Arab Emirates, would have this Dubai O-Plate. And we had no way to connect to it other than the teams that were travelling from Europe. And it was a great way to kind of kick off the new European season in January. There's a little bit of a difference between Fulbeck and Warden Law in the midst of January, where you're scraping the ice off the track, to come here and get some really good running. And it's a way of driver development and preparation going forward into the European season. Not just the UK, obviously that's my stomping ground, but from all over Europe, we've got drivers that are coming here to take part in this what has become a prestigious event to kick off the season, not just in the race, because this is in the middle of the season in the UAE. We're already in the middle of the UAE RMC. We're right there, smack in the middle, 4 rounds gone, another 4 to go. So it's in the middle of the season where we're going to award the O-Plate. And the thing about an O-Plate, Chris, is nobody remembers who came second. On Monday morning, second doesn't matter for an O-Plate. It's different mindset. And we get to talk to a few of the drivers that we will be showing out on our paddock show, which goes out in the lunchtime breaks today and tomorrow. Predominantly tomorrow is when we get to chat to the drivers. And one of the main questions I asked was, what is that different mindset? Because it's all about the win. And you mentioned there, your first participation, you're outside the top 20. That didn't matter because it was about being there and being part of the event. And there's only going to be one winner in each class. Everyone else is going to come, they're going to reflect on their weekend of racing. Some will be annoyed with themselves, some will be disappointed. But I hope that the majority of people, kids, will take away some happy memories of being part of this event.
Oh, 100%. I mean, yes, winning is very important. It is the one that everyone gets remembered for. But when you come here and you race against not just the best in the region, but the best from around the world that come here, it's a learning experience. You're learning to race with those that you might be experiencing in the future. You might go off and race in Japan or something, and you might come across the same drivers. That makes it a bit more of an interesting experience because you've already raced them, you already know how they race, plus you get that valuable experience, like you said. Because our season here is very strange, because our winter is warmer than it is in the UK.
It's like a football season.
Yeah.
Season 25-26 is what we're in. It's like a football season.
And for me, it's 11 degrees centigrade outside. So I'm in, I'm fully decked out, trousers, jumper, and everything like this because I am freezing. But you're sat next to me in shorts because I'm used to the weather here. And that's the joys of having a season across this time period is racing doesn't stop. You can continue racing. You don't have to worry about the ice. You don't have to worry about the snow or the rain. You can come to the United Arab Emirates and you can continue racing and hone your craft.
Well, I live on the northeast coast of England in Sunderland, and this is July weather. This is July-August weather. 11 degrees in the morning, rising to a good 18 or 19 is the height of British summertime for me. Not so much for Nick. He's more towards, he lives in Lincoln, so they're about they're actually 5 degrees warmer a 3-hour drive south from where I am. I mean, when I go to the coast, I point to the sea, and there's nothing between my finger and the Arctic Circle. So it can be a bit chilly. Here, you've got perfect conditions in the midst of winter, and certainly for the local drivers, they are used to driving on the tracks here in the UAE. The Europeans coming across have told me that it's a little bit tricky. You get very little sand blowing across a track in the UK or in Europe, where it's commonplace in the UAE, understandably. So it's a little bit more of a challenge than perhaps they thought. It's not just about the good weather; it's about the challenges that every track brings.
And it's certainly a unique experience, like you said, because when the sand blows on the track, you think it wouldn't do anything, kind of just grains into the tarmac and the surface itself, but really wouldn't cause any issues. But when you get patches of it, it can make it very, very slippery as if you're driving on ice or rain with the track is wet. And over the course of how long I've been here in the United Arab Emirates, I've seen the kartdrome evolve as well. When we did have stand on the track, now it's this beautiful location with scenic corners everywhere as well. And it's really evolved over the past couple of years to become a destination that everybody wants to come to and race at.
Well, we're about 30 kilometres out of downtown Dubai, aren't we? And when the Autodrome was built, and followed by the Kartdrome, there was nothing here. When I came out here for the first time in, I think it was 2014, there was nothing here. Now the Kartdrome is surrounded by shopping malls, restaurants, cafe bar. It's fantastic. Motor City, as a petrol head, is where you need to come. If you want to come and live in Dubai and you're a motorsport fan, why wouldn't you want to be walking up at 8 a.m. with the sound of GT3 race cars going around the Autodrome? Why wouldn't you want to be walking up to the sound of a Rotax Max going around the Kartdrome? It is the ideal place, and it is that, well named. The heart of Motor City is where we are. And I've got to say, David Bright and his staff here at the Dubai Kartdrome, what a job they've done overnight, just tidying the place up, repainting the curbs. The track is looking absolutely pristine. It's as if they've taken the cellophane wrapper off everything, and and that was done overnight, by the way, Chris. There was tyre marks all over those red and white curbs. They've done a fantastic job here, and the place is looking fantastic. As challenging as ever, this is a unique track. I can't think of any track anywhere in the world that can give you the same characteristics as the Bambinos are finding out exactly what I mean. There, the tight and twisty character of the track, matched with the compromise with the very fast sections under the bridge, start finish straight, goes without saying. But talking to the guys in the paddock, this is a massively challenging track, not just for the drivers but for the engineers as well.
And yeah, and over the years as well, it hasn't really changed much either. Yes, there's different configurations. They run it in reverse as well. But because of how iconic it is to drive at the track here and the challenges that it provides, they've kept the essence since day one. You think when you go underneath the bridge and then through that chicane, it's one of the most intriguing parts of the track because you have to just completely stop and turn left and then go straight again. And I find when you race here, not just as for fun with your friends or anything like that, or when you're actually in a competition, it's still a challenge no matter how many times you do it. And I imagine that's going to be a real interesting hotspot that we're going to have to keep a very close eye on here because, again, it's a very unique challenge. It's not something that you see very often. There's a lot of undulation around the track as well, which can really throw some drivers off because they might be used to sort of a flatter surface that kind of just goes around in a couple of corners here and there. But with 16 corners here, every single one provides a unique challenge. We think about we've got two straightaways. We've got one at the front and we've got one at the back there as well. And both of them have interesting parameters. They don't really feel the same. Yes, they're a straight line, but the surface also feels somewhat different. You've also got more rumble strips across the front one, because obviously that's where you're gathering the most amount of speed. But they both provide a unique challenge, and as do the other 14 corners around the track.
Let's follow this Bambino around. This is the number 18. We'll follow him as far as we can down across the straight. The Bambino. It's Mark Ristich, who has just taken the checkered flag. This is not a competitive session. This is just a warm-up session for these drivers as the checkered flag has come out, and we just get an idea there. Across the bridge, the carts will come into a hairpin left at turn 4. Well, it's not a hairpin left. It's a 90-degree left into a hairpin right at turn 5, and then perhaps the longest area of full throttle is the out of the hairpin at 6 through the sweep the left hand corners of under the bridge. That is the longest area you've got to be full throttle. It's longer than the start-finish straight. It is absolutely, that is where the karts achieve their fastest speed going into the break. Then that makes a massive braking area for turn 9, which is basically a left-right chicane that takes you back towards the shopping mall, effectively. And it's a real challenge for the engineers to get the engines to give you good top end, but then also give you good punch out of the corners. And there's a lot of head scratching been going on all week. Add into that, Chris, the fact that the track is going to evolve with the amount of rubber that's going down, the way the sand brushes off. It's changing all the time, and the majority of engineers are saying we are adjusting the karts all throughout the day. And then when we come back tomorrow, the track's different. It's quite a challenge.
It's also a learning experience going through that sequence of corners as well, because when you go through it, you think, okay, these are corners, I need to slow down. But as you said before, that's probably the fastest part of the track, because you have to really put your foot down and just kind of ride your way through it, and you have to push yourself as close as possible to the curves to ensure that you get those times that you need there. And as you said, it's going to be an ongoing challenge for everybody just to figure out, can we get it nailed down right? Because here at the Kartdrome, we've seen it over the past couple of seasons here in RMC or even the Endurance Championships. A lot of drivers still struggle through that sector because they just think, can I do it? Can I really do it? Because in the end of the day, we have to remember, these are the drivers that are starting their career, right? They're figuring out how to do things.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of them have experience doing it, so they feel a bit more comfortable, but a lot of them are hopping in and...
Let's bring in Nick Damon, who's itching to mention 2.6 seconds.
I just need to mention some very important things. The reason we're here is some ways thanks to Dubai Kartdrome, some ways thanks to David Bright, but mostly thanks to our fantastic sponsors, which include JNKD, who are the title sponsors, and we've got a lot of information with them during the Horse of the Paddock shows. But let's have a word from them right now.
Big thank you to our partner JNKD. Jazz and Krachakovich Dubai is what JNKD stands for. And a new team to the 25-26 season. And I first came to my notice at obviously at the Invitational Al Ain to kick off the RMC season here in the UAE. But they became a massive part of the karting scene in the UAE. And not just karting, but you can see them involved with stuff at the Autodrome, and we've got some other stuff that they're involved with regards to car hire for track days and the like, and there'll be more information on that as we go forward. We're about to get going with our first competitive session of the weekend, Chris. It's qualifying for Minimax, and we will be having a look at the field. This is perhaps one of the most competitive classes. I'm going to say that about every class, to be honest, because they are fiercely competitive, these classes, in all of our classes. Usual classes for you. The only addition to what you might be familiar with the UARMC here for the Dubai O-Plate is the Bambino class for the 5 years old to 8 years old. And then we've got the Microax class, Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, and the DD2 Gearbox class, which are phenomenal around here. As if it's not complex enough to drive a Rotax Max kart, let's add in the complexity of a 2-ratio gearbox in there with paddle shift, left-hand paddle for first gear, second gear is the right-hand paddle. As if these drivers haven't got enough to think about, let's just add in a couple of ratios of gearing that you can adjust around the track.
And I do like how you have all the age categories as well, or the maximum age that you can race in these categories up on your piece of paper as well. And I was going to ask you this before. You wrote 15 to 100. So does that mean we have people that are aged 100 that are racing here with us this weekend? Or?
Well, there are rumours that Tony Hogg may be. Tony Hogg. Here we go then. This is the Minimax qualifying session. That is the field that are about to qualify in Minimax. So names there that you will be familiar with. Benjamin Kracikovic, the World Finals champion in Bahrain back in November for the Micromax class. Albert J. Stubbs, another driver that you'll be familiar with. And they are out on track. So 7 minutes of qualifying. This is a session that will disappear on you. It's quite cool this morning. I'm not quite sure. You said 11 degrees. Is it that cool, is it, Chris?
It was certainly 11 when I came here this morning. I'm not sure. Okay. It's now 12, so we've gone up by 1 degree centigrade.
Well, the sun's come over the horizon, so the degrees are shooting up, aren't they?
Well, I'm waiting for... Oh, now it's 14, apparently, so it's going up as we're talking. So the sun is listening to you, Joe, and it's actually rising quicker, isn't it?
The reason why I ask, Chris, is because we've got the drivers out there who are bringing those tyres up to temperature. What do I mean by that? If this is the first time you've ever watched karting, they're on slick tyres, racing tyres that have no tread. They are completely smooth, completely bald. However, they're not bald completely because they have got a layer of rubber. And on slick tyres, when they are cold, are like driving on ice. They take a little bit of time to give the driver a balanced kart and give the driver the kart with grip that they can actually go through the corners. And as we see, the number 169 there, Vaiko Payamaki, the Finnish driver, is just bringing that kart in. The kart's sliding around underneath him a little bit more than he perhaps like. So I would estimate, I've been told, that by the time you get halfway around your second lap, your tyre's beginning to get where you want them.
And you have to remember, this is grassroots racing here. There are no such thing as tyre warmers. Sure, they can blow a hairdryer on it, but that's not going to do the same thing a nice tyre warmer would do over it here. As Payamaka there, the quickest so far, but of course he's the first one across the line. He's done his first outlap, and as you said, now halfway through here, the tyre temperature will come in, and then that's what we'll start seeing the real quick paces coming in. Of course, the timing screen will now shuffle completely as the rest of the Minimax drivers come across the line here at the Dubai Kartdrome.
And we've just seen the number 188, Oliver Butchard, who's one of the drivers we expect to see at the front of this Minimax field. He was just proving my point there as he went into the braking area for turn 2, when the back end of the car just slew out. He's all right, he induced that with the brakes, but that kart will not be going as sideways as that, I'm pretty sure, when Oliver gets those tyres where he wants. And of course, the engineers, the mechanics, will have put a pressure, the amount of air that goes into the tyre to pressure the tyre to be able to perform and come up to temperature at a particular point in time. They don't want the tyre to become overinflated. Basically, the tyre builds up heat, the tyre then expands, and the skill is your starting pressure will get to the point where you want the tyre to be to perform at its optimum. And that is a black art. That is a black art. There are people out there who are absolutely gifted to be able to judge just what that is, just by looking at the track, Chris, and seeing how much sun shines on it.
Already, Ryan, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. We've still got 10 minutes to go before the sun comes up. But now top of the time sheets are the 102.455, the 183, excuse me, purple through Sector 1 and Sector 3. But now Oliver Butchard is picking up the pace here. And of course, he has a lot of experience racing here, as does Benjamin, who's out in front at the moment. And these two know each other very well. They've raced alongside each other right here and across the United Arab Emirates. And as you said, blink and you'll miss it, these sessions. They're only 7 minutes apiece, and we only have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. There's not a lot of time to get that optimal lap time in. There's not a lot of time to get everything up to temperature and settle into a groove.
And we forget about the human element. I've been waxing on about the tyre pressures and the kart setup. You've got the human element. And these kids in Minimax, they're 10 to 13 years old. And it's amazing. They always absolutely blow my mind, the way that these drivers conduct themselves off the track as well as on, but the way that they drive their racecraft, which we're going to see going through into the heats, is phenomenal. They're so, that the maturity of their heads when it comes to racing is phenomenal. And with 2 minutes to go, we've got 4 karts that haven't made an appearance. Now, Mikhail Mitrikin hasn't come out. Mikhail Tervoklebov. Now, I believe that Mikhail Tervoklebov is potentially ill and isn't taking part. We'll wait and see about that. Zuhai Turkey is another driver, but importantly, the Sam Pollitt Racing entry of LBJ Stubbs has not come out to qualify. So I'm not exactly sure what the story is there for those 4 drivers. One driver, yes, Tervoklebov, is potentially ill and not taking part, but the rest of those 4 drivers, I'm not sure why they have not come out.
And Oliver Butchard now tops the timing sheets here with a 101.678. But Francesco across the line now with in the 133, excuse me, with a 101.666. That puts him 10/100th of a second quicker than Kier at the moment in that 160. It's very competitive at the sharp end of the field here. Less than a tenth of a second, separating our top 5 here at the moment. With less than a minute on the clock, I don't think we can figure out who actually is going to be on pole position here.
You know what, Chris? I have learned to go nowhere near the timing screen for a rundown until the checkered flag, because as you're reading it down, it's changing and it's swapping and changing. At the moment, Francesco Lisgnoli is the quickest driver with a 61.666. Kurt Ivanov is second, Oliver Butchard third, Benjamin Krachakovic in fourth. However, 30 seconds on the clock. They possibly will get another lap in after this one as they complete another lap. Butchard across the line doesn't improve. To the top of the screen has gone Krachakovic. A 61.319, Kurt Ivanov up to second. And there's Baptiste Augustin up to the top of the screen with a 61.274. However, there's another lap before the checkered flag, Chris. So this is going to be right on the edge of qualifying.
And of course, for Excel Motorsport, this is the happy moment for them. Of course, races the likes of Formula 4 here in the United Arab Emirates also ventured off into British F4 as well. So a strong team with a strong pedigree as well. But at the same time, we have a lot of locally based teams here that are very quick out the box. My Falcons is one of them as well. They have a driver coach and lights them from the Golf Radical Cup, the current championship leader, Harry Hannam. Not racing us with us here this weekend, but he's also offering his insights because he's been at this level as well and he knows how competitive it can really be. So as Joe said, the checkered flag is at the ready. These are the final laps that we're going to get in. Are we going to see much movement when it comes to it? There's only one quick time so far through the first sector. Karajovic there with a 183, but Oliver Butchard tops it for now, or does he?
There he goes. Butchard went across the line and went to the top of the screen momentarily as Krachakovic, the number 183, continues on his winning ways for the 25-26 season. 61.041. That's everyone across the line, Chris. The grid is formed as Krachakovic posts a time 75 thousandths of a second quicker. He's going to be joined by Oliver Butchard on that front row. We'll have a look at the rundown of the grid for the heats phase going forward. So Benjamin Krachakovic on the pole position, Oliver Butchard alongside. We've got Baptiste Augustin will share row 2 with Kurt Ivanov. Charlie Page is on row 3 with Francesco Lisgnoli. On row 4, we've got Paul Schutzman. We have a great interview with him in the paddock show. Austin Gray alongside. Row 5 is William Mazzali and Gleb Ubakov. We've got Ralph Martin sharing with Aaron Essan on row 6, and then moving on, Vigo Payamaki with Mikhail Mitrikin, Mikhail Tervoklubov, not quite sure if he's competing. Zerhai Turkey didn't come out, and Albijay Stubbs, no time. So no time for Mitrokin, no time for Tervoklubov and Turkey and Stubbs. I want to say hello to our viewers joining us on the Karting live stream here live from the Dubai O-Plate. Hello to Oscar Ray Racing, let's go indeed, and Oscar Ray Racing 11 to give him his full title. Mark Rogers Karting, let's go CRG. So CRG fan there. Oscar Ray Racing, let's go Parolin. But a little bit of information there from Oscar Ray Racing. Alex Albon raced here. Now then, Oscar, do you mean he raced at the Dubai Cardrome, or did Alex Albon take part in one of the many Dubai O-Plates? Please clarify that for us. But it's great to have you along. Please feel free to join in with the chat. Keep Chris and I informed. Ask us questions. If we don't know the answer, then I'm pretty sure there's people out there who can answer. And if you want to fire any kind of questions at us about the event or about a driver, we can find people who know the answer. Senior Max are out at the moment. That's our field of drivers that are qualifying. This is Group 1, the odd-numbered karts. We've got 2 full grids of Senior Max that are going out, and we'll get this session underway. 7 minutes again, Chris. So, again, tyres coming up, the operating temperature, etc.
We saw in the previous session they're around 14, 15 karts, but this time around we have 25, and it begs the question, is there enough space on the track for 25 karts to fit around the picturesque Dubai Kartdrome here? Of course there is. 17 corners in total, at least 2 long straightaways for them to pick up as much temp as they can as they make their way around. And as Joe said in the previous session, it takes about a lap and a half to sort of get everything up to temperature and into that optimal space. But when you have such a short session of just 7 minutes on the clock, it is crucial to get everything right in those early stages of the session.
And remember, 2 sets of tyres for this 2-day meeting. There's only 2 drivers come out for this qualifying session. We're already 5.5 minutes to go. So we've had 90 seconds, and the only kart that I can see out there is the 301 Omar Ghannoum. Now, Omar did us a massive favour, and you'll see this in the paddock show coming up at lunchtime. Omar is a very experienced driver here. He's won races at the Dubai Cardrome. He's done many O-Plates, former UAE champion. He takes us around the track with using that beautiful aerial shot of the Dubai Cardrome. Look out for that in the paddock show coming. That's the driver there, Omar Ghannoum, with Patrick Cannon as well. Patrick Cannon, I should say. Sanad Al-Hamawi has joined them out there on the track, and he's gone quickest, Chris. But again, still plenty of time. And you know what we always we don't consider? We talk about the tyres coming up to temperature, but the drivers have got to get themselves up to temp, haven't they? And it's so easy to make a mistake and ruin things.
And especially when we start so early in the morning as well, you've got to make sure that you're in the zone before you actually get to the track as well, because it takes so much time to kind of just to get to grips with things here as well. But that's what practice and qualifying is for, isn't it? Is to set yourself up, to prepare yourself and get ready, not just to figure out where you're going to be starting, but also to amp yourself up.
Well, timed qualifying is something that can really bite you if it goes wrong, and usually it's mechanical issues that can bite you. The worst possible scenario is that you don't actually take part in qualifying and you start only heats at the back. Hopefully we'll have, if you are a middle of the pack driver, then you are racing with the people around you. And you know yourself from competing, Chris, you always find someone to race with, don't you? Who's got a similar amount of experience, similar amount of ability, and the fun. Some of the best races I ever had were for like 15th. They're not necessarily some of the worst races I've had. The most boring races I've had is when I've been at the front, which was quite a long time ago, I've got to add.
Well, also it's that thing as well, when you're surrounded by people, you don't want to qualify 10th, 15th, 20th. You don't want to qualify towards the back of the grid. Obviously, you want to qualify as far forward as possible. But when you're qualifying in the pack, it gives you experience what it's like to deal with traffic and usually drivers that you may not be experienced with. So it really allows you to sort of hone your craft just that little bit more, especially when it comes to grassroots racing. And it gives you an opportunity for later in life that you know how it works being surrounded by other drivers. If you're just constantly qualifying on pole position, sure, you're winning the races, you're getting exactly what you need, you're getting the points and everything. But are you getting that necessary experience with the rest of the field there to kind of figure out, right, I know how to race this one cleanly, I know where I can get him on the inside or around the outside as well. So it's qualifying is crucial, but at the same time, it can also be a little fun.
Yeah, well, you know what? You talk to a lot of the drivers at the front of this field, and they would absolutely disagree with us on that one, Chris. You know, they're talking about the only reason they're here is to win. But in the same token, there are a lot of drivers here who have come to compete and enjoy that aspect of competition. And like I said earlier, and we're going to be seeing this all weekend. There is only ever one winner at an all-plate. An all-plate meeting, doesn't matter where it's at, whatever country you're in, it's all about that win. It's all about winning that accolade of carrying that O for Open. It is the Dubai Open, after all. That's what the O stands for. You get that accolade, and you can show off, and you've got bragging rights the whole of the season and half of next season, of course.
Something to certainly add to your LinkedIn profile page, of course.
Absolutely.
And as you said, the drivers won't agree with what we're saying here, but we want to see it because it provides great action when it comes to TV, right? Because we have those quick drivers who may not have the best qualifying session, but to watch them carve their way through the field makes such an interesting experience, and it makes it really nail-biting because you really want to see what happens next.
Coming over from the UK is the current Vera Tools British champion, Matthew Higgins. Matthew racing with Dan Holland Racing over in the UK. He's here with XL, and he's gone to the top of the screens now. He's with XL as Omar Ganoum is on the entry list on the number 301 kart. He's down as an XL driver, but that kart livery on the 301 looked to me like an Origin Motorsport livery. We'll need to clarify that. If anybody can answer that one, is on what Omar Ganoum's, and it's 301 out there on the track. That's the 303, and that is Patrick Cannon making his way around. We are less than a minute away, though, Chris, from checkered flag and forming the grid for Senior Max in the odd-numbered group.
And Patrick Cannon there, of course, one of the first drivers to go out. So he's had a lot of time on track here and is looking for that sweet spot there to improve, just to carve his way through. And he seems to have done like a second quickest so far, just behind Jules Dumont. At the moment, they're separated by 3/100ths of a second at the top of the timesheets, but still 30 seconds left to go. Plenty of laps left here. I say plenty, it's probably about 1 or 2 laps, if that, for the field here. And it's constantly shuffling. As you said, we can't really tell you exactly who we think is going to be at the sharp end of the field, because when it comes to the end of the session, when everyone's in that zone, it's going to shuffle completely here. And again, 7 minutes, it's not a long time.
And there was a lot of chat about how they were going to formulate the grid from these two sessions, because we'll make a note of this at the checkered flag as to what the quickest time is. And at the moment, 0 on the clock, checkered flag being unfurled, and the first person across the line is Rain Damadassa, Jules Dumont across second. There's Matthew Higgins at the top of the screen. There's a few quick drivers got to come through, though. Omar Ganoum is in 6th there as the checkered flag came out. Who is still out there? Oscar Lambert, I noticed there, down in 16th. He's a quick driver. Comes through, improves, but only goes to 14th. Enzo Tesluk across the line. The timing screen beginning to form. Kian Cryanbull goes up to 5th there at the very last moment. Just the last few drivers, Chris, and then we'll get an idea of who is quickest. At the moment, it's Matthew Higgins, the British champion.
It was a great lap there on the last one there for the 305. Went from outside the top 15 to 5th fastest. A great lap there. We'll make that 6th fastest because Freddie Lloyd has come from the back as well, all the way up into 5th overall in the 385. With a lap time across the line there of a 55.201 for JNKD. So that brings it into the session here. Now the track will quieten down, and then we'll move on to our next session. But here is how they stack up so far.
Keep a note of this, 54.951 is the best lap for Matthew Higgins, quickest in this session. Tino Sidler is the Swiss driver who is 2nd quickest. Rain Damadassa 3rd. Jules Dumont is 4th. Freddie Lloyd is just over 2/10 off the pole, is in 5th. 6th place is Kian Cranbull, and then 7th, Zain El Hamasi. Omar Ganoum, our track describer, in 8th. 9th is Faisal Nashko. Nathan Kaplan is 10th, just outside the top 10. Then Patrick Cannon, Andy Rattel in 12th. Then we've got Enzo Tesluk, Spencer Trehorn, Amza El Fayez, Amani Kinua, Adam El Bassioni, Sanad El Hamawi, and then we've got George Nasser down the order in 19th. That is incredible. The UAE RMC current championship leader in 19th. He's had one of those nightmares I was talking about. Lewis Hartman is in 20th. Then we've got Oscar Lambert, who's further down than I expected to see him. Abdullah Al-Qaeda, Alfie Thompson, 23rd. Miles Roby, 24th. And then in 25th, Krisha Gut, Andrew Obaid, Parsa Tamas Vand, and Musad Al-Bassam rounding off a 28 cart field. We have got out next the next group, which is, we're staying with Senior Max here, and we will quickly get on, Chris. Free water as well. We're up here in the media room, free water people. We're up here, there's three of us who are thirsty. If you please feel free to bring us up the free water. Incredible initiative that. We'll be having more information on that. Please join us on the live stream. Please give us a message. Ask us, Chris and I, Chris Milbourne, Joe Bradley here in the booth. Just overlooking the start-finish straight here as we get going, Chris, with Group 2. So another 28 drivers, as far as I can see, have come out. Not everybody has come out, but some early runners. More runners coming out on this group than we saw the last time. Track evolving all the time, by the way.
And to think that these are the same karts that were previously there as well. So in the previous session, we have, what, over 50 participants in one category alone. Now, could you imagine if we had all 50 at the track at the same time? It would be absolute chaos. So that's why we separated them into two separate categories. We've got one for odd numbers, which I think is quite convenient. We could have done one through 25 and then the other one through 26 to about 52. That might have made things a bit more interesting. But I like how we've gone for even and odds.
Yes.
A very interesting way to do that here. And going back to it, we haven't got Oscar here, I think, on the chat anymore because he hasn't responded about the Albon situation. So what he means is a few months ago in December, Alex Albon was here with, we've got some water with us up here as well. It says Our Water, JNKD on it. It's a very nice bottle, actually, although, oh, yes, I do quite like this, actually, as well. So thank you so much down there for the water and keeping us hydrated throughout the weekend as well here, because it is very important because, yes, it is cooler here, but staying hydrated is very, very important, especially when you're racing here. So
a big thanks to Sanel Shiva, Benjamin Shiva, over from the UK. Sanel just bringing us, hearing our plea, Chris. So good luck to young Benjamin. We've been following his career since he was in Bambinos. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes. He's in the Microax class here.
So that means, sorry, to cut you off there, we know the PA system works and we know the streaming audio is working as well, don't we? Because they listened.
Yes, indeed, yes. Our systems are working.
Exactly. So going back to the Albon story, as I said, a couple of months ago, Alex Albon was here as they shot a video right here at the Dubai Kartdrome. It was on the Quadrant YouTube channel, which is owned, of course, by Lando Norris. It was a video about, I think it was 20 of the best karters here from the United Arab Emirates to see if they could beat a Formula One driver, the likes of Alex Albon. And, of course, it was won by a driver who honed his craft right here in the United Arab Emirates. He actually lives only just 10 minutes over the road as well. Arthur Dodonka was the winner of that challenge, who, of course, has gone on now to race in Formula 4, did Formula Trophy a few months ago here in the United Arab Emirates as well, part of the F1 race weekend. But our attention here is focused on the max qualifying Group 2 even number here at the moment, and we've had that gap of 1.5 laps since the session went green. Now is when we're going to see those times to start coming in.
Yeah, and half of the session already completed, so time ebbing away. Mohammed Minamine goes to the top. There's Conor Clancy, Kai Hunter joining him in second place. So the time 55.050 from Clancy. Kai Hunter's 55.103. Last time through. Ryan Qureshi in third. The target time from Matthew Higgins in the first group is a 54.951. Now, Conor Clancy has been unbeatable. There's Eloi Gonzalez. Eloi Gonzalez up into the top with a 55.004. The track hasn't evolved as massively. However, Chris, they've still got 3 minutes. So I think those times are going to beat the first section. And that's what we saw last week at the RMC event. We saw the track evolving literally within minutes of each other.
So now I have a question for you as well. How are the numbers assigned? Do they randomly pick it, or is it something that they can say, right, I want to have number 320?
Yes, you can. It's when you enter the event, you put in the preferred number. Now, the senior max numbers start with a 3, and then it's kind of a favourite number. If you don't, then you're allocated a number as I would imagine, a first come, first served is how clubs usually do it, organised usually do it.
Because we know racing is all about strategy. Now, could putting your application to race at the O-Play also be a strategy? Because
yes and no. Yes, absolutely. I like your thinking, mate, as well. That's devious. But also, I'm not sure if the format of how we were qualifying was decided until the very last minute when we saw how many qualifiers we had. So when it was like, wow, we've got 50 plus entries here, how are we going to sort this out for qualifying? Perhaps the simplest way, odd and even numbers. Why not? You know, letters of the alphabet, some, whatever. But that's the easiest way of doing it. So, yes, but then there has been occasions where the even numbers went out before the odd numbers. So you don't know whether you're going to be in the first group or the second group. But this is what I mean about how this is going to form the grid. It's not necessarily the quickest time. It's the times from each group. And I think they're going to step it, time from fastest time from Group 1, fastest time in Group 2, second, third, and so on and so forth.
So we'll wait and find out about that.
Yeah, that's got to be clear. That we're still in a work in progress. Literally yesterday, day before, I was party to a conversation just because I was sort of loitering about how they were deciding how they would form the grid from the two groups. So that's still a work in progress. 54.621 from Conor Clancy. He goes quicker than Matthew Higgins. Kai Hunter is right on his tail though, a 54.677. 56 thousandths of a second slower from the former British champion Kai Hunter, who slips to the third spot as Ryan Qureshi goes 41 thousandths slower from Conor Clancy. But Conor Clancy has become the driver to beat, Chris, in this class. He is, the question every single round, and here certainly coming into the O-Plate, was who can beat Conor Clancy.
And we, as you said, we were supposed to remember the time from the previous session. Do you remember what that time was again? That was the quickest lap for pole.
Yeah, because I wrote it down.
It was
54.951.
We were already at the 55.5464, and that lap of 54.9 came in towards the end of the session.
Yeah.
So you can see the benefit that the odd number class went out first, laid down all that rubber, laid down all that heat to kind of set it up for the next session. So, of course, those drivers are going to look and go, well, I feel a bit cheated because I was in the previous session. I've helped them progress, and they're now going quicker than I am.
Well, as well as that, you were looking at your weather app, and the temperature, the ambient temperature, was literally going up before your very eyes. And as the sun gets ever higher in the sky, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the track temperature rise. We've got the checkered flag. So Senior Max Qualifying Group 2, the even-numbered group, has come to a conclusion. And at the top of the screen, I asked the question, who can beat Conor Clancy? That has been answered. Alessandro Bigi. Alessandro Bigi goes quickest with a 54.555, 9 thousandths of a second quicker than Conor Clancy, who finishes the session in second. Let's have a look at the rundown and just have a look at that. So Bigi with the quickest time, Conor Clancy second quickest, Rain Qureshi was third. Kai Hunter finds himself just over a tenth slower than Bigi in fourth. He'll be happier than he was yesterday. He was a little depressed, Kai, from not being in that top 4 or 5. Max Dexter, can't ever take your eyes off Max there. He'll be happy with fifth. Stefano Padani is sixth. Seventh place is Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Nice to see Jeremy back up at the front end of a grid. Nathan Pope in eighth. Shivan Kartik in ninth. In 10th place, Ania Sachi with Tamim Hasiba in 11th. And then Mohamed Menemene drops to 12th. From very high up. Elwa Gonzalez down in 13th. Leo Nielsen 14th. Then we've got Antonius Haddad, Leith Momene, Luca Horton, Ryan Carouse in 18th. 19th is Naaman Kareja. Elliot Surtees in 20th. Manaf Al-Balushi with Harrison Crook over from the UK in 22nd. Then in 23rd we have Philip Dinu, Hugo Brun, Rashid Halal, Mohammed Hilal, Arsen Djovic, and Miguel Quinos. So qualifying sorted for our senior max groups. Groups 1 and 2 have qualified. We'll leave the officials to sort out the grid. We'll get a look at that grid going forward. The first heat, heat number 1 for seniors, groups A, B, C and D. They've split them into groups of 4 now from those 2 qualifying groups. So groups A and B will be out first, and that's scheduled for about just after 10 this morning. So we're a little bit about an hour away from that. We've got our first look at the juniors who come out of the pit lane and onto the track to start their qualifying session. And it looks like the juniors, Chris, just all want to get on with it. Unlike the seniors, who there was a few people stood back and let people get on with it. The juniors are all coming out there, or are they? That's the number 231 that has found himself. We've all done that on cold tyres now, haven't we?
We certainly have, yeah. It's going to happen no matter what, and he's got it over and done with at the beginning of the session here, and that's really where you want it done. You don't want to do it halfway through, or especially even the race as well, to lose valuable track time. Yes, it doesn't give him much of an edge. It is going to cost him some time here, and he has to be cautious of tyres now as well, and if there is any damage to the underside of the car or any of the bumpers. But it's nothing too much to worry about. It, as you said before, Joe, it happens to all this. But what I find quite interesting is, as you said, they all came out at the same time there. Now, this is going to be a question actually for the officials here. Will we have white line infringements for that as well? Because there were a few that were cutting off to the left or the right. How long does that white line at pit exit actually last for? Do you have to wait until you're onto the track surface itself, or can you go as soon as you've crested over the hill there?
It's a good question, and one that we haven't really had to deal with. And there was a few people sort of chugging out there, getting their engines to rev and stopping oiling up. And then we had Aaron Qureshi, not Aaron Qureshi, that's number 231. He's a little bit sort of Little bit aggressive driving there, just making room there. I'm not quite sure they made contact there. It's the 205, the JNKD driver, the JNKD replay there. First use of that, JNKD, big thanks to them. They're bringing us the replays this weekend, and we saw there, Chris, somebody using a tin opener to get on with these qualifying sessions.
Yeah, it's probably not the best time to be that aggressive, right? It's a qualifying session. This is not for position on track and vying for the lead of the race here. You have to be a bit more cautious when you go through a qualifying session, and no doubt the stewards will be taking a look at that to see if that is aggressive. Was there intention behind it, and why was that intention there as well? Just give each other some room, but again, when you have 30 karts on track, it's going to happen no matter what. You're always going to find somebody that might be a little bit too close to somebody else, and they did a good job not to kind of take each other off.
And it was one of the tightest sections here, just coming off the bridge at that part of the track there, and it's easy to trip over a driver who's been a little bit more perhaps circumspect in the early laps here. Again, a little bit circumspect. These drivers, the Junior Max, are 12 to 15-year-old drivers. Some of them have got a lot of experience, some of them have got very little experience. You know, some drivers have only been racing karts for 6 months, so they'll find... I remember the first time I ever did a Super 1 round, I went out on the pace lap, and I couldn't keep up. I literally couldn't drive as quick as they were doing on the pace lap, and I thought, my goodness, I'm going to have to get my finger out here. So there's a lot, there's a lot of drivers, and that's what you can find in these early stages of any qualifying session, where you're not necessarily around the drivers who you're going to race with. You could be around the drivers who are going to be forming the rear of the grid, and there you are, and that was a prime example. I think no harm, no foul though, Chris. I'm not sure there was any contact at all. At the moment, Jack Doe is the quickest driver. That's going to change though. 56.250 the target time. Jaden Hidding currently second, but plenty of time. We've only had just over 3 minutes, Chris.
Yeah, and the 56.250 is the quickest time so far here in the Junior Max qualifying, but with more than 3.5 minutes left in the session, that's more than half the time left. We're going to see this shuffle quite a fair bit. Jack Doe is on a hot lap here as well, quickest through sector 1 with a 21.482, but it was the 261 that was quickest in the second sector, but Jack Doe retops the timing sheet there with a 55.907. Johancha there had the quickest time through sector 2 with a 17.616. He is 11 100ths of a second back from the current session leader in the 205, but still plenty of time left on the clock to get up to speed and to try and take pole position away from Jack Doe. We'll probably most likely see it when it comes to the end of the session, because we have some drivers who are outside of the top 20 currently going purple through their sectors, including Midnash Jan, who's moved up now into fifth position overall with a 17.563 through that second sector. About 0.2 of a second off of Jack Doe's times so far, but these times are going to just get quicker and quicker, and there's certainly going to be some that are outside the top 25 that will no doubt shoot their way up the order.
Quick hello to Dominique Dondelinga, 2876, to give Dominique the full title. Let's go M&M, the Matties and Gem Motorsport, a big part of the karting scene out here in the UAE. And hello to Paul Bateman, 1973. Paul Bateman, one of our Karting Live TV cameramen over in the UK. He must be up feeding his chickens, though, to be up at 24 minutes past 5 on a Saturday morning. He'd be feeding his chickens, no doubt. This session, though, Chris, 2 minutes remaining. So if you haven't posted your optimum time beginning to run out, and you've maybe got 3 laps, potentially, if you can beat that checkered flag coming out to get that extra one right at the end. But that all depends on where you are track-wise and track position. It's JNKD on the provisional pole position in junior road tax from the Mumbai Falcons of Mitansh Jain. It's Alfie Ward for JNKD with a 55.704. Mitansh Jain only 0.004 of a second off that pole position time, or should I say provisional pole time. So it's still all to play for. Just under 90 seconds now, Chris.
And yeah, if you're a Matthew Scott fan, you might be asking yourself, well, why is he not on track? Well, actually, the 273 is on track. However, seeing that he has a timing issue because his transponder is not picking up, so he's being shown the meatball flag there. So apologies to those who are supporting here Matthew Scott. He is currently circulating, but that was an interesting note that's popped up. We haven't seen where the 273 is on track at the moment, and unfortunately no time has come through, so he'll be shown way down the order outside of the top 30 for now, and hopefully the team can get that sorted out and have a new transponder put in. But unfortunately, He will have to start at the tail end of the field because essentially he's not actually put a lap time in because of that transponder issue. Now, Leoana has done a 21.368 through the first sector, and that is good enough so far. Well, they're currently sat in 10th position overall as Roy Harbour, the Lebanese driver, moves up now to 6th position overall. And a lot of shuffling here, as Joe said before, when we come to the end of the session. This is the crucial time. This is where you need to get that lap time in. But it's not just you who's trying to get that lap time, it's everyone else around you. So it makes it that much more difficult to figure out, am I actually going to be on pole when it comes to the end of the session? Should I push just that little bit extra? Well, the racing driver's going to say yes. The team's probably going to say, no, save the kart, please. We need something when you come back in.
Yeah, and all the time you've got to be thinking about tyre management. I mean, tyres, they're on the Mojo D2 tyre in Junior Rotax, so quite a robust tyre, and should see them easily through the heats today. When you bring that new set in, maybe for the pre-final tomorrow going forward into the final, that's down to the drivers and the teams to decide that. We have got a checkered flag. Alfie Ward, currently on the provisional pole, has taken the flag. However, still out there on track is Mitanj Jain for Mumbai Falcons. Not quite sure of his track position, but he's yet to take the checkered flag, as Leo Aina, who was purple in one of the sectors there, sector 1. Aaron Mason still out there. Jaden Hidding has crossed the line, stays in 3rd. Jensen Chalk, another quick driver, stays in 4th. Johansa Seninyaki stays in 5th. Jain goes to the top of the screen, though. We were waiting for the Mumbai Falcons youngster to come across the line, and he has done. And the pole position time, 55.587, will have him on that pole position. It will be JNKD's Alfie Ward alongside him. Jaden Hidding and Veer Chopra share row 2. Row 3 is Jensen Cho and Johansa Seninyaki, with row 4, Aaron Mason, Leo Anna. Savelli Kojai shares row 5 with Ray Harbour. Harrison Stevens and Harrison Stevens and Derek Rivera share row 6. Then we've got Jack Doe and Pierre Abu Dewan, Faris Arun and Finley Smith, Andrea Galimberti and Artan Qureshi are on row 9. Row 10 is Ari Kallenberg and Gabriele Baraccordi. Giuseppe Montanari on row 11 with Maya Mapangada. Sam Turner down there, isn't he? Damien Noor alongside River Nielsen, Saifel Abidi, Vladimir Gugo, Mattia Rajamarison, Aaron Sethi, Romy Sebali, and then 3 drivers not posting a time for various reasons: George Haddad, Matthew Scott, and Kalyani Pratish.
I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan, on a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan, on a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
Well, Chris, would you believe we have already gotten to the point where we're almost concluding our qualifying session? DD2, our gearbox class, is coming next. And this is the fastest of our Rotax classes coming up. If it's not as complex and as tricky and as hard and as physical to drive any kind of Rotax engine kart around the Dubai Kartdrome, let's just add in the complexity of adding a 2-ratio gearbox there. I mean, who thought of that?
Yeah, it's funny when you talk to people and you tell people, oh, did you know karts come with gearboxes? Sorry, what? Why would a kart have a gearbox? You know, usually it's just fun to drive, and you don't have to go into that complex system of, oh, I need to change gears now as well while I'm going around. But of course, it adds a unique challenge that some people do really enjoy here. We've got a nice, healthy grid of 12 karts as well. I'm going to say this. It's a relatively simple, let's call it mechanism, where you've got a paddle shift on the steering wheel, like you would have in any kind of sports car. Kart's out on track, by the way. But it's slightly different. Left-hand paddle engages first gear. Right-hand paddle engages second gear. And you just basically flip between the 2 ratios. So it's not like you're going up and down a 6-speed box like you would do on any kind of Class 4 gearbox kart. KZs are the most common, perhaps. This is the Rotax gearbox class, DD2. The massive part of the Rotax World Finals. And we've got some, Rotax World Final champions here with us this weekend. More of that later as the karts go out on track, and we'll see just who it is that can put themselves on that pole position going forward. All of the teams with a new team here, Victorious Motorsport. I see that's a new name for me, Chris. Rakan Alfayez is the driver on the number 418, and that's a new team. For me, coming here to the Dubai Open. So it's, as Joe said before as well, it's interesting we've already come to the final session of practice and qualifying. It seems like we've only started the day here, and it's not even 10 o'clock yet. And we're in our final qualifying practice session here to find out who will be where when it comes to the DD2 and DD2 Master session coming up later on today here. We have 12 karts that have taken to the track here in Dubai. The weather is getting warmer, so that means I could probably take the jumper off in a few moments' time, although I might keep it on all day just to be on the safe side here. But we're waiting for our first laps to come in. We do have purple time so far, but that is a given when it comes to the first laps here. Quickest through sector 2 is Max Dexter, and Rakan with a 21.226 through that first sector as well. But let's see what it is across the line here. A 54.798 was the quickest. Now Suleiman Zanfari, who's come across the line with a 54.693 with a time to beat. A tenth of a second is what the rest of the field need to find, and a bit more if they want to be the leaders come the end of this 7-minute session.
Now, you mentioned the Masters there. We've got a class within this class of racing here. The Masters are for really old drivers who are over 31 years of age, would you believe? The really old ones, the really old guys. Over 31, and you qualify for the Masters. Now, Moritz Knopes and our good friend Tony Hogg, who is recently out of retirement. After this event, he's going back into retirement. We'll probably see him at the next round of the UAE RMC at Yaz when he comes back out of retirement. But Tony, who has a lot of experience with this DD2 class, and if you go back to one of our previous rounds, I think the previous round of the UAE RMC, Tony actually takes us through quite a technical talk, it's a bit of a tech talk, on the mechanism of how the gearbox connects to the rear axle on these DD2s. And I say simple, I meant that in the strictest of terms. It's not simple at all to get your head around, and certainly to get the best. And there's a little bit of tuning goes in with the way the torque characteristics meets the axle. And for me, I'm a bit of a tech geek, mechanic by trade, if you like, race mechanic, and I just love that area of another area of the kart that you can play with and tinker with. Tinker being the operative word.
I think you lost me about 2 minutes ago when you said there was a gearbox on a go-kart. That's it. What's that? What's a gearbox on a car? But I digress here. So quickest of all so far, a 54.075 is the time to beat. It is only 1/100th of a second separating our top two. At the moment, Max Dexter has just gone second fastest with a 54.091, and then Mark Bassier sits in third overall here. And well, the times are certainly coming down here. Sem is currently working his way through the second sector as we run at the moment. He's green through that first sector as well with a 20.814 at the moment. Max Dexter not going as quick as he would like to through that first sector. Would like to close that gap up. Let's have a look at what we can do through the second sector. He's tucked in behind at the moment there. And
I noticed Max Dexter carrying so he's down on our timesheets, Max, is 4:01. He's carrying the O-plate though. Max Dexter, the current DD2 O-plate holder from 2025, he's out here, race winner last week in the RMC in this class, out here to retain that O-plate. Let's see if he does. He's being trailed around the track by number 4A4, Tyler Harris, currently down in 5th at the moment following Max round. Tyler is doing really well in the championship, and just behind Tyler on the timing screen, Tony Hogg up to 6th place overall. He'll be a bit happy with that. But at the moment, as you said, Chris, with already under 2 minutes remaining, the fastest lap of the race of 54.028, and that's Sam Canopes coming back to this class after a bit of a layoff, I think. We haven't seen him in the RMC at all since the Invitational, I think.
As 1.5 minutes remain on the clock. Quickest time still is a 54.028 by Sem, the Dutchman out in front in the 4.20. Now that gap has extended to 6/100th of a second, excuse me. He's across line with a 54.30, but that gap still stands of 6/100th of a second between them. Hamza moves up in the triple four. There's the Qatari, Tony Hogg as well across the line there in 7th. And the second of the two Dutchmen in the 5.74 also moves up the order as well with a 54.521. The whole field at the moment separated by 1.1 seconds. But Suleiman Zanfari, who currently sits 4th overall, well, he's just done the personal best through Sector 1, and he's gone purple as well with a 27.53, a full 10th of a second quicker compared to our session leader at the moment.
So he's gone purple in 1, he's gone green in 2. No, I can't see any purples overall. What we mean by purple and green? Purple means fastest overall through that particular sector. Green means personal best. So Suleiman Sanfari is on target to improve. He does improve. He goes up to 3rd with his lap time of a 54.077. Sem Canopes of a 54.075. That's how close it is. Max Dexter, 54.066. 38 thousandths of a second between himself and Canopes on that provisional pole. 11 thousandths to Zanfari. Tyler Harris up to 4th. Mark Bassier 5th. Now then, there is Tony Hogg in 7th. So we look towards the final stages now as the checkered flag is being unfurled, Chris. So we are going to get drivers completing their qualifying, and this grid going to be forming literally before our very eyes.
And this is where that purple sector time is the most crucial here, the final stages here. But at the moment, there are only green and yellows popping up on our timing screens through Sector 1 and Sector 2. So is this good news here for Sem? Is there a big shuffle towards the sharp end of the field? Not so far. We've had our top 6 across the line, and now they're all stemming across, but no improvement from anybody so far. There was a 54.369 there for Hamza across the line, and for Rakan Al-Fayaz, a 54.633.
So not as quick as they were on their pole position lap. Sem Canopes then will line up on the pole position with Max Dexter on the O-plate, currently alongside. Suleiman Sanfari with a great lap there, puts him on the second row with Tyler Harris alongside. Mark Bassier and Hamza Rasisho share row 3. Row 4 is first in the Masters. Tony Hogg with the other Masters driver, Moritz Canopes, alongside. Row 5 is Adam Malik and Rakan Al-Fayez with Abdul Qadir Qassem with Sami Al-Assad alongside on row 6. That is the 6 rows of the DD2 Masters. Dubai Cardrome for the 2026 Dubai O-Plate. The event is making history this year by allowing us at Karting Live TV to bring you all of the action for the next 2 days. We've got our heats about to go ahead. We've got a Bambino time trial. Now, Bambinos are out on track, but Bambinos don't race in the UAE. They are the Bambino class for 5-year-olds to 8 years old, and they only are allowed to do time trials here, which is how it was in the UK up until about 2 or 3 years ago. I can't exactly put my finger on it, when they were allowed to go out and race under race conditions. I'm not quite sure what the decision process was for these. I believe we've got 2 engine classes. We've got a Coma engine and an IAMI engined class for our Bambino runners. And the number 16 there, just coming through. Presley Knight, he's with JNKD, is Presley. And he has crossed the line to start his first flying lap into turn 2. Chris, tricky section this. All about momentum as well. These youngsters amaze me with their natural sense of momentum and keeping these karts going as quickly as they possibly can.
And especially through turn 1 as well, because it's the long front straight, and you can actually carry a lot of speed if you're brave enough through that first sequence of corners there as well. And then it gets really tight and twisty across the bridge and then down and underneath the bridge as well. And as you said, the way these young, talented drivers are keeping themselves so cool, calm and collected here as well. It's very impressive to be between the ages of 5 and 8, to be out here and doing this instead of whatever else a child that age will be doing on a Saturday. They're here racing. They want to learn. They want to experience what it's like. And, of course, they also have an action-packed day of drivers they can watch who have incredible calibers from not just here, but of course from around the world, that they can also talk to, have a chat with, learn a few things here and there, understand and just soak in all of the experience that everyone here has to offer, while also racing at the same time. As you said, it's just a time trial, but again, it still matters who can go quickest around the Dubai Kartdrome here as well, around all 17 corners and 1.2 kilometers in length. And it's a fantastic opportunity, isn't it?
Entry level to karting, isn't it? I mean, you don't have to start when you're 5 years old. You can come in at any age. I mean, I discovered karting when I was 23. I'd bought a Formula Ford and spent a lot of money on dragging it around the UK on the back of a, hitched up to a transit van. And then I discovered karting, which is a lot cheaper way of going motor racing. Bambinos, though, this is the starter formula for that age group of 5 to 11 before they then move into the Microax class or one of the cadet classes, or the cadet classes are available. But we are big fans of the Rotax classes. The 54 there, just crossing the line, that is Noyan Demmer from and he's with the Motorscape team. Just coming through turn 1 and into turn 2, Motorscape with the orange and black livery. And just again, a time trial is the format of this session. 6.5 minutes remaining. And currently, the quickest lap, Chris, is Presley Knight for JNKD. And he's put in a 1 minute 9.592.
And also the other thing as well, as we talked about this earlier today, is how the karting scene has evolved here in the United Arab Emirates from what it was, say, 20 years ago. Now with a lot more teams being present within the ecosystem of junior motorsport here, and that stepping stone into the next stages. There are also a lot of teams here this weekend that are keeping a very close eye on who they can have in their driver program and sort of shape them and mold them and also teach them, get them what they need to be into, well, mold them into where they would like to be at some stage, right? When they look at what the future holds in karting. Yes, you can have a very long career in karting, but then also it's a stepping stone into the likes of single-seaters, into touring cars, tin tops, GT racing and everything like this, because, of course, they all see the bigger picture. They want to be the stars of tomorrow, and for them here this weekend, it's not just having a little bit of fun or being at the top of the timesheet. It's also sort of an interview process as well, because the teams will all be keeping a very close eye and go, well, you know what, I like how that driver does there. I'm going to keep a very close eye on him, and maybe he'll be the next signee for us here.
Well, I can't think of any current Formula One drivers that didn't start in karts. If you can think, tell me who on the current Formula One grid didn't start in karts. Remind me, because I'm pretty sure that every single person, and as we were told earlier by Oscar Ray Racing, Alex Albon, currently on the Formula One grid, raced here at the Dubai Oplate, we think, or certainly raced here at the Dubai Kartdrome. And this is where your future Formula One world champions will start. And if, Bambino, relatively recent addition to the class structure of karting throughout the world, starting at the age of 5, by the time they get to the age of 15 and they're still in junior Rotax, they've got a decade of experience of racecraft and how to drive around a racetrack, which I find absolutely phenomenal when these kids showcase what they can do.
And that's absolutely valuable insight as well for them, because if you think of being that age and you already have 10 years of experience racing, you've already had a head start compared to others that may just be breaking into it, that may be just starting off in junior ladders in other categories and not starting from the very start of the ladder there, of course. And a lot of people tend to forget is, as you said before, Joe, is karting is where you start. It's where you learn everything. It's an affordable way to start your karting career, isn't it? As Presley Knight still has the time to beat so far. A 109.592 is the quickest, but last time around a 109.673. He's just under 0.4% quicker than second.
Now there is the number 2, and that is Aaron Belsky. He is down as a Motorscape driver. That livery on his car, not so much Motorscape's red and white livery that we're perhaps familiar with. Mark Rose's team in the paddock, and a big feature, a big part of the karting scene in the UAE. I know Mark Rose from UK karting, of course. The 99 is Ali Benzakour. Ali currently in 9th place, aptly, for the number 99, just scything his way through the field. And we have a little bit of a coming together there, a little bit of a trip over. The 44 of Cheyenne Asgomi. Let's have a look at the JNKD replay. And here we are. It's a very tight section of track here. And those two youngsters, again, just finding their feet, Chris, aren't they? And at that age, they are just learning about how to conduct themselves on track. And as we saw, they're tripping over one another.
And I've got to say, the maturity of them there as well. We just, in the replay there, you see there's no hands being thrown around. There's no animosity between them. Okay, there might be a little bit of a conversation when they come out of the carts come the end of the session, but they're carrying themselves with such maturity, and to be this age and do something like that is incredibly impressive as well. And of course, they have their eyes focused on what lies ahead of them come the next couple of years. So Presley Knight, though, has certainly picked up the pace through Sector 1 and Sector 2 going purple. So that means he's gone quickest of all so far in the session with a 26.254 and a 22.071. Well, Stanley Thurston has just done a 22.069, so now that is the session best through Sector 2. Now, it was Presley Knight across the line with a 109.603. That's not his best lap so far. He's done a 109.592 previously, but he's staying within that threshold and kind of consistently lapping where he wants to be. Is Stanley Thurston there across the line as well with a 110.022. Again, not improving his lap time, but of course, he's staying consistent. 90
seconds of this Bambino time trial to go. Shea Downey has called it a day in 4th place, the British driver with the JNKD team. Happy with 4th place, a time of 1 minute 10.386. And Shea has come back into the pits. Ali Benzakour, another driver, has come into the pits as well. That's the number 99 kart in 9th place there. He's with the Karting Advisor Academy. Sam Tester calling it a day as well. The number 31 for Synergy. He's come into the pits. He's currently 3rd quickest in this trial. Still at the top of the screen, as you said, Chris Presley Knight just crosses the line again. And he goes quicker still, 1 minute 9.505. So Presley Knight for JNKD, the British driver there, going faster and faster every time around.
And as we wind down into the final 30 seconds of this session here, Stanley Thurston across the line there as well. He went purple through the first sector with a 110.226. Again, still within that threshold of 109s at the moment. It was 0.3 of a second off of his best lap time so far. 0.4 of a second off Presley Knight, but it's the two JNKDs that have locked out the top 2 positions for the time being here around the Dubai Kartdrome. 1.2 kilometers in length here, 17 corners in total. to navigate. And of course, we're using the clockwise configuration or direction even, and that's the setup that we're using throughout the weekend. So no reason to change the track and no need to learn something different, because of course what happens here over the course of the sessions is more and more rubber gets laid down, so it gets a bit more sticky and the times will start dropping as well, because there's a bit more grip on track. Unless the weather system here in the United Arab Emirates, which both Nick and Joe know very well here, can kind of throw a spanner in the works. You can kind of get a random rain shower or a gust of wind that nothing pops up on a timing screen when it comes to weather, and it just appears.
Yeah, sandstorms were the newest thing for us. Checkered flag then. Presley Knight has already crossed the line. He has gone quickest in this session. Stanley Thurston to JNKD, as you said, Chris, top 2. We'll have a rundown when everybody has gone through. Just noticing there, Samuel Krachakovic, the next line in the Krachakovic dynasty, the next driver that we'll see coming through, following in his brother Benjamin's footsteps. He's currently 7th quickest. Yusuf Al-Kayat is a youngster that we met yesterday. He's currently 6th quickest. And Yusuf is part of our, we do a cracking interview with young Yusuf, who is going to be, he's destined for Formula One, because he absolutely threw his team under the bus yesterday. His engine wasn't quick enough and his car setup wasn't right. And he has told them. Here we go then. Presley Knight is quickest from Stanley Thurston in 2nd. Just under half a second, the difference between Knight and Thurston. Then we've got Sam Tester and Shade Downey, 3rd and 4th. 5th is Mark Ristich, with Yusuf Al-Kayat in 6th. 7th is Samuel Krachakovic from Cheyenne Azgomi, with Ali Benzakur and Abdul Karim Dondelinga. He is in 10th. In 11th place, Myron Bovovsky and Noyan Demer. 13th is Aaron Belsky, with Vitor Gruderich in 14th, rounding off the Bambino time trial field. Well, everybody, the Dubai Cardrome for the Dubai O-Plate. For the first time this weekend, we are under race conditions. It will be Minimax that kicks things off, and we will be having a rundown of the grid when the field appears, popping out of that pit lane there. It's this is when it all matters. All of that practice, all of those practice days are all about what's about to happen next. We'll have a grid rundown very shortly when the grid appears. But Chris, this is where your weekend begins, and this is where you start building towards gathering points for your grid position for the all-important final.
And, of course, it's a heat race, isn't it, as well? So we've got multiple ones. We have 3 heat races today, and it's probably best not to get things wrong come the 3rd session. It's better to get things done and dusted throughout the 1st session. So if there is anything they want to sort of get out the way immediately, then this is probably the session that they want to do it in. But as we said, there's multiple heats coming up, 3 heats today for them, and well, the grid is being prepared as we speak. It'll be 8 laps of racing here for Miniax, and this is how they will line up. Benjamin Karanchovic on the front row of the grid, and the 183 for JNKD will be alongside the 134. Baptiste Augustin for XL, the Frenchman. Kia Ivanov in the 160 for NI Racing will line up on the second row of the grid, with Francesco alongside for company for GGM in the 133. Paul Schertzmann for JNKD, the 170 in 5th, with the 114 alongside Charlie Page for XL for company. Then we have the Ukrainian Gleb Obkov for Mumbai Falcons in the 110. Then we have the 171 of William Mazzali for Brazil in JNKD. Then we have the 169 and 177 of Austin Gray, with the 128 and 132 sharing the 6th row of the grid, Fenno Racing and Synergy. And then we have on the next row, we have our final 2 starters, Oliver Butchard and Aryan Ishan there for Mumbai Falcons and KAA. Oliver Butchard is going to be one to watch here as well. He's been very quick in previous seasons that we had here as well, and probably not the starting position that he would have liked to have been in, all the way down in 13th. So you have to keep a very close eye out now for that number 188 come the start of this race.
Something occurred post-qualifying, I think, for Oliver Butchard, because he wasn't down there. Now, whatever that factor was, whether it was a technical matter or whether it was just as simple as track limits omitting his quickest lap time, we're going to see a bit of a rebuild process for Oliver Butchard going forward towards that final occurring tomorrow afternoon. At the moment, though, we've got our whole grid, the 14 competitors for the Minimax class. This is invariably, I'm going to say this about every class, so forgive me, Chris, and everybody out there. This is one of the most competitive classes we've seen out here in the region, with Benjamin Krachakovic on the pole position, the Microax World Finals champion in Bahrain in November. He comes back to the Minimax class for this one with the gold livery of JNKD for this weekend. Baptiste Augustin for XL is the blue and white cart alongside. It's a nice orderly grid as they're given the start, and it's Krachakovic who's got the primary line, getting a little bit left behind as Augustin through that very fast turn one at the braking area for 2. It's a bit of a chaotic midfield, Chris, but as they go out of 3 and onto the bridge, it looks like Krachakovic has got the lead. It
was certainly a chaotic start as well. You saw drivers already cutting off to the right-hand side of the track there to try and just slot into position, but of course there's just a train of carts there. There's no way to get through, but what a great start so far for the JNKD kart there. The 183 already building a gap, but is also jostling for position further through the field as we go through one of the quickest parts of the track there as well. But now back with our race leader, currently working their way through and into the 3rd sector here for the first time, pushing each and every limit he possibly can, and I don't know how he's keeping himself in that seat.
So Krachakovic consolidating that lead as the rest of the field sort themselves out. He'll want to break away as quickly as possible. Now, the heat's length for Minimax is 8 laps of this kart drome here in Dubai. As they cross the line then, it's the 2 JNKD karts of Krachakovic and Schutzman. Schutzman, early leader, the early winner in the UAE RMC at Alpha San for Schutzman. One of the most delighted winners I've ever interviewed post-race. Augustin is 3rd from the front row of the grid. Lisnioli 4th. Austin Gray, Charlie Page in 5th and 6th. Where is Oliver Butchard? He's up to 11th and gaining ground on the front of this field is where he wants to really be.
I've got to say, it's a great opening lap here for Benjamin out in front. 7/10 of a second. He's already built over the course of a lap. If he can do this every single time, he's going to have a mammoth gap between himself and the closest driver in the likes of Paul Schertzmann, who sits in 2nd at the moment.
I have a feeling, though, Chris, they're going to... Oh, and so we've got somebody round. And is that Schutzman? Let's have a look at the JNKD replay here. We've got Schutzman looking over his shoulder, and there's a hit from behind. Baptiste Augustin smacks Schutzman unceremoniously up the rear end. That might be a nose penalty for Augustin because that was a big hit, and it was more of a trip over. That wasn't a deliberate act, I don't think.
No, that looked like too late on the brakes. They're going to the braking zone down into turn 13 on the back straight there, and the stewards would definitely be having a look at that at the moment there. And it's very unfortunate as well for Paul Schurzman. Was not on the front row of the grid at all. He was floating around the top 5, and he had a fantastic opening lap to make his way up into second overall. But unfortunately, that drops him all the way down to 12th.
Oh, that is tragic. We get a little interview with Paul Schurzman in the JNKD awning for the Paddock Show tomorrow afternoon. You'll see that in tomorrow's lunchtime break. But that's devastating news for that, because we had a JNKD 1-2 there with Kraczykowicz controlling the pace at the front. We had Schurzman in second, who was defending from the XL of Baptiste Augustin. Francesco Lignoli has shown massive speed this weekend in the GGM. George Gibbons Motorsport is the kart there, number 133 in third. As they go through turn 3, these two now, what we'll see here, Chris, is I think we'll see Augustin and Lignoli working together to close that gap to Kraczykowicz, because that's, for this Minimax class, a 1.6 second gap is very, very uncharacteristic.
It certainly is as well. It's been a great opening stage here for the 183. I'm having a look at who's quickest of all so far as well. Charlie Page, who was on the second page of the timing screen, is already up into 4th position. He's the quickest man out there at the moment with a 59.181. The 171, the Brazilian William there behind the wheel. He's the quickest through the first sector as well with a 22.525. But Charlie Page as well, quickest through sector 2 on this lap, and is really picking up the pace here as well. He is 1.2 seconds back from Francesco at the moment, 0.3 of a second up the road from William. But it looks like he's really found some pace here come the halfway distance here in the Minimax Heat Race number 1. As we've got a fantastic battle brewing here between the 133, and I think that's Charlie Page that's tucked in behind him, is it? No, that's a second between them. That's actually the battle for second, Joe. Yeah, that is the battle for second. That's not really working for them. The XL and GGM driver, Baptiste Augustin and Francesco Lignoli, I thought we're going to gain ground by working together. They're not quite close enough to have that slipstream science come into play, and that's allowing Kraczykowicz to eke out an even bigger gap. It was 1.6 2 laps ago. It's now out to just under 1.8 seconds now. So Kraczykowicz is not just leading and controlling the lead, he's actually pulling away. But however, here comes Charlie Page. That's the driver there on the blue and white kart, the XL driver Charlie Page, who was in devastating form last weekend. He is gaining, and he's bringing, who's that coming with him? William Mazzali for JNKD is trying to hang on to Charlie Page. We'll keep an eye on that, because that 4th place kart there is definitely catching 3rd place. It was 0.9 of a second on the previous lap. Now it's down to 0.6 of a second between Page and Augustin, who is now dropped to 3rd as Francesco has snuck up through and has now taken 2nd away. So what was a 2-way battle for the 2nd step of the podium is now slowly turning into not a 3-way battle, but a 4-way scrap between the 133, the 134, the 114 and the 171. Ralph Martin sits in 6th position. Oliver Butchert sits in 7th at the moment. He started at the back of the field. It is already into, well, almost back to crack the top half dozen. Now, let's notice on our timing screen as well, Austin Gray and Ian Ishan may not have started this race, or one of them may have, because it said he's only a lap down at the moment. But unfortunately, Ian Ishan did not start this race, and hopefully we will see him back on track later on. Charlie Page goes once again quickest of all here around the Dubai Kart Drive. He's 0.4 of a second back from Baptiste Augustin, who is losing ground at the moment to Francesco. In that 133, race leader extends his lead by another 0.1 of a second. But now we're going to have a fantastic battle here for the 2nd step of the podium, Joe. This is all action, isn't it? Because next time by, they will see the last lap board. One more lap to go after this one's completed. They're just going through the chicane now at turn number 9, through the sweep of 11. Now, and onto that back straight, all important this corner 12, as the number 14 moves, the 114, I should say, of Charlie Page, ahead now of Baptiste Augustin. Let's have a look at the JNKD replay here. Textbook move as the number 134 moves across to take the optimum line. Charlie Page says, thank you very much. I'm going to go through that open door there. Last lap board now, Chris. He timed that to absolute perfection as well. He sensed an opportunity. Not many people will be brave enough to try it through turn 12, but Charlie thought there is a cart-sized gap or just about for me to sneak up through. Absolutely phenomenal move there. Puts him 3rd overall. And Baptiste is losing more ground here. Dropped down to 5th overall, dropping behind the 171. And you never guess who the next cart behind him is. Well, it's Oliver Butchard from the back of the field. He's all the way up into 6th position. He's a little further back than he'd like to be. He's 5/10 of a second, but from the pace that he's currently had, I think he will be able to latch onto the back there.
This Minimax class heat number 1 has been all about that young man there, Benjamin Krachakovic, in dominant form from the pole position, got away, left the field behind him, left the field squabbling, if you like, and has pulled out a gap of just under 1.7 as he crosses the line, takes the first checkered flag of the Dubai O Plate for 2026. Francesco Lignoli is in 2nd, and then 3rd, William Mazzali. The rest of the field streaming through now to complete their first heat. Oliver Butchard up to 6th from the lowly back of the field. Now, Austin Gray and Aaron Essan. Austin Gray went out on lap 3 and Essan went out on lap 1. Let's have a look at the result sheet. Krachakovic takes the win from Francesco Lignoli. William Mazzali 3rd. Baptiste Augustin ended up in 4th. Charlie Page 5th. Oliver Butchard, a fine drive through the field, to 6th. 7th was Ralph Martin with Mikhail Mitrikin in 8th. 9th was Kurt Ivanov. Paul Schutzman, unfortunately, down to 10th. Viko Payamaki was 11th. And then in 12th, Gleb Obyukov. With Austin Gray going out on 4 laps, 7 laps, we saw Aaron Essan finish his race.
I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
First heat for Senior Max, our first look at the Senior Max class here at the Dubai O Plate. A big thank you to our partners, JNKD, Jazz and Karachakovic Dubai. That's what JNKD starts for. A big thank you to the free water for the free water as well. But myself, Joe Bradley, and Chris Milbourne here to bring you all of the action, and we are into our first heat. Oh,
I'm here too.
Well, Nick's cutting the pictures and telling us off for various things.
I've had to point at you a lot so far.
You've pointed at me more than you've pointed at me all season.
There's a lot of pointing.
There is a lot of pointing, yes. There's
been less pointing when they've been repairing a chimney.
Yeah, it's a very old one at that.
Yes. I'll show you how excited my wife was when we got our chimneys repointed. I just feel that so far you guys have been so professional talking about karting. I need to take us off track.
Yeah, we are going to talk. Well, we've got a little bit of time until the Senior Max class appears, and we can have a look at the grid. So, yes, have you recently had? Has your wife's chimney recently been
pointed? Repaired. Yeah, we had to. But one of them was at what I thought was a jaunty angle. In fact, it was a dangerous angle.
So I'm going to sit here and turn my microphone on. That might be beneficial as well.
You don't know what a chimney is here in the UAE?
Yes, that was my exact question, because we don't have chimneys here because we don't need them. We need ACs.
All right.
What's a chimney? Can you explain to me?
Yes, basically what it does is when you're cold, you get some internal heat in the house by burning something.
Right.
Maybe a cat, maybe in a copy of the Daily Mail, who knows? And then the excess element of
coal and logs.
Coal and coke and logs.
Historically.
Really. Yeah, I think everyone knows this.
He doesn't. He's been here for 30 years.
We don't have. I don't think I've ever seen a house with a chimney here, to be honest.
We've got an official coming in.
Here it goes.
Here he goes.
Official news.
So Ken Potter here, who's our clerk of the course. Hang on, Ken. You've got a microphone. All right. Okay. Slight delay. Right. Right. I mentioned, Ken, that I was party to a conversation about how the grids were being formed from the senior groups. Are you able to shed any light on what the format is and how you're taking? Because we talked yesterday, didn't we, about how the track evolves here. Will you go on the mic and tell us? Go on. So Ken Potter, our clerk of the course. So Ken.
Yeah, the track evolves the more laps that are done on it.
Quickly, doesn't it? It's
very
quick.
Very quickly. And it wouldn't be surprising that if all the drivers in session 2 were faster than the drivers in session 1. So to make it fair, we take the fastest driver overall, and he goes into Group A. And then the fastest driver from the next group would go into Group B and get the pole, and then it works like that. The next fastest from one group, the next fastest from the other group, and overall, in sport, in fairness, it seems to work very, very well.
Yeah, that does sound a very, very fair process. So basically, we are from those 2 qualifying sessions, we are then formatting them into the groups A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, so we go into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. And it's the fairest way that we can do it.
Excellent stuff. Ken, you give Ken the mic back. Ken, you've got a lot of experience in karting. The UAE series and certainly the Dubai O-Plate has been a big part of the start of the season going forward. You've been. This is not your first O-Plate here in Dubai, is it?
No, my first O-Plate was in 2022, and then from there I started to work with the UAE Rotax Max Series, and to be fair, we've seen it grow and grow, not just in numbers, but in the competitiveness between the drivers. And I think that reflected with the team that the UAE took to the Grand Finals in Bahrain and finished on the podium as, I think it was 3rd overall out of 60 nations, so definitely the UAE at the moment is the place to be for competitive karting.
I tell you what, Ken, keep all of that mic. You try to give it away. He hates this bit. He's never done this, so I've got him. There's a lot of drivers here in all of the classes that wouldn't be out of place on any British Championship grid in the UK, would they? They'd be very competitive over there.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And that's what I was saying when he went out to Bahrain for the Grand Finals. The drivers were very, very competitive. Like always, some of them had a bit of bad luck, but the UAE drivers now, as you say, would be competitive anywhere in the world.
Before you go, track limits. We're monitoring track limits. What are the areas of this Dubai Kartdrome that are you mainly focusing on regarding track limits?
Well, certainly for qualifying, the main focus was as you go onto the bridge at post 3, and then when you come out from under the bridge at post 7 for the left-hander, and then as you go at turn 12, as you go onto the back straight, and then on the final corner. Qualifying fairly strict, and people lost laps. In the racing, we've told the drivers we will be a bit more lenient, a bit more sensible, and what we're looking for in the racing is where we can see that someone's gained an advantage by going off the track.
Thank you, Ken. I'll leave you to get back to work. And as you heard there, that was very well explained and certainly shed light for us as to how we are formatting the senior max groups going forward, A, B, C, and D. And it's interesting how those the 2 groups from qualifying will now be split into 4. And that's not work of a moment, and that's why we've got this bit of delay to allow Nick to talk about his chimney pointing.
Well, no, I think we've covered chimneys, because now that everyone, and Chris, even Chris understands what a chimney is. So what's happened is that Joe decided to take his natural break slightly earlier.
So yes, thank you for explaining to me what a chimney is. I know it's a bizarre concept because obviously in Europe and around the world it's very common to have chimneys in your house. I mean, I guess the closest thing we would have had here was a wind tower, but this is a very old way of air conditioning. What we do is you'd put wet sheets basically up in your tower in your house, and that's basically how we had AC here. I'm not saying this is not back in my time. We still had AC back here in the early 90s, but I guess that's the closest we would have to a chimney.
Have you ever lived in Europe then?
Possibly for about maybe 2 years or so. That's about it.
And so when you lived in Europe those 2 years, did you de-acclimatise yourself to UAE and come back and go, wow, it's really hot, or did you just sit around shivering for 2 years?
I sat around shivering for 2 years because I even remember going back a few years ago and I thought, this place is incredibly cold. I was running around in snowboarding pants because those are the warmest things I could find. Because when you grow up in 40+ degree heat, you're not used to the cold when you go outside and it's constantly cold.
Well, it looks like we have Amara Salam says it's a chimney podcast. Absolutely, we'll be going for. But we now do have the grid for the first one of the races today in Senior Practice. And I'll pass this over to Chris to talk you through it.
So let's have a look at how they will line up here for the Max Heat race here. This is A versus B. The 369 will start on the front row of the grid with Lebanon's very own Omar Ghannoum alongside for company in the 301. Colin Clancy will line up alongside Sanad Al-Hamawi for Monoscape, and then Kai Hunter for KAA will line up alongside the 351. And then we have from Bahrain is Tamim Hasabi alongside Jules Demont in the 337. In the 320 from Spain, Elio Gonzalez with Oscar Lambert alongside for company with Luca Houghton, and Matthew James Higgins will share the 6th row of the grid. Nathan Pope and Joseph Tassar, another one of our Lebanese drivers here, will start on the 7th row of the grid with Aman Gugaraja. Alongside for company is Freddie Lloyd on in the 15th and 16th position. And then just the timing screen's a little bit too quick for me. I've got to speed up here, haven't I? Because I think we had Antonius Haddad and Enzo Teslak alongside one another with Elliot Surtees and Tino Sidler for Mumbai Falcons in the 302 and 311. Then Philip Danu from Romania with Adam Albasani alongside for company, the first of the Egyptians that we have here in the field with Hugo Byrne. And then Abdul Al-Khatir, another one of our drivers here from the region. Harrison Crook from the United Kingdom with Asad Bassam in from Bahrain alongside for company. And Stefano Pedani and Andrew Obaid will be at the tail end of the field for 28 karts that will start this Max Heat race. It is A versus B, but that doesn't mean that everyone is a split field of these ones are from A and these ones are from B and they're fighting alongside each other. No, they're all vying for one place, and one place in particular. The top step of the podium come the end of 9 laps here around the Dubai Kartdrome. 1.2 kilometres in length, 17 corners with a clockwise direction, Nick.
Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you would notice some of the people who are quite high up in qualifying are not quite high up anymore in the grid, including Matthew James Higgins, Matt Higgins, who has obviously picked up some penalties or some track limit issues. So there's been a shuffle around. Higgins is like 12th.
Wow. So Higgins had his the fastest time, which was deemed to be that's going to be track limits because it's a deleted time. So that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Matthew Higgins, current British champion for 2025. Conor Clancy in 3rd as well. Kai Hunter just behind them on the 3rd row of the grid. So this is going to be a cracker, I think.
It certainly will be as well, and I think that's the joys of having split qualifying sessions when you have so many karters in one category for the Max here. It really shuffles the order up as well, and as you said, penalties to be applied perhaps that have dropped some drivers down the order as well. But it really throws a spanner into the works because some of them have raced or qualified against some drivers, but they haven't had a chance to go against the others, and now they're kind of entwined here, making for a unique challenge.
I think the data on everybody on that grid has acquired, Chris, over the course of the last couple of seasons. I think everybody knows everybody. By the way, Omar Ghannoum confirmed he is with Origin Motorsports this weekend. That's been amended. So Omar, I thought that was the livery on his card. And Omar, remember that stay with us across the lunch break because our paddock show is part of the paddock show, I should say, is Omar telling us and giving us a little bit of tuition as to how to get round the track here at the Dubai Kartdrome. So that's a very interesting one. But yes, I think over the course of the UAE RMC season, last year's Dubai O Plate, these drivers have gotten to know each other. Some of these drivers have been racing since juniors together. So, and when you raced, Chris, and you've done a lot of endurance racing, and the thing about endurance karting is, with a 9-lap sprint, you haven't got time to get to know the driver in front. You've got to just try and get by. When you're endurance karting, you can take a lot longer in that process and get to know a little bit more intimately the people around you you're racing with, and you tend to just settle into the race and circulate together. You don't. It's not, with sprint racing, you've got to get past. You've got to get past. You've got to get past. Not so much with endurance. So that idea of learning and getting to grips with the personalities that are around you is exactly what you meant, isn't it?
You got time to adjust. You got time to learn. You got time to figure things out and settle into a groove. Because usually when you do endurance, you do an hour or a 2-hour stint, depending on the regulations. But most people do about 60 minutes. So yes, you have more time to adapt and figure out everything that's going around you. Whereas a sprint race, you have to get things pretty much moving right as the green flag waves. You don't have time to think about, okay, I've got another lap, I can do this. No, you have to do it as soon as that green flag waves and those lights are out, because you don't know what's going to happen in front of you. You have a very short window of opportunity here. And I do want to go back to something real quick here. Tamim Hisaba is not Bahraini, it's Qatari, sorry. So I do apologize for that. I think I might need to get my eyes checked. Maybe it's because I never grew up with a chimney, so I can't tell the color of bricks differently. That brown and the purple throws me off.
There's a lot we can talk about bricks and bricks.
Well, there was the Brick Lane World Championships yesterday.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Some guy
British lad
162 bricks in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You can imagine the quality. About the same as a Barrett home.
I think they're judged on quality as well. So
speed bricking.
You can't just throw them together. There is an element of quality and straightness, and whether it's perpendicular.
I think that's another thing we don't have as well. I don't think I've ever seen bricks here, like the traditional brick colour.
Well, can you imagine the heat inside a house built with the style of bricks that you have in the UK?
This is interesting, because this means that all the young kids are never going to understand the story of the Three Little Pigs, are they? Because they know about, a house of straw. Well, I can imagine that. They've seen straw, a house of twigs. Yeah, they've never seen bricks.
Well, they have.
Whether the house is stronger.
Well, they have different style bricks.
So would it be a house of breeze blocks?
It's breeze blocks.
I'll huff and I'll puff, and I'll blow down your house of breeze blocks, and more importantly,
bricks
improve
with
the air
holes.
conditioning.
Bricks with holes to dissipate the heat. There's no such thing as cavity wall insulation here. If you're a cavity wall insulator, this is not the place for business.
I've decided to have an insulation business. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I can't imagine the one with straw in his house having AC, because I think the straw house would just blow away, wouldn't it? So he doesn't got AC. He can't have a fan either. So he'll have to have a little hole in the ceiling.
You're envisioning a very poorly made house.
Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, it does fall to the breathability of a wolf, so you probably got a good point about that.
Fair enough. But, I mean, coming back to it, I think if the story was obviously still taught to this day, I think it'd have to be about 15 seconds long nowadays.
So, can I just say, joining us on the stream chat is, you know how the YouTube chat puts your name in just one long word?
Yeah.
Amiral Saman, I don't know where the first name ends and the second name begins. So Amiral Saman, I could listen to those two for the whole day.
I think that's you.
Talking about chimneys.
Yeah, it's not me.
I'm not. I'm sure Amiral, if that's your first name, please tell us. Are you talking about Nick's description of chimneys?
No, I think you were talking about you two, and then I added chimneys later. I think it's just an extra bonus for Amiral there.
We've got Amani Kanua's fan club joining us.
Oh, Amani Kanua's fan club need to know that on tomorrow's lunchtime show we have a chat with Amani.
Yes, he's going to be. He's on the lunchtime show. So Josfat Kanua. Let's go 317. That's Armani. Amiral Saman, it is the Chimney Podcast, because he says Chimney Podcast further down. Sami Warati, let's do this Armani, another one of the Armani Kanua fan club. Armani, let's do this was Matthias B. Elonga. And
there's a countdown now.
Hilda Kundo Armani time. Happy Hat says 315. Who's 315?
So
I get the impression that there's more shuffling on that grid going on.
And,
Yes, maybe Ken's back. Give him the mic. You what, Ken? Yes, give him the mic.
No, listen.
All right, okay. This is not good for television, though, Ken. Nobody can hear you.
That's good.
All right.
So we've still got a delay on the grid.
We've still got a delay. Sorting the grid.
Also, I've had a request from somebody. Are you aware that on the Bambinos there are 2 different categories?
Yes, but we've got no indication on our timing who is on a Coma and who is on an Iami.
Yeah. Maybe somebody could give you that.
That would be good.
Because that would help with you. So maybe you could ask.
Actually, I've got it here. Just found it.
Okay.
You made me think there.
One of the parents.
Yes, because there's 2 classes, isn't there?
Yeah, one of the parents just said to me, "Did you realise?" I said, "I've got no idea."
Yeah, we were told, but we've gone into, we'll have more detail on that next time.
Okay.
Thank them for that, would you, Ken?
So the other half of that conversation, which you may not have heard, was talking about the Bambinos, the time trial we saw earlier. There are actually 2 different classes of Bambinos.
Yeah, 2 engine classes.
The Iami and the Coma, and the Armies is significantly quicker.
Yes,
So
the
you may have
Armies
seen
are.
A couple of the Bambinos looking quite slow. That's because they've got a slower engine.
Well, we've got
Talking about people who are surprisingly slow.
we've
Joe.
got 3 competitors on the Coma engine in Bambinos. That's Aaron Belsky, Abdul Karim Dondalinga, and Vito Griderich. They are on the Coma. The rest of the field are on Iamis, which we'll be able to go into more detail with. The next of the Bambino time trials coming up at 11:44. However, that's going to be pushed back because we are sorting out the grid for the Senior Max category, aren't we?
Yes.
So, Hilda Kundu, we are on at lunchtime, thanks Chimney Podcast. We've become a Chimney Podcast now.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and Amaral Saman says he was talking about Nick's chimney, and he's a big fan of yours, Nick.
Someone has to be.
Yes.
Anyway, I was trying to lead into a conversation about the most important event of the week there, Joe.
Yes, so Senior Max coming next,
No, it wasn't
Nick.
that at all. No. It's more about, the battle between you and I for karting
Nobody
dominance.
wants to hear that, Nick.
I think everyone wants to hear.
Nobody wants
Everyone
to hear
wants to
that.
hear about
self-indulgent.
how. Yes, exactly.
Trollop.
Well, that's the advantage of having the microphone. You can be self-indulgent.
I suppose.
we can't mute him, can we, as well? Because
Nobody
he's got his
cares.
own box over
Nobody-
there, hasn't
nobody
he?
cares.
Just sweet le producer.
Nobody cares, Nick. Nobody cares.
Oddly.
Is this the session
only
you guys had during the week?
There's
then?
only you who cares, Nick.
So you've been lying awake twice, not caring.
Well, do you want to talk? Right, take us through the whole story. Then start from the beginning when we went out on David Bright's carts here in the.
Because I saw the post on social media and I thought, oh, they're having a blast out there while I'm sat in the office.
Yeah,
No,
we were.
So I want to hear all about it.
We were. We had a great.
basically, we went out on
And big thanks to David for letting us to
Wednesday
get.
night. Yeah, Wednesday night. Went out.
Can I just say, Nick, before you go, big thank
so
you to Mr.
basically
Bright.
He said, tell me to tell the story, then you immediately interrupt me.
I know that. I just want to say that by allowing us to see the track from a completely
absolutely.
different perspective than sat here watching it on TV screen,
It does
it
give you a
brings
much better
brings it home. You know, always driving a track is a better idea. Carry on.
Anyway, so we went out on the carts on Wednesday, and unfortunately my car had a bit of a handling issue. Not surprisingly caused by the nut behind the wheel, actually, this time. And Joe ended up 5 seconds faster than me. Now,
Which is standard,
no,
by
it's
the way.
not. We've
Well,
raced
5 seconds is not standard.
We've raced all around the world, and normally, whenever we go to real tracks like Kota, and we've been to Misano, and we've been to Portimao, and we just go to the kart tracks for any rental stuff. And in fairness to Joe, he's normally 3/4 of a second to a second faster than me because he's experienced and better, basically. So 5 seconds was a bit of a problem. It was a kart issue. So David said, look, we want to make it completely even. So what we'll do is we'll put you both out in the 2-seater. So Joe drove me around for a session, and I drove Joe around for a session. We did feel very sorry for the cart with 200 kilograms of people inside it, but off we went. So Joe drove around, and you know, and I thought sitting in the passenger seat, he drove particularly well, and then I drove round, and Joe thought I drove particularly poorly, but I was 2.6 seconds faster. Not 0.6, 2.6 seconds faster.
So
I am the best.
So Mr. Bright won't like me saying this, but the quickest way around is to hit every single curb, to drive off the track on the inside of curbs as often as you can, and just stifle momentum wherever you can is 2.6 seconds quicker around the Dubai Kartdrome on the twin engine, on the twin seater car.
You need more curb, and I sat there going, I genuinely know.
I have lain awake at nights the last couple of nights wondering how on earth he could get 2.6 seconds quicker.
When we thought my time, we got out, and Joe says, "Well, I can make you go quicker straight away." And you go here, and I said, "Yeah, you're probably right." And then went, "Oh,
perhaps I can't. Perhaps I need to take a leaf out of Nick's book."
But Joe, I was sitting there as a passionate seat with Joe. I mean, apart from the time we got crashed by somebody else, which wasn't anyone's fault apart from the other person. Kart 43, by the way.
Whoever that was.
I thought, Jeff's doing really well. It's really smooth. It's all the lines are being hit.
Momentum.
Yeah, momentum. A bit of bogging down in turn 2.
Yeah,
apart from that,
cost me 2.6 seconds. That.
And then I got out there, and I thought, I'm sure I've done every single part of the circuit right once. I don't think I do it right once on the same lap. So, but what can you do? It's just this. And obviously, because this is the first time in, 12 years that I've actually beaten you over a course. I think I once out-qualified you, didn't I? Once out-qualified you, then lost massively in the race itself.
Yes.
But, so, it's just an amazing moment, really.
It's an amazing moment for Nick. I hope everybody's listening. It's absolutely bore-fest for everyone else, Nick.
Well, no, it's bore-fest for you. But, this is almost as exciting for me as the new chimneys were for my wife.
Can I say a big hello to Naomi Warati?
Go on.
Hopefully I've said the...
a big hello is hello!
Hello! All the best, my grandson, who is, of course, Armani Kinnear. Hello to Armani Kinnear's grandma, Naomi, who is watching. Armani due out very shortly, I think, isn't he?
Is he in this one? I think he's the next one, isn't he?
Not sure. We'll check.
But they're obviously having... I think this sorting out is obviously involving some sort of conversations by people about whether or not they should have had their laps docked.
Well, I think that's not really open to debate. If you are judged to have had your laps deleted because of track limits, that's a pretty straight... Yeah, you can't, there's no point of appeal. It's like a nose cone. You can't appeal that. I think this is sorting the grid from the 2 timing sessions, sorting those 2 groups from odd numbers and even numbers into 4 groups so that we can put them under race conditions.
So I've decided to also pull up the stream as well so I can answer some questions. And I've just noticed that if I want to be a part of the conversation, I have to subscribe. So for those of you who are watching at home, make sure you're subscribed to the Karting Live TV channel so you can join the conversation as well. I'm not going to do it now because I'm part of the team here. So I'm not going to give you 7.43. Maybe after the session. You know what? No, Nick. Just so you see it in live in action, I press the subscribe button and I'm still not allowed to comment.
1 minute.
I have to wait. Oh, okay.
Genuinely, this is all designed to prevent the bots taking over.
Makes sense.
We've got people asking ETA at the start of the race. I'm sorry, we can't give you a definitive answer on that one. So let's have a look at some of our partners.
when I told her. Oh,
Nice one. Evelyn Aguirre, good luck to GGM team. Liam, Francisco go for the win.
We are in a hold at the moment due to requirement to sort out quite the complex gridding for the 4 sections of the Senior Max grid. There's an A, B, C and D group, and they're just sorting out the A and the B groups now into a gridding situation.
Yes, that is right. Armani Canua is number 317, and
should we go through the grid for this one again? Just so I'll go quickly so we remind ourselves who should be taking part in this one.
Well, hopefully the grid will look like this when they appear. It was Alessandro Bigi who put the kart on the pole position. Omar Ganoum is with Origin Motorsports this weekend, and he will share the front row of the grid. Conor Clancy, the man to beat, it seems, in this Senior Max class, just moved up from juniors into seniors. He starts alongside Sanad Al-Hamawi on row 2. We've got former British champion Kai Hunter, former UKC champion Kai Hunter on row 3 with Nathan Kappen alongside. Row 4 is Tamim Hasiba with Jules Dumont alongside. Elwa Gonzalez on row 5 with Oscar Lambert from Mumbai Falcons alongside. Luca Horton with Victorious Motorsport alongside current British champion Matthew Higgins. He's on the 12th spot on row 6. Row 7 is Nathan Pope and George Nasser, current UAE RMC Championship leader in this class. Neman Kareja and Freddie Lloyd share row 8. Row 9 is Antonius Haddad, who we get a great interview with Antonius. You'll see that in the paddock show tomorrow. Antonius Haddad is on row 9 with Enzo Tesluk. Row 10, we have Elliot Surtees, another of the Origin Motorsport drivers, with Tino Sidler from Mumbai Falcons alongside. Row 11 is Philip Dinu and Adam Albassaioni. Hugo Brunn shares row 12 with Abdullah Al-Khater. And then on row 13, Harrison Crook and Musad Al-Bassam, Stefano Padani and Andrew Obaid. Now, Harrison Crook on the number 378. He's here with Mumbai Falcons by win of a competition. He entered a competition. It was a raffle draw, and he won a full drive here at the Dubai Open. His dad entered it.
His dad entered the competition.
His dad entered it. Now, Harrison Crook, if you are a Karting Live TV viewer,
and if not, why haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. Harrison was a front-running vice champion in the NKC a couple of years ago. He then moved on to the UKC, where he's been a front-runner in the heavier category of Rotax seniors that we have in the UK, which run to a minimum weight of 177 kilograms. It's called the Senior 177 class. Now, Harrison is a very tall lad. He's 6'3", and he's a very broad lad. He's not skinny. But he's got his weight down to just over, he's coming in at 164 kilograms. His minimum weight for this class is 162. He's been on a fitness regime, not necessarily for the Dubai Open, for his 2026 season. But it's great to have him here. However, it kind of showcases, doesn't matter how good you are, and Harrison's a good driver, quick driver. He races for, I forgot the team. He's raced on a Venator engine across in the UK, and my mind's gone. Harrison is quick, but it just shows how much of the science of physics comes into it in motorsport, and weight is a massive, massive factor, and even more so on a kart than it is on, say,
well, he has a double disadvantage, of course, compared to super light drivers. Not just the fact that he's carrying 3 kilograms more of base weight, but his higher centre of gravity is much higher. His
centre of gravity is much higher, and he's in the airflow much more. The frontal mass of his shoulders, for instance, he's got to basically contort himself to get behind that front fairing, the NASA panel, and he's not going to get fully behind it, is he?
Well, it depends which front fairing they have. Those NASA panels now are works of art.
Oh,
aren't they?
Works of art. Works of art.
I think some people just guessed, to be honest.
I don't know. Well, we did a little tech piece, didn't we, with my good friend Naz Tremorian, who is a qualified aerodynamicist.
Working for the greatest car company in the world.
Working for, when he left university and went to work for them as an aerodynamicist, he works for Land Rover, Jaguar Land Rover. I said,
It's
so
the art
clean
of making
sheet
the bluff aerodynamic.
clean sheet of paper of getting a brick to get through the air quicker then, is it? So Naz took us through the vagaries of the various designs of NASA panel, and they do make a difference.
Most famous standalone, most favourite standalone video.
Is it really?
On Karting Live TV.
Right.
Available
check
on
out for
YouTube.
that.
All great.
Yeah. What's it called? How do we find it on YouTube?
Just go to Karting Live TV and put in it's the aerodynamics one. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called Karting.
I thought you were going to be really, really efficient there and go, oh, well, you can find it at Karting Live TV.
Well, you can find it at Karting Live TV.
Yes.
On
but
YouTube.
There's a lot of Karting Live TV on YouTube.
Yeah, but actually it's not. If you actually go for the bits that aren't live, there's not that much.
All right.
Apart from Joe Bradley's Race of the Month, which we're now 2 months behind on.
Are we really?
Yeah.
Well, that's down to you. That's because we've been swanning it over here. That's why. We've been swanning it in the sunshine of the UAE.
There's only so many things we're supposed to do on the channel, and we've forgotten one of them. So there's about 3 things. We've forgotten 33% of the things we're supposed to be doing.
Well, we had a pool to use.
That was true,
It was
yeah.
a bit chilly, though, Chris.
I was running around the running track as well.
You did go around the running track.
Yeah, it's a little bit too cold down to go swimming at the moment.
Well, it's not so bad. It's kind of you lie on the sunbed and it's scorchio and you get all sweaty and then you jump in the pool.
You're losing the European audience now.
Oh, we are. Sorry, everybody back in Europe. You jump in the pool. But the moment you get out of the pool, it's blooming freezing.
How do you? Well, yeah, I was going to say, how can you get the sweat on at 20 degrees centigrade?
Just by lying in and baking in it, mate. It's definitely I was sweaty the other day.
Remember is, one thing I'm really interested in, this is genuinely interested, that you are, completely European in outlook and pallor and everything else, but I'm really interested in how you've completely acclimatised to the weather, because to the point where you are chilly at 15 degrees.
Your blood thins. I mean, Nick, we've been out here now.
If you think about the people who live in the countries, they've completely adapted. They've changed skin colour, they've changed the look of the body shape and everything else. And I kind of thought, well, you come with a European, you're never going to be able to do it because you aren't meant to be here. You're meant to be in Northern Europe. But,
No. Your blood. I remember I was at school with a kid who came from Australia, and he was used to hotter weather, and he was unable to cope with the cold of the English winter. And our PE teacher, Mr. Branthwaite, God rest his soul, explained to us why he couldn't cope with the cold.
Was he a typical 1970s PE teacher? I.e., he was a sadist. He smoked all the time and also taught geography.
Didn't smoke. He was a boxer, so we did a lot of boxing training. And he had us running up and down the pit slag heaps.
Yeah, sadistical.
Yes. No, just put iron in your blood, is what he used to say. But he explained how your body acclimatised. Now, we've been here for nigh on 3 weeks, and already I'm needing a big coat on an evening, Chris. I'm needing to put a jumper on of an evening after when the sun goes down. I need to pull out my woolly jumper because I stay in my shorts though.
You're very much more shorty than I am. So
I'm shorter than you. Yeah.
So in the UK, like an averagely poor summer day, so it's like 18 or 19 degrees. You're straight in the shorts, aren't you? Where
Absolutely.
I'm not going there.
No.
I mean,
I've got better legs than you.
When we were over the road doing the Dubai 24 hour, which of course Chris has done with us as well for Radio Mon and the team, it is that difficult point, isn't it? Where in the middle of the day, it's shorts weather. We were doing the night shift. It's long trousers, 3 layers.
Yeah, it is.
I
would still wear shorts during the night though.
Really?
Yeah.
I found it baffling how you can do that. I couldn't do it at all. I mean, this time of year for us, it is cold. Like you said, it's 20 degrees centigrade. I've just gone outside for a little walk here to see if I can find out what's happening, and I still find it cold outside. My feet are still freezing. Just a small update. So there are penalties that were dished out during qualifying, and that is the delay that we have here. Because
Nick was right.
Yeah, some of the drivers are obviously not happy about that, so they are currently in discussion with, we want our original starting positions back.
Is it a full and frank discussion?
Well, I had a very brief chat with David Bright about it just to ask him what's going on, because he's also in discussion with a few members of
hang on.
Officials here.
Coming through the door is Matt Norman, our steward. Are you the steward this weekend as well? Yes, you are. Matt, do you need the microphone, Matt? Because this doesn't work on television, you see. You're talking to me. Everything goes silent for everybody at home. So if you're going to tell me something that you...
We're about to start.
We're about to start.
Just forming the grid now, and it's about to start.
Is everyone happy? Oh, he's gone. He's gone already. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He left before he had a chance to answer. I'm sure they are. I'm sure everyone's happy. We're about to start, everybody out there.
When is it ever a case where everyone on a karting grid's happy?
No, and that's what the delay has been for, right? So they've had to sort of talk to everyone and just look, we need to get this underway because now we have, I think, a 40-minute delay already.
How long was this delay?
We were supposed to be at 20 past 10.
Oh, wow.
We're about to see the carts come out. Before we do that, Amaral Saman, I should say, has just ordered his bell helmet from Europe because they've gone out of stock in Dubai. But as long as he can, you are going to get your bell helmet. I think that was generated from one of our ads from our supporter, Bell Helmets. We're about to go racing, as we heard from Matt Norman, one of our stewards here. We're also joined by Malcolm Fell, who's the other steward in making all those decisions. Malcolm, of course, a figurehead in British karting and the head of the Cumbria Kart Club management of the Rowra track in Cumbria.
A different set of weather statistics than you get in Cumbria Kart Club in the quarry, which has its own microclimate.
Malcolm's daughter lives out here, so Malcolm comes out here and winters out here. And this, you would love Rowra, Chris. Rowra in July. It's on the edge of the Lake District, so it's on high ground. And Rowra is a track that is in a quarry.
It's brilliant.
I've been racing there since the 80s, one of the best tracks. It really has another track with a unique character. It's in the quarry, and you've got undulation, but the weather can be changeable.
You can sit there and you can look in one direction, it's beautifully sunny. You look in another direction, it's iffy. You look behind yourself, it looks like it's about to dissolve you with water.
It has hailstoned in July. Yes.
What I would like to point out, though, is
Your feet
what we've managed to do brilliantly as two British people abroad is make the last 20 minutes about the weather.
And Chris's feet.
Well, I know that Chris now is completely assimilated into the UAE lifestyle where it's hot or hot. So he's now not bothered about talking about weather really very much. He just needs to work out where he needs his special jumper. But we've managed to give 20 minutes about temperature, and I'm sure there's another delay. We can get more weather talk out of it.
It's nice to hear about those because we have winter and we have summer here. We don't really have spring and autumn. So it's either hot or it's cold. And most of the time here it is quite hot. But we do enjoy the sun here, and it's obviously around April time it does start to get a bit warmer.
There is an ancient chronicle from medieval times that was written by a traveller who was, I think, Italian or Roman. And they described the England and Great Britain, whatever it was called back then, as the land of perpetual winter, which effectively it is. I mean, even our summers are the same as what we have today, 20 degrees. Well, 20 degrees is a cracking day in summer.
Yeah, but the reason being, of course, if you are in the UK, we have an island climate, so it never gets very hot and never gets very cold.
We're an island we are the condensation on the window of Europe.
That's right. But if you go deep into Europe, they have the continental climate, so it's much warmer in summer and way colder in winter.
Yeah, that's right.
You think about all those snowstorms you see, but they're much further south. But they have just got land. They haven't got lots of slurping sea warming everything up.
Yes,
and cooling everything down.
That's very true. Yes.
Is that all the weather we can do? We've got more weather to come.
We can have an update at 12 o'clock, right, for the update of the weather system here as well.
Good idea.
So we're moments away from having the grid.
That's a big statement.
Up,
that's a big statement there.
Moments is a long term, isn't it? I've not given exact time.
Didn't say how many moments, did he?
He said we're moments away, and I'm going, whoa.
I wouldn't say the word few. Many moments away. Many moons until we start the next session here.
Yes. We don't need to have a look at the grid, Nick. No. We're not going to do that.
Well, I'm not even sure it's
We've had two looks at the grid. We'll wait until the carts appear on track, and we'll get an idea of who's leading them out. At the moment, it should be Alessandro Bigi with Omar Ganoum alongside. Connor Clancy and Sanad Al-Hamawi are forming up on row 2 with Kai Hunter and Nathan Kaplan on row 3.
We think.
That's what we're scheduled to see. There is a lot of deliberation going on out there. We'll leave that to the likes of Matt Norman, Malcolm Fell and Ken Potter. And, of course, Paul Heath is also a part of the team of officials here at the Dubai Kartdrome. We are in the midst of the Dubai O-Plate for 2026. It's the first round of heats, and we are about to go ahead with groups A and B from our senior max.
The moments have happened.
There you go. Here we go.
The good news for everyone else, I'm turning the mic off.
So it was a few moments then. We were almost right
you
there
were right,
as well.
Chris.
So Max Heat, the first heat race, is about to get underway. We will have a rather large number of karts that will take to the track. They've been split into 2 sessions here, and once our live timing screen has updated, we can tell you how many we do. I think it's 28 have popped up on our screen on the right-hand side from what we can see here at the moment as well. And, well, it's been a while, hasn't it?
We've got a change as well. Alessandro Bigi, he stays on the pole, but alongside him is a completely different grid run order. It's Matthew Higgins alongside. Connor Clancy is on the second row with Ryan Darmadasa. Kai Hunter shares row 3 with Zain El Homasani, with Tamim Hasiba and Faisal Nashko next. Elwa Gonzalez and Patrick Cannon are next. Luca Horton and then Enzo Tesluk. Nathan Pope with Hamza Al-Fayez. Naaman Kareja and Sanad Al-Hamawi. Antonio Zadad and Lewis Hartman. Elliot Surtees shares with Abdullah Al-Qaeda. Philip Dinu shares with Miles Roby, with Hugo Brunn, Krishe Gut, Harrison Crook, Kine Kreinbull, Stefano Padani and Parsa Tamasvand. Here we go then. It is BG for Matthias Negem Motorsport. Will lead into turn 1. Slotting in behind him though is Connor Clancy, and around the outside for XL has gone Matthew Higgins into turn 3. Who's out onto the bridge?
It's a very impressive first couple of corners as well to keep it that clean with over 25 cards through those first sequence of corners as well. It's a great start from the 396. And as Joe pointed out, who is it that tucks in behind him at the moment? The car that we can't just quite see there.
Connor Clancy.
It is Connor Clancy who's got the jump on the 375. And we did see a bit of a gap there between the 2 lines that came across the line as well. It seemed to be Matthew Higgins just dropped back ever so slightly as well.
It's the 375 of Matthew Higgins, who is absolutely clawing all over the rear bumper of Connor Clancy. Connor Clancy has been the class of the field. He moved up from juniors a couple of rounds of the UAE RMC, and we've got a change, have we? Is that Matthew Higgins across the line? It is indeed. So Matthew Higgins ahead of Connor Clancy and off after Bigi.
Ryan drops down to 5th position. I also noticed when we're running through the order as well, there are some different names that were on the original running order as well. Zain Al-Hamasani was not on our provisional qualifying grid there, and that's somebody on the inside.
That's Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter dives down the inside, uses the tin opener. Let's have a look at the JNKD replay. Kai Hunter finding the pace at last here in the UAE, and caught down the inside of Connor Clancy he goes, and into 3rd place, off after his old nemesis, Matthew Higgins. No strangers to one another in the UK karting scene, these two, both with the Dan Holland team as well over there.
A fantastic move there through turn 5 as well. A very tough place to pass as well. You have to time it to absolute perfection as well. So great move there to move Kai Hunter up into 3rd overall. Or that put him 2nd actually, because if that means he's moved past Matthew Higgins, it would put him 2nd. No, it wouldn't. He'd lead to 3rd. It was Connor Clancy that he got past, wasn't it? 55.242 is the quickest lap so far that we have here. Matthew Higgins is the fastest man out there through sector 1 and sector 2, but through sector 3, it was a 3:21 in 5th position overall, and it looks like this battle for 2nd, Kai Hunter may have got through, sorry, for 3rd, thank you, Nick, there, between Kai Hunter and Connor Clancy. Oh, we thought it might have been over. It is far from over.
Yeah, we're on lap 3 here, and behind this battle between Hunter and Clancy, Hunter already beginning to defend. It looks like Clancy down the inside at turn 12 and out onto the back straight. Hunter's going to have to come back at him. Looks over his shoulder. The JNKD replay will show this again. And Clancy repairs the favour and sides down the inside. Hunter has to compromise and go wide. But the battle is certainly on for 3rd. And behind these 4 drivers of BG, Higgins, Clancy and Hunter, you've got Rayan Darmadasa, Zain Al-Hamasani, Elwa Gonzalez, Tamim Hasiba, Luca Horton, and rounding off the top 10 is Hamza Al-Fayez.
And this battle now that's brewing, it will continue on here for 3rd. is now no longer a two-way scrap. There are a lot more karts that are tucked in behind them, including the quickest man out there, the 321, a 54.451 around last time, quickest through Sector 1 as well, is latching onto the back at the moment of this battle for second position. This is actually the battle for the lead now with the 396 and the 375. So Connor Clancy has been dropped from the back bumper of Matthew Higgins, and he's been released and is now fighting for the lead.
Still plenty of time. We're heading towards the half distance. It's 4 laps completed. Halfway around this lap, as they're down the inside and into the lead, has gone Matthew Higgins. Higgins for XL into the lead at turn 1. Behind them, let's have another look. The JNKD replay into turn 1, and that's a textbook move. Flat out that corner, you know, Chris.
It certainly is, and that's very brave as well. There's a lot of speed carried through that first corner, and we now have a new race leader. Matthew Higgins now leads here in the Max Heat, the first of 2 sessions that we'll have for the Max Heat. This is session 1 and then session 2 for the second group, because we just have that many karters in this category. And, Alessandro doesn't want to let this car in front of him escape up the road for too much longer, because he's being caught now by Connor Clancy as well.
Yeah, here comes Clancy. I would imagine there's plenty of time. Now, I was about to say this thing I'm about to say now. There is time for Connor Clancy, as we have passed half distance. We're on lap 6 now, for Clancy to catch BG. Whether he catches him and passes him remains to be seen. Darmadasa is now in 4th. El Hamasani is in 5th. Kai Hunter has been mugged by those two and finds himself in 6th, with Elo Gonzalez right there on his tail. Further down the field, anyone of note? I'm just looking down the field as we've got some movers and some place changes in the midfield. But right now, Chris, we can't take our eyes off this lead battle, as Matthew Higgins, would you believe, already half a second by the go through that sector.
And Connor Clancy is catching up as well. He was the quickest man out there last time round as well, a 54.351, quickest through Sector 1 and Sector 2 on this lap. He was only a second behind the race leader, 0.5 of a second back from Alessandro, but he's definitely going to be a lot quicker closer this time round. Well, he's actually only a 1/10 of a second closer, bringing the gap down to 9/10. But through that first corner, he's really closed the gap on, and now the battle is back on for the second step of the podium.
Across the line, it was half a second. By the time they braked for turn 2, it was 0. They are bumper to bumper now. Alessandro Bishi for M&M, the Matthias Negem Motorsport driver, has got pressure now from the Mumbai Falcon of Connor Clancy, who gets onto the rear bumper. Bijy controls that a little bit better, and as they came under the bridge, the gap appeared. Clancy not quite in terms of being on his rear bumper where he can perhaps outbrake. And these three now looking equidistant as we head towards 7 laps completed. 2 more to go when they cross the line.
Connor Clancy was only 0.2 of a second off of the back bumper across the line last time round. What would it be this time round? It's definitely going to be less than that. Well, it's just above 0.2 of a second. But with these two battling out for second, this is allowing Matthew Higgins to breathe a little bit easier, to not have to look into the mirrors. And that's a move on the inside by Connor Clancy up through turn 3. He says, thank you very much. But Alessandro says, not quite yet. I'm going to still vie for this position. Let's try and work together to see if we can catch Matthew Higgins.
Yeah, that was a textbook move from Clancy. It was coming. We knew it was coming, because that's just the character of young Connor Clancy. His first, well, literally, his third race in seniors in the Senior Max class. Just started the season in juniors, and then by dint of age. And here we see he's pulling out a gap already to Bijy. He's closing the gap, is he, to Matthew Higgins? It's 0.9 of a second. As they continue here, it's going to be the last lap board here. Let's see what the gap is. It is 0.8 of a second. That's too big to close in 1 lap.
It certainly is there for Connor Clancy and Alessandro to chase down Matthew Higgins here as he makes his way across the bridge here for the final time here at the Dubai Kartdrome in the first of the Max Heats here. Session 1, essentially session 2 will come up right after this. We'll have the next batch of Max Heat here. So there is Connor Clancy trying to chase down Matthew Higgins in each and every part of the track that he can possibly extract some more time. But as Joe said before, just not enough time to close that gap. And he's on the back straight here for the final time.
Matthew Higgins looking across his right shoulder there. The orange bright orange livery of the Mumbai Falcons. Easy for him to see, but it's going to be XL Motorsports. Matthew Higgins, the current British champion, over here to claim the Dubai O Plate to kick off 2026. Takes the first heat with Conor Clancy in a closing second place. And then we had Alexander Bishi from the pole position dropping to third. The rest of the field, the rest of this 28 kart field coming through to take their checkered flag. Our first glimpse then at the Senior Max class, and if that's anything to go by, it's going to be a cracker. Matthew Higgins takes the win from Conor Clancy. Alexander Bishi third. Rayan Damadasa, a very strong fourth place. Zain Al-Masani, you'd be happy with that. Sixth place, Hamza Al-Fayez. In seventh place, Kai Hunter. He'll not be so happy with that, dropping to that place and having a great battle with Elwa Gonzalez, who ended up eighth. Ninth was Luca Horton. 10th was Nathan Pope. Then we have Tamim Hasiba with Enzo Tesluk in 12th. 13th place is Faisal Nashko. Sanad El Hamawi with 14th. 15th, Patrick Cannon. Then we have Stefano Padani, Abdullah El Carter, Miles Roby. And then in 19th place, Elliot Surtees. Antonio Zadad was 20th. Lewis Hartman, Naim Kareja, Philip Dinu. Krishe Gut was 24th. And then the last four carts, Harrison Crook in 25th. Parsa Thomas Vand with Hugo Brun and Kyan Kreinbull, who went out after just 3 laps there for Kian.
I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
So, British champion for 2025, Matthew Higgins, across here with XL Motorsport, lays down a flag, puts his flag on the Dubai O Plate to kick things off. It's going to be interesting to see just how things continue in the Senior Max class. Hello to Sal Parker, wishing Matt Scott all the very best this weekend. Matt Scott, remember, had that transponder problem, so we'll start at the back. And Sal Parker, 2382. Just put the technical issue of the transponder behind you and keep focused and move forward. The whole of Scotland is cheering you on. There you go. The whole of Scotland cheering on Matt Scott. And Matt Scott, pressure's off, Matt, isn't it? Transponder issue, starting at the back. Nothing else to do but go forward.
Yeah. When it's gone that right, you can only go right, can't it, off that point?
Absolutely. It's great to have everybody along. If it is the whole of Scotland watching.
That'd be great for the numbers.
Yes, it would.
I feel it may be a slight overstatement because it's 7:15 in the morning for a start over there.
Yeah, there'll be a few people, suffering the Glasgow Friday night headache. Let's have a look at the grid then for groups C and D. Ryan Qureshi is our pole sitter for this one, with the Swiss driver, Tino Sidler, alongside. Tino, a new name for me over here in the UAE. Be interesting to see how Tino goes. Second row, Max Dexter, a more familiar name, as is Jules Dumont, with Eni Asachi and Omar Ganoum on row 3. We've then got Mohamed Menemene on row 4 with Nathan Kaplan. Row 5 is Leo Nielsen and Andy Rattel. Rain Carews and Spencer Trehorn share row 6. Row 7 is Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Armani Kanua. Shivan Kartik and George Nasser share row 8. Row 9 is Leith Mominat and Oscar Lambert, with row 10 Manef Al-Balushi and Freddie Lloyd. Rashid Hilal and Adam Al-Bassioni on row 11. Row 12 is Arsen Dujlovic and Andrew Obaid. And then we've got Mohamed Alal, Musad Al-Bassem, Alfie Thompson and Miguel Canones rounding off this 28-cart field again, being led round by Rain Qureshi, 2 Mumbai Falcons, an all-orange front row for this. This is the first heat for Groups C and D, and we will be getting things just under control there. They're just coming into the final sequence of S bends to end the lap here into the right-hander at turn 17, the all-important one. The grid is nicely formed as we come through the final turn. Ryan Qureshi and Tino Sidler will set off. The red lights go out. We are racing, and it's a great start from Sidler. Around the outside he's got to go, and that's allowed Max Dexter down the inside. But Sidler cuts across on the number 311. Will he have second place by the time they pop out on the bridge? It's not. It's a Mumbai Falcons from Telios and Mumbai Falcons Telios. That's for second, third and fourth, with I think a Mumbai Falcons cart in 5th place as well.
Well, it's a bit of a struggle there getting through the second corner there for a few, bumping over the curbs. It's not something you want to do because that really unsettles the cart there when you work your way through. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is shown has not started this race, so it's very unfortunate for him. He's a very rapid driver indeed here in the max category, so unfortunately he'll have to come back and fight even harder when it comes to the second heat race later today.
Well, race winner in the UAE RMC is Jeremy Montgomery Swan, with the JNKD team not taking the start there, so that's again putting him on the back foot going forward in this Dubai O-Plate. But as they cross the line, it's Qureshi, Dexter, Sidler, Mohamed Menemene up into 4th, Omar Ganoum 5th, Jules Dumont, Nathan Kaplan, Ene Asashi, Leo Nielsen and Andy Rattel rounding off the top 10. They're across the bridge again, and Dexter closing all the time onto Qureshi. It's going to be a cracker, this one.
It's a fantastic battle brewing here, as we had in our first session for the Maxes. So many carts, we had to separate them into 2 separate sessions because having 50-plus carts on the tarmac here would have been too much of potential chaos here. And this, of course, is for the top step of the podium now.
Max
on the
Dexter.
back step. And here's a replay from JNKD, and let's have a look what happened here through and into Sector 3. Sneaky up on the inside goes to 366. Max Dexter says, thank you very much. I'll take that away from you.
I'm not sure whether Qureshi sort of let him through there. I think he had to use a bit of a tin opener to make that gap as Dexter stays in the lead. Qureshi and Sidler now beginning to close up, so teammates coming together for second and third, and if they work together they may be able to stay on terms with Max Dexter. Max Dexter representing the UAE at the recent Bahrain World Finals in the DD2 class, and a race winner here last weekend for the UAE RMC round 4, and showing that he certainly knows his way around the Dubai Cardrome here at the O-Plate meeting, and if anything, Chris, that looks like he's edging that gap ever further.
He certainly is there as well. Just looking through the time screens here, quickest so far, 6 overall. Nathan Kaplan with a 55.108. And just showing how competitive this field is, the quickest time through Sector 2 is the car that's in 11th overall. So a mighty quick field here, no matter where they are. And across the line we come here in a nice stream of carts here. But that battle for now for the top step of the podium is now no longer a two-way fight. The 311 of Tino Sidler has joined in.
Jerry Montgomery Swan, I can tell you, is in 9th place. So that was a timing glitch more than it was Jerry Montgomery Swan not taking the start. Thankfully, the JNKD driver in 9th ahead of his JNKD. Freddie Lloyd is his teammate just ahead of him in 9th. So no changes in literally the top 10. And as I say that, Oscar Lambert has just gone by Spencer Trehorn for 11th. But no changes for the top 3, Chris, as they are on to the back straight. It'll be 4 laps completed. towards half distance now. Who can catch and who can overtake Max Dexter is the question everyone's asking.
0.6 of a second is the gap between these top three. It actually looks a lot closer than that at the moment, but let's see what it is when they come across the line this time round. Max Dexter still in control by 0.3 of a second. Then it's a further 0.2 of a second back to Tino Siedler, and that is your top three at the moment. Who of the three will be at the top step of the podium? We still have 5 laps to figure that out as well, as Nathan Capan down a position into 5th position. Jules Dumont moves up a place as well, now into 6th position overall, as the rest of the field now work their way across the line as well. But this battle here for the top step of the podium still bruised, and Joe, I don't know if you saw that, but there is a kart that is off track, sort of through what looked to be turn 7 and 8. Now, is that going to be an issue, or is it far enough off track that it's okay, we can continue racing?
Well, we'll check that next time by. I just want to say hello to everyone listening and watching from South Africa. Amani Kanua up into 12th place now, representing South Africa, as Max Dexter goes through and crosses the line. 5 laps completed. He's got a relatively comfortable lead. That's a comfortable lead in karting, is half a second. Behind him, Ryan Qureshi and Tino Siedler, I should say, the 2 Mumbai Falcons. Origin Motorsport in 4th, with Omar Ganoum trailing round Nathan Kaplan, Jules Dumont and Mohamed Menemene. Jeremy Montgomery Scott stays in 9th, just behind Eni Asachi. But things beginning to settle down. I didn't catch a glimpse to see if that kart was still off track there, Chris, so I think it's been removed. So no problems at all there, and our track crew here clearing that issue there. Very, very efficient work crews here at the Dubai Kardrome.
And unfortunately, that's Leo Nilsson that is out, having to be just the first lap here for Excel. So he'll have to fight back in the second heat race here for Max Heat C and D. Now, Freddie Lloyd was the quickest man out there with a 54.550 down in 10th position at the moment. And he's gone quicker again through Sector 1 and Sector 2. But, of course, he's got Jeremy Montgomery Swan just in front of him. A very tough man to pass, although that battle is 0.2 of a second. But back with this lead battle, Max Dexter still well in control of this race here. 0.7 of a second is the gap between our top 3 at the moment. It's 0.4 back to Ryan, and then Tino is a further just under 0.3 of a second. But this battle is certainly brewing, and it's been pretty much since the very get-go here to figure out who it will be come the end of the race here. They still have enough time left on the clock to figure that out themselves.
Don't think that these drivers are just settling for these positions. These 3 drivers look like they've settled for 1st, 2nd and 3rd. I can assure you they are absolutely flat chat out there on track. Max Dexter, Ryan Qureshi, Tino Siedler, they are driving these karts and optimizing every minute, every second, every braking point, every turning point, every edge of adhesion through all of the corners here, and especially there at turn 2 and into 3, the all-important run onto the bridge. Max Dexter on the black and white livery of Telios with the 2 orange karts from Mumbai Falcons, Qureshi and Siedler, who, if anything, Chris, look like Siedler looks like he may be about to show his cards and maybe have a go going towards the final 2 laps. It'll be the last lap board next time by, however.
Well, of the 2 of them, he's definitely the quicker of the 2, but it's fractions of a second separating. But that's what's important when it comes to motor racing. It might be fractions, but those fractions could put you 1 step closer to the man that's in behind you at that moment in time as well. So this is a good battle here as well between these 2, but I feel they're slowing each other down here, because now the gap between Dexter and Ryan is 0.6 of a second. It was 3 and 4 not too long ago. Now these 2 really need to work together. They're teammates in the end of the day here. They can, as that's on the inside. That is Tino Siedler. The 311 makes the move stick, but that fight raged on.
Is that what you mean by work together? Timo Siedler didn't get that memo, Chris, because he was straight down the inside into 2 there. And Siedler, it looked like, let's have another look at this in the JNKD replay. Siedler, he'd been lining that up, I think, for the last couple of laps there, and moves down the inside of his teammate, who perhaps didn't fight as aggressively as he might if that kart had been liveried otherwise than a Mumbai Falcons livery. But this race, this heat for groups C and D in Senior Max is all about that driver there, Chris, Max Dexter.
I like how we had to have a look behind to see what's happening here. And look what's happened now. We had a two-way fight for second overall. Now we've got the 301, the 351, the 337, and more are piling up behind them as Max Dexter continues to extend his lead here. And Benier comes across the line to take victory here in the first of the Max Heat sessions here for C and D. Max Dexter wins it by 1.5 seconds across the line. Timo Siedler takes second. If we only had a lap or two more there left on the clock, I wonder what would happen there for second.
Yeah, I'm sure Tino agrees with that one. Can we extend it? Well, we're going to get extended super heats and finals. I just want to say hello to Josfat Kenua. Armani is representing Kenya and the African continent. We get a great interview with him. Let's have a look at the result then. Max Dexter, the man to beat in Group C and D there. Tino Siedler in second, Ren Qureshi, Omar Ganoum fourth. Fifth is Nathan Kaplan with Jules Demont in sixth. Seventh in that first heat for these groups will be the Mohamed Menemene with Eni Asachi. Freddie Lloyd was ninth. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is in 10th with Armani Kenua in 11th. Oscar Lambert 12th. Adam Albacioni was 13th with Alfie Thompson 14th. Manaf Al-Balushi 15th. Next was Laith Momina, George Nasser. Where is George? Why is George Nasser all the way down there? That is not where we're used to seeing George Nasser. He's 17th. Then we had Rayan Carouse, Musad Al-Bassem, Shivan Kartik, Andrew Obaid, Mohammed Ilal, Rashid Hilal, Andy Rattel. The last of the finishers, Arzen Djotlevic. And then we lost Spencer Trehorn for Origin, went out on lap 7. Miguel Quinones on lap 6. And Leo Nilsson, we saw abandoned earlier on. Fantastic that Karting Live TV is able to bring you the Dubai O-Plate. The first time the event has been live streamed. It's an event that we've watched from afar. If you haven't been trackside in the UAE, but certainly I've watched from afar from the from a cold and chilly England, and been interested to see how the British drivers have gone in the past. Well, you can certainly watch now what's going on because we're bringing you all of the action from the Dubai O-Plate. We're in the heats phase. It's the first of the heats for the Junior Max category going to be coming up next. We've got a sequence of 3 heats for all of our classes, 3 time trials for the Bambino class. And then tomorrow we go into the all-important sequence of events that takes us to the final. We've got warm-up in the morning. We'll be back with you just after 9 o'clock for the first of the super heats. And then the grand finals taking place tomorrow afternoon. It's all about the Junior Max class coming next, and this, as ever, Chris, is bound to be a bit of a... Well, it's always filled with drama, confrontation, intrigue, and everything else that motorsport can throw at you, the Junior Max class.
Well, we have to remember they're between the ages of 12 and 15, aren't they, as well? So they're kind of in that transitional period where they're kind of stepping into the teenage years, but obviously they want to show, they want to prove just how good they are on track, and it makes for a very exciting races here. Not just here this weekend, but of course, anytime they go racing as well. We are, as Nick will probably point out, moments away from the grid being formed here and popping up onto our screens here for the Junior heat race here. There is a slight delay from what happened previously in 2 sessions ago, so we are behind on schedule, but no doubt we'll be making that time up. And this is how they will line up. Mitnijan with Yaden hitting alongside for company the 255 and 229. Via Chopra with Jensen Clark alongside for company. Johansa in the 281 with Aaron Mason alongside for company on the 3rd row of the grid with Iana and Harrison Stevens sharing the 4th row of the grid. Derek Riviera and Jack Doe will share row number 5 with Alfie Ward and Pierre Abadouan on the 6th row of the grid. Faris Haroun with Andrea Galimberti on the 7th row of the grid with Ari Kallenberg and Ahran Qureshi. Then Gabriele Barcodi with Savile Corge alongside for company on the 9th row of the grid. On row number 10, Giuseppe Montanari with Samuel Turner. And then we have the 215 and the 206 of Ruben Nielsen in the 11th row of the grid with Finley Smith and Damien Noor alongside for company. Then we have Matteo Regimasian with Saif Al-Waladi alongside each other, and then Aran Sethi with Vladimir Gugo in 27 and 28. Matthew Scott and George Haddad will share the 15th row of the grid with Ray Haber and Romy Sabali, and we get to the tail end of the field for 33 carts here. The 275 of Kayani Pratesh will be the final cart at the tail end of the field. And I can't believe we have to scroll through the timing screen here because we have so many juniors that will take to the track. And they're currently now on their formation lap. They'll line up in 2 neat formations. And it is up to the 255 and 229 that will be in control. They will bring the field round through Sector 3 as slow as they like, because those are the 2 that are in control. Well, it's really Mitniash Jan who is the one who is controlling this field here, grinding down to a halt. It feel like an absolute eternity for all of them. And what they want to do is they want to get underway with 9 laps of racing here, Joe.
Well, Mitansh Jain is one of the main drivers in the UAE RMC in this class. He is leading the field round. All eyes on Matt Scott, who is one of the drivers that did not take part in qualifying. That's a bit of a disordered grid, and I would imagine they'll get the wave around there, Chris.
It certainly has, because the light stayed red there as well. It does show green on our timing screens. However, if you looked at the starting gantry there, all the red lights were on, and you could see there was a significant gap between the 2 rows. The row on the right-hand side, there was at least 2 carts in front, and it just looked like Jaden Hidding was a little bit too far back. But I don't know if the field have understood the orders that we are delaying the start here. We'll reform up, because it looks like we're actually racing around here, unless they just...
Oh, yeah, that's the pace lap pace. Yeah, flat out.
Fair enough. So they're just making sure the heat is where it should be, and they're just ready to go once again. But they will have to kind of reshuffle the order, because Veer Chopra is a little bit further up where he should be. As there you go, the yellow flags are waving to signify them to slow down and to reform the grid. But where is the 229? Well, it's currently in 3rd place, and now will take up on the left-hand side of Mitniash Jan, where he will line up once again. And hopefully this time round, they will be in the correct formation.
Here they go then. It is Mitansh Jain who leads them round. Jaden Hidding alongside. Via Chopra for M&M is the driver with Mitansh Jain, who's been right at the forefront of UAE Junior Rotax karting in the 25-26 season. This will continue. Jaden Hidding getting involved as well, as Jain really does slow them down. They're a little bit more ordered than we saw on the last time, or the last attempt to start this one. If he can keep the pace down until everybody gets into the tram lines, and they are, that looks much more ordered now. That'll be to the liking of our starter, and it's Mumbai Falcons and George Gibbons Motorsport at the front of the field, but it's going to be all changing to turn 2, no doubt.
So nice and cleanly so far through that first corner, but getting 33 carts through there is no easy task, and the gale continues all the way through the first sector here on the opening lap. It's a great start there from the 255, but it's still under pressure. Hasn't been able to break away from what we've seen in previous sessions from the other cars here that are here this weekend in the likes of the mini and the max categories and the senior max categories. But that means Veer Chopra is keeping Mitniash Jan, his countryman, at bay here, and they've really stuck together, working their way through the third sector here on the opening lap and starting to build a gap between themselves and Jaden Hidding at the moment in that 2:29. But let's see what the gap is when they come across line. But they haven't really yet managed to escape as much as they like to, have they?
No, Jaden Hidding's keeping them in sight, and Johansa Saninyaki not just beginning to perhaps drop away from the rear bumper of Jaden Hidding. Hidding keeping the two leaders in sight. I will be amazed, Chris, if the all plate isn't on Jain or Chopra's carts tomorrow afternoon. By tomorrow afternoon, these two have been the class of the junior Rotax field. They're what everyone's trying to beat. And right now, Jaden Hidding on the George Gibbons Motorsport cart, the blue and white cart, is challenging the black and white cart of M&M. That's the Via Chopra cart. And he looked like he was dropping off the tail of them. But now, as Chopra chops down the inside into the chicane at turn 9, we've got a new leader.
Derek Riviera has made his way up the order as well, up into 4th place. And here's the replay from JNKD through the inside in the chicane. Not an easy play to do this at all, but Veer Chopra makes it look as easy as possible. And Jaden Hidding now sits in 2nd place as well. So 2 for 1 there. Unfortunately, not the way that Miniax Heat would have liked it to be at all, because he's lost out the most.
Yeah, he really has. Mitan Shaheen was caught napping there, and for some reason seems to have lost a bit of pace there and was not able to do anything about. Firstly, Via Chopra went through, then Jaden Hidding followed him through, and if anything, now he recomposes himself as they come through the sweeping left-hander of turns 7 and 8 under the bridge. Heavy braking for the chicane at 9 here. It's a lot slower than it looks there on our cameras, I can assure you. And now into the all-important hairpin onto the back straight. It's these three, Chopra, Hidding and Jain, heading down to the hairpin at 13.
And these two have really broken away from the rest of the field as well. It's 2.2 seconds back to Darren Vieira. And have we had a swap of position? I think we have, because we have a new race leader, as Nick's pointed out. It is the 2:29 of Jaden Hidding, who is now in the lead of the race here around the Dubai Kartdrome. But it's the battle at Still Brews, and the 2:19 desperately trying to weigh through. Jaden Hidding has a look. How close is he? Well, you shouldn't be looking back. You should be focusing on the road ahead as it gets even more squirrely through the next sequence of corners. How are they managing to stay all 4 wheels on the tarmac? I will never know.
Jain up into 2nd. This is very typical of all-plate racing here. It's all about the win here. And we're going to see more of this as we get towards the intensity of the Super Heats in the finals tomorrow afternoon. If you can watch tomorrow, then do. Why would you not? Because this is just the Heat Fizz. We're just forming the grid for the Super Heats. This is mega, mega racing. I've got to say, I do not know how Jaden Hidding made that move or where he made that move. I think it came here last time by as the rest of the field come through 13 into the S's now with Jaden Hidding leading, Jain in 2nd, Chopra now 3rd, and if anything, Chris, he's kind of dropping back off the rear bumper of the two carts ahead of him. We're going into lap 6, so there's plenty of time for things to... Oh, and we've got a change for the lead as Miniax Jain comes onto the bridge in the lead, and Jaden Hidding says, no, that's my first place. I'm going to have that back there, bumper to bumper, quite literally.
Fantastic stuff here at the sharp end of the field here in the Junior Max category. Derek Riviera has dropped way down the order as well. He was 4th not too long ago, but looking on the inside through the chicane once again, goes to 2:19. Veer Chopra, that seems to be the sweet spot for him, but here is a look for the JNKD replay of this. Fantastic stuff to do on the inside, the braking zone through the chicane at turn 9. That's the exact same move he did to take the lead not too long ago.
Yeah, this is great racing, and this is what coming into any all-plate. The Dubai all-plate has delivered this kind of racing for many, many years now, and it's just fantastic that we're able to bring this on the live stream on Karting Live TV and let the world see just how intense the racing can be here for the all-plate here in Dubai. As we come off the bridge, these three now beginning to get spaced out. Just a lap ago, they were so close you could pitch a tent over them. Not so close this time by, as Jain, Chopra and Hidding continue on under the bridge. It'll be 7 laps completed, 2 more laps after this one. Are we going to see them closing back up through this section here onto the back straight by the time we get to the breaking point of 13? are we going to see, as Jain looks over his shoulder, he knows they're coming, doesn't he?
And I've also noticed as well, Jensen Chalk, Alfie Ward, and Leo behind them, they have started to reel in these three as well. The gap not too long ago was a well over 2 seconds. Now it's down to 1.8 between third and fourth position. How much longer will it take for Jensen Chalk to close that gap in? Well, we've got 2 laps remaining on the clock, a gap of 1.7 seconds. I don't think he's going to be too much of a threat here for the top 3, but it's who's going to be on the top step of the podium come the end of this heat race here. Will it be Veer Chopra? Will it be Jaden Hinning? Or will it be the man that's currently in front, Mitish Jan, in that 2:55? He's pushing hard. He's got a personal best through the first sector of 51.523. It's only fractions of a second quicker than the car setter behind him at the moment. And now Veer Chopra all over the back of him. The real area that Veer Chopra is gaining so much time and momentum is through a very unusual location, up into the braking zone at turn 9, underneath the bridge. When you really think about that corner, yes, it is an opportunity to gain more time than by braking a lot later, but making a move on the inside through that is very, very brave, and Veer Chopra has done that twice. Will he do it a third time? Well, if he wants to, he's going to have to do it this time round, because it is the final lap of the race here.
Last time across the bridge in this heat, then the first heat for Junior Rotax. And time and opportunities running low now for Veer Chopra if he is going to challenge Mitanj Jain. Last weekend for the UAE round 4, we had Jensen Chalk, who kind of disturbed the equilibrium in the Mumbai Falcons team by going ahead and winning the final ahead of his teammate there, Mitanj Jain. Jain has come off the blocks here, though, in fine style. The Mumbai Falcons driver pulls out an even bigger gap. It's almost, well, it's beyond just up to half a second as we get towards the final stages through the S's for the final time. It'll be the checkered flag that remains unfurled, and crossing the line to take the first heat for Junior Rotax. Veer Chopra second, Jaden Hinning third, but that man Jensen Chalk is coming.
What a fantastic battle that was throughout the race there. At the line, it was 0.3 of a second between our top 2. Jaden Hinning finished just 0.9 of a second back in third position. What will come in the next heat race here at the Dubai Kartdrome? What a fantastic race, and there's plenty more to come here for the Junior Maxes later on here at the Dubai Kartdrome. We can't tell the exact time there will be, because as there is a delay, but this is how they finished. Midnyash there in the 2:55, takes it from Veer Chopra by 0.3 of a second, and then it's 1.2 back to Jaden Hinning, who takes third. Jensen Chalk, who is closing into the later stages, finishes fourth with Alfie Ward, and Leo Ayana rounding out the top 6. Then Aaron Mason with Jack Doe, Pierre Abdouan with Faris Haroun along in 10th position. Andrea Gambauti finishes 11th with Harrison Stevens in 12th. Samuel Turner and Johansa finishes 13th and 14th. Iran Qureshi finishes 15th. Sobe Colgay finishes 16th with Giuseppe Montanari, 17th, and Finney Smith in 18th. Then we look at 19th, Matthew Scott and Ray Haber there in 20th, Ari Kallenberg in 21st, River Nielsen in 22nd, Damien Noor in 23rd, with Mapanaga there finishing 24th there, but we've got plenty more because Saif Al-Abedi there finishes 25th, with Vladimir Gugo in 26th, Mateo there in the 211, 27th, the 231, 28th, and Romy Sabali there finishes in 29th. Derek Riviera, who was 4th in the early stages, drops all the way down to 30th position, with Gabrielli in the 299, 31st, George Haddad in the 247, 32nd, and Kayali Pratesh in 33rd.
we have an official announcement, and this is for DD2 drivers. There is a bulletin being issued by the stewards in addition to Article 6.4 of the RMCGF technical regulations. Gear shifting, it's allowed to add padding or some protection to the shifting paddles. So all DD2 drivers, pay attention. It's allowed to add padding. You're allowed to add padding or some form of protection to the shifting paddle. That was a bulletin issued by the stewards of the meeting. We move quickly on the live stream after that official announcement, and we are now in the realms of the Microax class. We just wait for the grid of Microax to appear. These youngsters, this Microax class is not our youngest drivers here. That's the Bambino. They take that badge. Microax is for 8-year-old to 11-year-old drivers. They are on the Mojo C2 tyre. They have a minimum weight of 105 kilograms, and this is the Rotax Cadet class, isn't it? It's exactly the same 125cc engine that we see across our Rotax classes. The water-cooled 125cc engine from DD2, Senior Max, Junior Max, Minimax, and Microax. All the same engine, slightly different radiator requirements, slightly different cooling needed, because the Microax engine is heavily restricted on airflow and exhaust. A little bit less in Minimax, but we're all about the Microax now. And the grid has been issued. We expect to see the Microax class out. Let's have a look at the grid. Samar Chopra is on the pole position. The championship, the UAE has been all about these two on the front row of this Dubai O-Plate grid. Samar Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon, nothing changes in Microax. However, over from the UK, Benjamin Shivar on the second row of the grid, and he'll share that with Saif Al Khalifa. Row 3 is Evans Voronins and Adam El Sheikh, with row 4 of the grid looking like this. Enzo Falzerano and Arthur Bowers. Row 5 is Amar Tabatsa and Vaya Ponna, with Jensen Kelly and Zhu Kanyi. On row 6, I should say, row 7, Alexander Feinstein and Max Armit. And rounding off a 15-kart field, Rio Pocock for the Origin Motorsport team. 15 karts and in Microax, and they're already on the back straight, being led round by Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon. And I've got to say, Chris, this class this year, in the 25-26 season, it's been all about those two at the front row.
It certainly has been as well. In previous race meetings that we've had here, these are the two that have been ones to keep a very close eye on there as well, and with their starting positions exactly where they would like to be as well, on the front row of the grid, in control of this field as they make their way through the final corners here before we get the first heat race of the Microaxes underway here. It's a nice clean formation, so we are racing here and we're down towards turn 1. It's a good start there as well from Liam, almost cutting the front bumper of Samar off when they come down through the first couple of corners. They made it through relatively cleanly so far. We'll have to wait and see where everyone is shuffled down to, but it looks like Samar has managed to stay ahead for the time being.
I think he has, but O'Hanlon's there. Driver that lost out a little bit there was Benjamin Shivar. He got the cart all over the inside curb there. That cost him. Shivar comes out of that on the number 78, carrying that 78 number, I see. He's in 4th place now, and he lost out to Saif Al Khalifa on that inside. O'Hanlon just nestling up to the rear bumper of Chopra to let him know he's there as they got to the chicane. Already, though, Chopra looking like he's defensive driving here. This is very early, Chris, to be defending.
I think nestling was the politest way you could have said that as well. He certainly had the quicker line through there and was already on the back bumper before the next corner. Give him a little bit of a shove there, just to give him a warning that I'm here. Can you pick up the pace a bit? And I saw some hand gestures as well being thrown out. But now it was the two of them. Benjamin is also latched onto the back of it. And now we're going to try and go 3 wide through the first corner. Not quite enough room. You've got to be very brave to do that as well. And is that O'Hanlon has gone through? Not quite yet. Samar closed the door on him, and now we have 5 cards that are vying for the top step of the podium. We've got the 29, 22, 2, 78 and the number 12 all in close proximity, and a little bit of a sniff there from Saif Al Khalifa as he moves up into 3rd.
Ivans Voronins as well at the tail of this field. This is outstanding Rotax Cadet karting, isn't it? These train of karts. These youngsters certainly know how to race. They certainly know how to use the slipstream, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the science of aerodynamics coming into play here as these 5 karts can circulate much quicker than just one kart. It's Chopra that leads onto the back straight, though. Liam O'Hanlon just losing a little bit of contact now. He'll want to try and get back onto the rear bumper of Chopra. Goes through the S's here. It'll be 2 laps completed. And this is where O'Hanlon, the second kart onto that straight, will want to get into the slipstream. Is he going to be able to challenge there? This is flat out through turn 1 for these Microax, and he's not in a position yet. But I get the feeling, Chris, we may be seeing a waiting game being played here.
100%. You look at Ivans there trying to look on the way around the outside through turn 3 for a way through. Now, behind them is also Battles Brewing, but we're going to focus our attention here because there is another car that has joined the mix here. The number 99 would like to be here, and there was on the inside. O'Hanlon makes it look easy, but Chopra is still there.
That was because Chopra defended into turn 6 there and left the door, the cutback from O'Hanlon. However, by the time we get to the chicane, Chopra said, aha, I'll have that first place back, and the timing sheets will not show any change, even though O'Hanlon led under the bridge for that time there, Chris.
And I wonder which of the replays we could get there, because that was a lot of action there in the past, 30 seconds to figure out who was going to be where. We saw the change for the lead change not once but twice. And look at this, 5 karts all jostling for position to be the one at the top of the field when it comes to the end of the race. We've got even more joining in this battle as well. We're going to turn this into an 8-way scrap for the top step of the podium in the Microax category. It's fantastic stuff here. And we're only on lap 3.
These 950mm chassis are narrower than we see in the other Rotax classes. The engines are less powerful, so we get an absolute momentum kind of race developing here. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 karts beginning to come together. And that's because the leaders here, Samar Chopra from M&M, is defending pretty much at every point of this Dubai Cardrome. And this is going to concertina everybody up. Who is this going to allow through? O'Hanlon onto the rear bumper of Chopra. Al Khalifa onto the rear bumper of O'Hanlon. And likewise behind them, there's a train of karts just queuing up to have a go. And we're only at half distance.
And it's incredible to think these karts here are separated by 1.4 seconds between them at the moment. That is the gap between first place and 8th position at the moment here. Samar Chopra continues to control the field here, but for how much longer? The drivers behind him are going to start to get a little bit frustrated here because they really want to get through, because they know that they're quicker at certain parts of the track. But Samar Chopra is doing a fantastic job at defending here, but he's constantly looking back because he knows he's under real pressure here, not just from one car, but 7 other cars are in close proximity. What can Liam do here as he works his way through sector 2 and up through the chicane? He's going to keep the door shut, is Chopra.
Keep an eye on that number 2. Saif El Khalifa is just kind of taking a watching brief on these 2 ahead of him, because if these 2 start tripping each other up, Saif El Khalifa is going to pounce. Little bit defensive into 13 again. These Microax karts can position themselves on different points of the track in complete difference to the other classes because of their smallness and their lack of power. They can use different lines and have different passing places here at the Dubai Cardrome. As the top 4 fan out into turn 2 now. We have a little bit of a coming together there. Not quite sure who was responsible. They saw themselves out over the bridge, but it's still Chopra leading and still O'Hanlon in that second spot.
And it was Saif El Khalifa that was pushed out a little bit wide there through turn 2. But he looks like he's just shuffled back into position there, but drops down now to 5th position overall. Now the top 2 starting to break away, leading the number 98, Arthur Bowers. Now, where did Arthur Bowers come from as well? He was not inside the top 8 at any point a few laps ago, but here he is, and he's up now into 3rd place, muscling his way through the field as Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon continue out in front and kind of trying to build a gap between themselves and those behind him, because Arthur Bauer sits just 0.6 of a second back at the moment as Liam desperately trying to find a way through, but just cannot find an opportunity because that number 29 is possibly the widest car here this weekend.
2 more laps remaining. O'Hanlon down the inside, but Chopra chops across, slams the door in his face. Here comes Bowers. Bowers tries around the outside of O'Hanlon. That's not going to come off now. Across the bridge into the sweeping left-hander at turn 4, into the hairpin at turn 5. Arthur Bowers is coming, the JNKD driver, now right on the rear bumper of O'Hanlon. He's going to start taking the attention of O'Hanlon, and that's going to allow Chopra to move away. And we're seeing that already through the sweeps under the bridge and into the chicane. Chopra is leading relatively comfortably as O'Hanlon tries to get back on terms with the rear bumper of that number 29. He's pulling him back in and he's leaving Bowers in his wake slightly. Turn 13, the hairpin, and then perhaps into the most important sequence of corners on this Dubai Kartdrome course, through the sweeps and the S's, onto the final turn. Is the challenge from O'Hanlon going to come? It's 7 laps completed, and it's the last lap ball that those drivers can see.
And here it comes. It is only a few more opportunities to find a way through for Liam O'Hanlon. But he has to be very careful of Arthur Bowers, who's behind him at the moment, because he's also looking for an opportunity. He's at Liam on the inside, diving in there down towards turn 4. Not quite close enough to make a move, but he has to really keep a very close eye out here for the 98, because he doesn't have to just attack. He has to defend at the same time. Chopra has to defend, whereas Bowers has to attack. But Liam has to do both, and that is a mammoth task here.
He's meat in the sandwich, isn't he? He's got to try and get this lead, but he's also got to defend his second place. I think if he's focusing, and he looks like he's just focusing on trying to get by Chopra. I tell you what, though, Sama Chopra looks over his right shoulder, looks over his left shoulder. O'Hanlon not challenging into 13. If it's going to come any moment now. Into the final few corners of this first heat for Microax. Sama Chopra leads out of the final turn, heads towards the checkered flag. It is going to be Sama Chopra from Liam O'Hanlon, and the gap is 43 thousandths of a second, with just under 0.2 of a second for Arthur Bowers in third. The rest of the field coming through.
What a fantastic race that was there for the top step of the podium. As Sama Chopra there at the line keeps it to himself and keeps Liam O'Hanlon at bay. And this is how they finished, as we said. 4/100ths of a second was the margin of victory there, with Sama and Liam in 1 and 2. Arthur Bowers, third overall, with Ivans in the 12 there, fourth. Seyfar Khalifa finishes fifth, just ahead of the 99 of Virba Ponna in 6th position. In 7th, Benjamin from JNKD in the 78, with Ahmad Tabaza in 8th position. And then we have the number 7, 55, 77, 33. And then we have the 484, and at the tail end of the field is the 66 of Rio Pocock for Origin Motorsport.
Got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
So then, we will move now swiftly on to our next session. Here it will be DD2 and DD2 Masters here, and it's the only time this weekend that we will see karts featuring a transmission. Well, technically, the other karts do have a transmission, but these ones have manual transmissions where there are shifters on the karts as well. And of course, the bulletin previously had some updates to be shared with our drivers here. So the 420 will be on pole position here with Max Dexter, the winner from last time out, adorning the number 0, or the O, better yet. It's not the number 0, it's an O, isn't it, for the 401. Then Suleiman Zanfari in the 452 with a 484 alongside for company. Then Mark Bassia in the 455 with a 444 alongside for company on the 3rd row of the grid. Then Anthony Hogg with Maurice Nops alongside for company in the 501 and 574. Adam Malik in the 473 with a 418 will share the 5th row of the grid, with Abdul Qadir Qasim for Victorious Motorsport in the 471 alongside the 498. And those are the 12 starters that we have here for DD2 and DD2 Masters. And it's quite a quick turnover as well, because it looks like we are back on track already for the start of the formation lap, as we have done in previous sessions. They will line up in 2 separate rows with the 420 and the 401 on the front row of the grid there, and those two will be in control of the field here as they bring them round here for hopefully what is the final time at a lower speed, and hopefully we'll be racing immediately as soon as they come across the line, Joe.
Well, this will conclude, would you believe, our first round of heats, because this is the final class to participate in their first heat. The DD2 gearbox class will round off our first set of heats. And already the grid's beginning to form going into the super heats. We gather points, and we gathered all those points together over the course of the 3 heats today, and that will form the grid for the super heats, and then all of those points together forming the grid for the all-important final. All-plate winner there, all-plate holder, I should say, Max Dexter on the 2nd spot on the grid. It's Sem Canopes who heads through turn 1 and into turn 2 to lead the field around. Zanfari for Motorscape slots in behind 2 red and white carts, first one. Oh, and there's Zanfari looking down the inside at 4. He looks very racy, does Suleiman. And Suleiman will want to take the lead as quickly as possible, but that's not an easy task, I've got to say, getting past Sem Canopes.
A great start there from the Moroccan driver as well, to pass the current and defending champion of O-Plate, essentially, with that O on the back of his car and the side as well. And as you said, he really wants to get a move on here. He really wants to show his true pace here and get ahead to solidify his place for later on in the day. It's a 9-lap race here for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters, and it's already a great battle up in front, but it's going to be a very, very tough challenge to find a way past Sem, as the 452 is confirmation that he's running in 2nd overall. As you're looking on the inside through turn number 2, Suleiman makes it through, and the Moroccan now leads here at the Dubai Kartdrome ahead of the 420.
Well, he came off the blocks looking very racy indeed. He's that's not an easy task to get by Sem Canopes. Zanfari leading the field under the bridge for the 2nd time. Rest of the field coming through. Max Dexter just beginning to settle into that 2nd place, but coming under a lot of pressure from Tyler Harris. Suleiman Zanfari heads onto the back straight then. It'll be 2 laps completed this time by into the hairpin at 13, and now the tricky part, up and down the box. These drivers are sequencing between 1st gear and 2nd gear. Out of there in 1st gear, grabbing 2nd gear about there, and heading across the line. Zanfari, Canopes, Dexter, Harris, Basia, Tony Hogg in 6th place overall. The first of the Masters there, 6th place overall, with Morit Canopes in 7th place overall, 2nd in the Masters, right behind him.
And Suleiman Zanfari, the quickest out there, with a 54.771 for our leader. Quickest through sector 1, 2, and 3 on the previous lap. Again, quickest through sector 1 on this lap here for the 452. Mark Basia moves up now into 4th position, dropping Harris down a place into 5th overall. It looks like Suleiman Zanfari now building a gap between himself and Sem in the 420 at the moment, and that's exactly what he'd like to have. He wants some breathing room, and he wants Max Dexter to attack as much as he can, but Max, unfortunately, a little bit further back than he would like to be compared to that 420, and a lot further back to that 452.
Yeah, things becoming quite spread out now, as just under 0.5 of a second, the gap between Zanfari in the lead from Sem Canopes in 2nd. It's about 0.7 of a second between Canopes and Dexter in between 2nd and 3rd. But Tyler Harris not that far away, and likewise Tony Hogg now just off the back of Tyler Harris. Hamza Ashisho goes ahead of Moritz Canopes. Hamza into 7th place overall, and behind Moritz Canopes, Adam Malik 9th. Sami Al-Assad and Abdul Qadir Qassem move ahead of Rakan Al-Fayez, and it's Al-Fayez who rounds off the 12-cart field. Meanwhile, at the front, though, things staying settled, I think, Chris, and I've got a feeling that, if Sem Canopes playing a waiting game? Is he going to start winding it up now as we get towards half distance, if he is going to do that, he's going to have to do it very, very quickly because these laps are just flying by.
Well, in the DD2, the DD2 Masters is a much more seniority level here when it comes to the races. A lot more maturity, just biding their time and kind of just waiting for the right opportunity instead of just going in guns blazing and I'm going to find an opportunity to sneak up on the way through. A very methodical way of thinking when it comes to this category of racing and this level as well, as we're in through the chicane, but not close enough for Sem to make a move on Suleiman Zanfari, but he is closing that gap about 2 kart lengths, separate the two of them now as they're onto the back straightaway on the 5th lap of the race. So halfway distance has been concluded. There's not many laps here and many opportunities left for Sem to find a way through. And, of course, this means for Suleiman, he doesn't have to worry too much about his position coming under pressure. But Sem, no doubt, with his racecraft, is going to find that opportunity somewhere and put Suleiman Zanfari's win here at risk.
Zanfari is fully aware of just how close Canopes is because you can hear the engine as the kart behind you gets closer. Now that Canopes is right on his bumper, he's fully aware. He's fully aware of not needing to leave the door even ajar ever so slightly because Canopes is going to make a move as soon as he shows fit. He's got momentum. He's got that momentum as Sem Canopes, and he's moved on to the rear bumper now of Suleiman Zanfari. Whether or not he can continue that momentum and go and use that momentum to get alongside and ahead of Zanfari remains to be seen. Here we go then, into the final stages of this lap, Chris.
It's Sector 2 and Sector 3 where Sem really starts to close in, especially after the chicane on the exit of turn number 10. You really see that gap sort of close in, but Zanfari seems to be a little bit stronger through the first sector than Sem at the moment. But although looking at the timing screens, it's actually Sem who's better through that first sector and gaining time through all 3 sectors over Suleiman Zanfari, but just not close enough to just poke the front bumper through there, just to say, hey, look, I'm here and I want to get through.
It's the old saying, isn't it? Murray Walker coined the phrase, I think, of it's one thing catching the driver ahead of you, it's another thing completely getting by, and that's what we're seeing here. Sem Canopes has speed, he has pace, he has the pace to get back onto the rear bumper of Zanfari, but he's going to need to get the textbook out, the textbook on how to overtake a DD2 at the Dubai Kartdrome. He's got that out on his lap now, and he's just fanning through the pages with 2 laps remaining.
He's really running out of time, though, here if he wants to capitalise here and take that away, as Tyler Harris was the quickest through Sector 1 with a 20.792, currently shown as 5th overall, just behind Mark Bassier at the moment, a 0.6 of a second between them, but up front it's only 0.2 of a second, and it's coming down and it's getting closer and closer between these two. But as we said, not many opportunities left on the clock here, because next time round it will be 1 lap to go, and that means there are only, give or take, about 6 to 7 opportunities to really make a move past Suleiman Zanfari. But it's been a great start for the Moroccan driver as well. Started on the 2nd row of the grid, and he's been out in front since about lap number 2. Hasn't had to look back too much, but Joe, as you said before, there was the move from Sem. He's done it through Sector 3 on the penultimate lap.
That is so opportunistic. Let's have a look at the JNKD replay. Out of 13, Zanfari has to open the door to optimise his line through the S's here. By opening the door, Sem Canopes went through it. And neither of these drivers strangers to the Dubai Kartdrome. And because of that slight movement in the field, look at this. Max Dexter and now Mark Bassier right onto the tail of Zanfari. If he's not careful, Zanfari's going to challenge here under the bridge for the final time. Defensive driving from Canopes through the chicane up towards the sweeping turn of 11 and then into the hairpin. Defensive driving from Canopes. It's allowing Dexter and Bassier to get on terms. We wait for them coming through the hairpin for the final time at 13. Into the S's now. Tight lines from everybody. There's no gaps. There's no doors ajar. Has out onto the start-finish straight to be greeted by the welcome sight of the checkered flag. Sem Canopes takes Heat 1. Suleiman Zanfari was 2nd. Then we had Max Dexter, Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris 5th. But I tell you what, Chris, that was a bit of a waiting game I think we saw Sem Canopes playing. He bided his time. He just waited up. He was on a research mission for the most of that race there, just seeing what he could do, and there is the result.
Yeah, so Sam Canopis takes it there with a fabulous move on the inside at turn 14 over Suleiman Zanfari. Max Dexter and Mark Bassiev. There's only a little bit more time left on the clock. Where could they have been? Tyler Harris and Hamza Hasherio across the line there in 5th and 6th position. Adam Malek with Mauritius Canopis alongside him in 8th position. Well, actually a position behind him, with Anthony Hogg in 9th, and Samir Al-Assad finishes in 10th position. The 471 of Abdul Qadir Qasim finishes 11th, with Rakan Al-Fayaz rounding out our 12 finishes here in DD2 and DD2 Masters.
Maurice Canopis. You join us with the Bambino time trial underway, the second of the time trials. And just to remind everybody that we have two classes of Bambinos. We've got the 3 carts that are in the Coma engine class, and the rest of the field are on an IAMI engine. So the first of the Comas, as we have begun to post times, Sam Tester, I can tell you, has gone quicker. Sam's on an IAMI. The IAMI engine tends to be quicker than the Coma. First of the, we've got Abdul Karim Dondalinga. He's on a Coma. There's Abdul, and Vito Grideric is the other driver that is on the Coma. Vidal out there at the moment, just trying to find him on the timing rails. Yeah, he hasn't put a time in yet. And the other runner on the Coma is Aaron Belsky. Aaron through sector 2. There's the number 9, which is Samuel Krachakovic. Let's have a look at the JNKD replay. Just gets just put off a little bit, wasn't he, by the number 51, just tripping over Shea Downey as they circulated together. An easy mistake. And this is what Bambinos are all about, isn't it? It's the entry-level formula of karting. Would you believe these are 5 to 8 years old, these drivers?
And, of course, honing their craft and getting as much experience as they can as well in these 10-minute sessions that they have here in the Bambino time trials. Is the second of, I think, 3 time trials that we'll have here for them today. And it's a great experience for them, not to just be on track and gaining experience, but also engaging with the other drivers and the teams as well, because what they're doing here is essentially an interview. The teams that are here this weekend, they have rapidly grown over the past couple of years and now have their own feeder systems in here as well and ladders to climb up as well. They're always looking for the next best thing to come around here in the UAE karting scene, and even so pushing them towards foreign races as well and international events. And for them, it's a great time for just to soak up as much as they can here as Mark Ristig now goes quickest of all. And that's an interesting hand gesture. I don't think I've seen that one before, sort of spreading your arms out like an eagle.
Well, that was Youssef Al-Kayat, and you'll find on our paddock show tomorrow when we have a chat to little Youssef that he is indeed a very engaging little character, is that young man. He's he is a great talker, and he's obviously quite destined for Formula One, because he did nothing but complain about the lack of power and the lack of handling, and it was something that he was going to have to try and drive around. And as we saw there, the outsplayed arms, not sure if the officials will like that style of driving, but he's enjoying his karting, and as he explained to us, yes, he loves driving that Bambino around the track.
And one of the few Emirati drivers on the here this weekend, and the only one on track in this session as well is young Youssef, currently showed as 7th overall in the number 7, and he has decided to take the kart off track, so he might not be too happy about that, as the I hope that's the team member, is it?
That's his dad, yeah.
His dad?
That's his dad, yeah. You're allowed to do that in Bambinos. The fathers of the parents are able to go out on track. It's in case the youngsters have an issue. We don't want them stranded out on track for any length of time. So they've got assistance from the parents who spread themselves around the track. They come to an agreement. And that's what we saw there, young Youssef getting some help there. Fastest of the IAMI class of Bambino was Mark Ristig with a time of 1 minute 9.228. Second, just crossing the line now. Has he gone quicker? He has. He's gone even quicker. 1 minute 9.034 now is the fastest time in this time trial. That's the number 88. Keep an eye out for the number 88 out on track. In second quickest time is the number 31 of Sam Tester. He's done a 1 minute 9.353. Then we've got Presley Knight. These are all IAMI engined karts, by the way. Presley on the number 16. He's done a 1 minute 9.613. The fastest of the Coma engined karts are in 11th place overall. That's Abdul Karim Dondalinga. And Abdul's time, 1 minute 19.402. Second in the Coma class is Aaron Belsky on the number 2. And he is in 13th place overall, 1 minute 28.103. And then the third place in Comas is Vito Gruderic, and he's done a 1 minute 42.485. Only completed 3 laps as young Vito, but continues to circulate as we look at the number 44, which is Cheyenne Asgomi, who continues on his way.
Currently shown as 9th overall is the driver from Turkey with a 1:16.034 is his quickest so far. Now, Presley Knight, who is the one who's topping the timesheet in our first session, has just gone quickest of all through Sector 1 with a 26.053. His fastest lap so far, a 109.437. There are only 3 drivers in the time trial so far. They've actually dipped lower than 110, and those are our top 3 at the moment, Mark, Sam, and Presley. Here is Presley Knight as well on certainly a hot lap. Here is he moves second quickest with a 109.343.
He's gone up from third, hasn't he? He just demoted Sam Tester down to third. Presley Knight on the number 16. As he comes together with the number 2, not literally, just comes together on track, I should say. That's Aaron Belsky. They're on different engines. The IAMI engined karts are a lot quicker than the Coma engine karts. They're still very underpowered, obviously, for 5 to 8 years old karters, and you can see the difference in engine performance from the IAMI engined karts to the Coma engine karts is quite considerable. There's been a lot of debate, certainly in the UK, about the Bambino class and which engines to use. I think that debate still continues, actually. Not sure it's been concluded in any way.
So just over 30 seconds remain here on the clock here for our second time trial here for the Bambinos. Now I'm having a look at Presley Knight now, if he's improving on this lap as well, to go back up to the top of the timesheet, but not quite as quick as Mark Ristic that time round, a 1:10.301. He's 0.3 of a second off the best time of Mark so far in that 88, but Presley Knight has one more lap around the 1.24 kilometre configuration here of the Dubai Kartdrome to try and improve on that time as well, to once again top the timesheets here in time trial number 2. So the checker flag is now out. No karters and no Bambinos have come across the line just yet to see said checkered flag.
Let's say, so it's still Mark Ristic who crosses the line. Doesn't improve on his best lap of a 1 minute 9.034. Shahnaz Gomi, the Turkish driver, finishes in 9th. Ali Benzakour finishes in 8th. Yusuf Al-Kayet finishes in 7th. He did get back on track, did Yusuf. As we see Stanley Thurston finish their trial. Shade Downey finishes behind him. They're 4th and 5th. Stanley Thurston 4th. Shade Downey 5th. Still got the Coma engined karts to finish, as Abdul Karim Dondalinga finishes in 11th overall and 1st in the Coma class. Vito Gruderic finishes in 3rd in Coma. Aaron Belsky 2nd in Coma. But the quickest driver in the IAMI Bambinos is Mark Ristic, with Presley Knight in 2nd, Sam Tester 3rd, Stanley Thurston 4th, Shade Downey 5th, 6th was Samuel Krachakovic. In 7th was Yusuf Al-Kayat. Ali Benzakour was 8th. 9th was Shane Asgomi. Miron Bohovsky was 10th. Then we had the first of the Coma engines in 11th, Abdul Karim Dondalinga. Noyan Demar was 12th in 13th place, and 2nd in Coma was Aaron Belsky, and 14th and 3rd in the Coma class, Vito Gruderic. Second heat coming up for Minimax. There's the grid then. Benjamin Krachakovic on the pole position with Baptista Augustin alongside. Second row of the grid is Kurt Evanoff with Francesco Lignoli. Paul Schutzman shares the third row with Charlie Page. On row 4, we have Gleb Obikov and William Mazzari. Row 5 is Vico Payamaki. Austin Gray alongside. Mikhail Mitrikin and Ralph Martin share row 6. Row 7, of the grid is this one, the seventh and final row, in fact. Oliver Butchard has to drive back through the field again, just like he did in Heat 1 with Aaron Essan sharing the seventh and final row. They're in the collecting area. They're about to be released, and we will get things up and running with our Minimax grid being fired out of a cannon, it looks like, as they go up that incline and out onto track, coming over the rise and then seeing the rack in front of them as they do so. There is the bridge that defines, I think, Dubai Kartdrome, Chris. It's an iconic part of karting in the UAE, if not the world.
I was going to say, it's one of the few karting tracks globally that has a bridge section and an underpass section on the same piece of tarmac to complete the 17 corners here in the United Arab Emirates. And once again, Oliver Butchard's got a lot of work cut out from here as well. Qualifying just didn't go his way whatsoever, all the way down on the 7th row of the grid. But to finish inside the top 6 in the first heat race for the Minimax earlier today, that 188 is going to be a kart to watch out for once again.
It's a shame for Oliver that he didn't, whatever happened in qualifying, I suspect there might have been track limits, but whatever it was, that put him towards the back of the grid. Can you imagine if he'd been up at the front, he'd have been right there challenging Benjamin Krachakovic and Baptista Augustin. It's Krachakovic wearing his Team UAE World Finals overalls there with the lime green, the fluorescent green left shoulder. He's got a fluorescent green helmet as well. A little bit of a different variation of a livery here for the Dubai O plate from JNKD. They're a golden white livery. They're normally black and white, the team colours, but here with a special livery for the Dubai O plate 2026. Here they come then, about to get going with the second heat for Minimax. And it's Krachakovic leading the field towards turn 1, and it's the third place driver of Kurt Ivanov who slots in and hangs onto that rear bumper of Krachakovic. Down the inside has gone Schutzman. Now Schutzman ended up with an incident, but it looks like it's a JNKD 1-2 as Schutzman joins his teammate Benjamin Krachakovic, who once again is just firing off.
He's been in the right position every single time when we started this races. It just shows how crucial pole position is, because everything has happened behind him. And look at the gap that he's already pulled through the first sector of this second heat race here. He's already got at least a second on the car that's behind him. It should be Baptiste Augustin, but I have a feeling that may have changed position, because that was not Baptiste's car that's behind him. That looked like Paul Schutzman that was got through and into second. And indeed he has, hasn't he? Because, of course, what happened to him in the previous race, he got punted off.
Yeah, and he did exactly that in Heat 1. He's done it again this time. Hopefully he won't get punted off, and we'll see just how clever Schutzman can be. Cross the line, first lap completed. It's a JNKD first and second. And then again, Schutzman finds himself going wide at turn 2, and it was Baptiste Augustin who took advantage of Schutzman going wide. Is that Schutzman back into second, though? I think it is, you know. It's all hell breaking loose behind Krachakovic into turn 6 and out onto the sweeping lefts under the bridge. Who is it? Let's just consolidate what it is. It's Austin Gray, the other JNKD driver, who's gone through and now in second, is he?
And there was a yellow flag waving in turn 3, or at turn 3 even. I'm feeling Baptiste Augustin may have just run a little bit too wide there and slowed right down, because he's now shown his 14th overall. Paul Schutzman all the way down into 9th as well. But for Austin Gray, what a turn of events for him as well. He was way outside the top 5, and now he's sat in second position in that 177, ahead also of Charlie Page, who was one of the quicker drivers in our session earlier today.
Incredible that Benjamin Krachakovic in 2 laps has pulled out over 4 seconds to second place Austin Gray. That's because they've been squabbling and fist fighting all the way down from second down to 10th, as Paul Schutzman is ushered down to 11th again. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Paul Schutzman, but the same happened again. Got up behind his teammate for second place and then has ended up being involved in all sorts of incident, and now down in 10th as the battle for second is continuing. It's a JNKD first and second with Charlie Page for XL down the inside at 12 and onto the back straight. Austin Gray has been demoted to third place. Here's the JNKD replay here, Chris, and look at that. We've seen this often, haven't we? But more so in the 950mm chassis Minimax and Microax, I think.
A very brave move there as well on the inside of turn 12. Now, just going back to it, I think also someone might be handed a penalty there, judging by what was shown on the starting gantry. A 5-second penalty is heading the way of somebody. If you look back a couple of laps, down towards turn 2, where we saw Paul Schurzmann and Baptiste Augustin, they were very, very close when it came to the second corner. And then we saw that yellow flag. Those two were line astern through that sequence of corners. And I think that's the result of why those two have shuffled all the way back and how Charlie Page and Austin Gray have managed to rocket their way up the order. But quickest of all at the moment is the man that's in fourth position. The 133, Francesco, is currently, well, he's gone quickest through sector 1 with a 22.475 and a 59.245 last time round as well.
Who's that coming behind Ligioni? Francesco Lignoli, who you mentioned there in fourth. Oliver Butchard up from pretty much the back of the grid. He's on that orange and white cart, is Butchard. He's a Mumbai Falcon, and he's chasing down. He's got that green helmet, that distinctive green helmet, and orange livery of the Mumbai Falcons cart. And he's catching. He's not just catching Ligioni, he's catching Austin Gray as well. And he's going to be latching onto the back of him. But he's bringing Mitrikin, Martin and Mazzali with him as well. So it's going to be more drivers to the party. And already we've got a train of carts lining up behind Austin Gray.
And Charlie Page, by the way, we said there was a 5-second penalty being handed to somebody. Unfortunately, that's going the way of Charlie Page, scrolling down on our timing screen. So that's very unfortunate because he is right in the thick of things here as well. As Francesco's got through and into second position, that bumps now the number 114 of Charlie Page and Austin Gray down. And as Joe said before, in the top 4 now, from the back of the field, Oliver Butchard sits fourth at the moment, and he's only 6.4 seconds away from the lead out, but more importantly, 0.4 of a second back from a podium finishing position to be third overall.
Well, this bodes very well for our final. If Oliver Butchard can get up towards anywhere near Benjamin Krachakovic may not have it as easy into the finals phase, starting with the Super Heats tomorrow and then on into the all-important final. At the moment, Krachakovic, 4.5 seconds is the gap he's got to Charlie Page in second. Page got a little bit of a breathing space of 1.5 seconds before we've got this battle here between Francesco Lignoli and Oliver Butchard. Butchard on the bright green helmet, with the bright green helmet, the orange livery of Mumbai Falcons is his kart colour. But there's Lignoli, there's Butchard, and Butchard is coming towards Lignoli. And with, 6 laps completed, 2 laps to go, debatable, Chris, whether or not Butchard has enough time and opportunity to actually make that move for that third place.
Well, he's certainly on pace or on the track, he would be fourth, but however, with Charlie Page's 5-second penalty, and just to show you how close this field is, if he were to get that 5-second penalty now, if he were to end the race at this moment, Charlie Page would be dropped all the way down to 9th position behind Baptiste Augustin. So he has to fight really hard here to sort of build a gap between himself and Francesco. And he's doing that at the moment because he's going purple, because he's just done the best last lap of 58.941. But is there enough time left on the clock to build that gap up? It's 1.4 back to Francesco at the moment. He's gone quickest through sector 2 as Charlie Page as well, as he continues on to build this gap. Now, it's important to note that he only knows his information from the screen that hangs just under the starting gantry. If I'm not mistaken, there are no in-car communications here at all. They can do it manually, but that's a very tough message to relay there to him, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think they'll just be driving as flat out as they possibly can as we are into the final lap then, the last lap of the second heat here for Minimax. And this class at the moment has been all about, I know we talk about the other drivers who are battling from second place down over, and that's because that driver there, Benjamin Krachakovic for JNKD, is so quick we can't catch him on the cameras there. We're trying to find him. There he is through the chicane, through the sweep of turn 11. And it's been it's going to be maximum point score for Krachakovic. Quickest in qualifying, starting on the pole, getting into that first place, And while everyone behind him is squabbling, he's just pulling away. Here's another checkered flag and another heat win for him.
And it's a lights to flag victory once again. Didn't have to look back very often, did Benjamin there in the 183 as he chalks up, yes, another victory here at the Dubai Kartdrome. Charlie Page there across the line in second, but because of that 5-second penalty, he will be dropped down the order, which is very, very unfortunate for the young Charlie Page. He's under investigation as well for something else, is Charlie Page, so the penalties might be applied quite heavy on the young Charlie Page there as he finishes second, just behind Benjamin there in the 183. Francesco in the 133 finishes third with Oliver Butchard, who started at the back of the field in fourth. Austin Gray, who had a fantastic sort of second half of the first half, I guess you could say that there, finishes fifth with Mikael in the 126th position overall. Then in seventh, Ralph Martin with Baptiste Augustin in eighth position. William Mazzali finishes in ninth position with Kia Ivanov in 10th. Paul Schertzmann with Vico Payamaka, finishes 12th with Gleb Ovakov in 13th. Zahir Turkiya finishes 14th with Arnishan rounding out our 15 finishes here in Minimax.
So coming next, we've got our senior Rotax class. This time is for groups A and C. We'll wait for the grid to be shown to us. I want to say hello to Alexandria Ristic, who says, bravo, Mark Ristic, cart number 88 in the Bambinos. You're the talented diamond. Well done to Mark, who went quickest in the time trial there in the second time. I think he was quickest in the first time trial. So, yeah, we look forward to seeing Mark continue his karting and hopefully see him as he grows up into the cadet classes and onwards into juniors, etc. We've got the seniors coming next, as I said, Chris, and it's hard to put a finger on. I mean, the Minimax class that we've just seen, uncharacteristically, didn't have a fight for the lead. And Benjamin Krachkovic is, he's the class of the field, it appears today. But that was because of all the scrapping that was going on behind them.
And there was a lot of scrapping that was going on here. But let's have a look at Max Heat A and C. Alessandro Biggi will be on pole position in the 396. Alongside him, Ryan Qureshi in the 386. Connor Clancy in the 394 with Max Dexter alongside for company. And Kai Hunter with Ene Sachi sharing the third row of the grid. Row number 4, we see Tamim Hasabi with Mohamed Namania in the 372. Ilio Gonzalez in the 320 with Leo Nielsen alongside for company in the 314. Luca Haugerton in the 344 lines up 11th, and alongside him will be the 364 Ryan Kittles for XL. Then Nathan Pope and Jerry Montgomery Swan will share the 7th row of the grid with Aman Guerrera alongside Shivanga Karthik, making it all-Indian 8th row of the grid, with Antonius Haddad in the 308 and Laith Monana from Saudi Arabia in 18th. Elliot Surtees in the 302 with Manaf Al-Balushi in the 312 with Philip Denou in the 322. Rashid Hilal alongside him in the 338 with Hugo Brun in the 384 and the 306. So it's an all-French row there in 24th with Harrison Crook and Mohamed Hilal in the 318 for Victoria's Motorsport and Stefano Penani alongside Alfie Thompson. Now, did I need to read the same name twice, or do we have two of the Hilals. Indeed, we do. We have Rashid and Mohammed, who are separated by a few cars there, but also both representing the Kingdom of Bahrain. Because, of course, over the past couple of years as well, we've seen fantastic participation from not just international drivers or drivers who are based here in the United Arab Emirates, but a lot of drivers from the region have really started to hone their craft in what is grassroots racing here in the region. And I think it's fantastic to see, because when I first started doing this and when I got involved in it and when I was interested in it all those years ago, there wasn't much representation from the region. But nowadays it has exploded and is rapidly transformed with drivers from Qatar, right here in the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and even Kuwait, and of course the Levant region as well, the likes of Lebanon, Jordan, and more.
We've had the pleasure of working in Kuwait at the fabulous racetrack there, brand new facility there. That we did a couple of 12-hour sports car races, and they've got a fabulous karting facility as well there. So hopefully you see more Kuwaitis coming into play at the Dubai O-Plate, which is what this weekend is all about. And we are absolutely ecstatic and delighted to be able to bring you all of the action from the Dubai O-Plate for the very first time in its history here on Karting Live TV. The very first time in its history that it's been live streamed, and we're very, very privileged at Karting Live TV to be able to be the partner that brings you all of the action, which is about to kick off with Alessandro Bigi leading the field of Senior Max across the line, and we get the red light staying on, so that means our starter just wasn't happy, Chris.
No, he wasn't. You can see the hand signal there from Alessandro as well, telling the rest of the drivers that are around him. He gave the circular motion with his hand to say we're going to go around one more time, because the starters were not too impressed with the running order there before the green lights were extinguished.
I'll tell you what they didn't like. There was a too early acceleration, which kind of fragmented the formation. They like to see them come off that final turn and stay a steady, slow pace, then accelerate at the acceleration line. If you pick up the throttle too early, the starters do not like that. The majority of people, I've got to say, have been starting really well over the course of the 2 weekends that we've been here with Karting Live TV. They've been starting really well, and it's become a very rare sight to see them being sent around again. But that one, you could really tell the starter was not going to like that.
I think it's only the second time today we've had the wave around, isn't it, here? So it's been very uniform so far, but it's bound to happen at some point here. But we'll be racing in a few moments' time here, because we're only a few corners away from the grid forming up once again. And there they are, Alessandro Bigi with Ryan Qureshi alongside for company. It's the 396 on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, it is Ryan Qureshi in the 386. And we are starting here. The lights have been extinguished, and we are down towards the first couple of corners. Nice and cleanly, and it's very difficult to get 28 karts through there. But we didn't get through so cleanly, did we, Joe?
No, that was the 396. That is Bigi, our pole sitter, appearing on our screen off track on the outside of turn 2, and he is right down the order. Is that driver, Connor Clancy, or is it Ryan Qureshi who's taking up the cudgels of that lead as the rest of the field stream out of turn 6? It's the number 386, Ryan Qureshi, who leads, and that's the 366 of Max Dexter, who is right on his bumper now on the back straight, heading towards the hairpin at 3. Dexter has a look down the inside, not quite enough room for him there. And there is room for him there, though. As they go into the S's sequence, it will be Dexter. Let's have a look at that again on the JNKD replay. Look at this. Uses a tin opener here at turn 14. It's very, very tight there. Easy to hit those tyres. And Max Dexter leads from Ryan Qureshi. Kai Hunter up to 3rd. Luca Horton 4th. Nathan Pope 5th. Naman Kureja is in 6th. Let's have a look where our pole sitter went. Bigi down in 26th. We've lost Sachi and Asiba before they've even completed a lap.
That's very unfortunate there for the pole sitter as well. I noticed that Connor Clancy has also dropped down the order as well, is now showing that he's 8th position. So maybe those two had a little coming together there through the second corner there on the opening lap here of the Max Heat, the A and C class, well, not classes, but groups coming together here for this one. And, well, it looks like Kai Hunter, excuse me, as Max Dexter is still in the lead. It's Kai Hunter, though, that is hunting those in front of him at the moment, because he's really started to close that gap up as well. It was 0.4 of a second at the line to the race leader. That has come right down. And once again, we have a three-way battle here for the top step of the podium between Max Dexter, Ryan Qureshi, and Kai Hunter at the moment.
Yeah, Kai Hunter, the Kart Advisor Academy driver, is finally found some pace. They've been working really hard with that team. Kai working with the team, working with his brother Reese, and now he's got some pace enough to be in third position. And he was looking racy, wasn't he? He was right on the rear bumper of the Mumbai Falcon, Ryan Qureshi. Not so much now, as the first three kind of ebb away from one another and create this sort of strung out phase of first, second and third. As I say that, they come out of the final turn, 3 laps completed, and they all concertina back up as they go down the straight and into one for the 4th time.
So 3 laps in the books. I mean, 6 to go here, so still plenty of time left on the clock here for Ryan and Kai to kind of bide their time and just understand where they're stronger compared to Max here. But again, it's kind of that meat in the sandwich. It's on the inside. Kai Hunter takes it through turn 5, and here is the JNKD replay of that move. Kai Hunter from quite a ways back actually as well, very late on the brakes, just sees an opportunity, just follows his way through 4 and takes a position away through turn 5, says thank you very much. But now that is allowing Max Dexter to extend his gap ever so slightly here and build enough room so he can breathe just that much easier.
Well, he's not going to be able to breathe easier for long, because Kai Hunter is coming. Kai Hunter, the Predator, there on Qureshi, caught him napping as Kai Hunter now gets his head down and off after Max Dexter. He looks over his shoulder. Qureshi is a kind of a breathable gap there. He's not going to be under any threat as they go into turn 2. Out of that one, uphill to turn 3, and across the bridge they go. The gap to Dexter from Hunter is 0.6 of a second. That looks like it's narrower than that, mind. Qureshi coming back towards him. Qureshi's not far away. He hasn't dropped Qureshi whatsoever. And Hunter's going to be under threat here as they come under the bridge. He's going to have to be careful here for the outbreak into the chicane. No, Hunter is as quick as anybody there. And then onto the back straight. Gap still 0.6 of a second. They'll cross the sector 2 border. It's down to, it's up to 0.7. So Dexter even more comfortable in that lead. Kai Hunter chasing him down. They will complete 5 laps here, Chris. And the question is, has Hunter got anything in the toolbox to narrow that gap further?
Well, he's got enough time left, but he has to really pick his opportunity where he sees fit, and he has to start closing in sooner rather than later. Also, there is the meatball flag currently out. That's the technical flag for kart number 394. That's Connor Clancy, who's been quick at the moment. Now, is that a result of contact from earlier on? Also under investigation is the 314. And I was having a look at that as one of our leaders. It's actually one of our karters inside the top 10. Is actually Leo Nielsen, who is under investigation. Doesn't specify what exactly, but the good news is our top 3, nothing to bat an eyelid at so far here. But Kai Hunter, 0.7 of a second is the gap between him. But Max Dexter knows what's happening behind him, because he's gone quickest of all last time round with a 54.870.
This is going to be tragic news, tragedy for Connor Clancy, who was currently 6th place. He was the man to beat last weekend at the 4th round of the UAE RMC. He hasn't quite found the place to run at the front this weekend, though, as Max Dexter continues to lead. The gap's still 0.6. Clancy, I believe, into the pits. So Clancy, we've lost. That's going to put him way down the grid, potentially. Could be ending up in the B final.
And that's a real shame as well, because he's certainly one of the quicker drivers in there as well. In the first heat race and in qualifying, he was really up in the thick of things there, vying for the top step of the podium. And now this is not something that he'd like to end this heat session with at all. He did not want to come in, but unfortunately he's been called in for a reason. So Max Dexter continues his lead here. 0.6 of a second is the gap. It's come down by 1/10 between Dexter and Hunter, but Ryan Qureshi is still in the mix as well. The top 3 separated by 1 second. We have to look 2.4 seconds back to find Luca Houghton in at 3:44, down in 4th place at the moment. What a gap these three have built here so far. With 2 laps remaining on the clock, this is the penultimate round, and there's not a lot of time left for either Hunter or Qureshi to find a way past Max Dexter.
That gap is coming down, though, down to 5/10. Has Kai Hunter been tyre managing? Has he been pace managing? Because he's pulled away from Ryan Qureshi there as they go into the chicane. He is visibly closer to the leader, Max Dexter. Is he going to risk everything and have a go if indeed he can indeed catch him? Max Dexter for Telios leads this race on the penultimate lap here. It'll be the 1 lap to go board, the last lap board that these drivers will see. And they'll see it about now as they come out the final turn. The gap to Hunter underneath half a second. It's still underneath half a second as they go into the final lap.
Kai Hunter on the previous lap was actually quickest of all with a 54.809, but that gap is still 4/10 of a second. We have a 3-way battle on the final lap of the race here for the top step of the podium in Max Heat. This is the A and C groups that have been mixed together now. They'll all have a chance to race because we have so many drivers in the Senior Max. We've had to separate them into 4 different groups, and because we have 3 heat races, all groups will go against each other at least once here to level out the playing field here. But for Max Dexter, what a race it has been here. It was a tough challenge at the beginning to kind of stay out of harm's way, and since the very first lap and the second corner of the race, he hasn't had to look back very often, has he? As Max Dexter works his way through the final corner, and he would come across the line in front of Kai Hunter by what would be about 5/10 of a second, make that 4/10 of a second, but that is another win in the books for Max Dexter.
And I would imagine Kai Hunter is going to be more pleased, a little bit more pleased with the pace of that KAA kart, the Kart Advisor Academy kart they've been working on. Well, they've been working on for the last 2 or 3 days, but they've been working on since the beginning of the season. As Max Dexter takes the win, then Kai Hunter takes a very fine second. Ryan Qureshi will be finding somewhere to find some more pace. He was 3rd, Luca Houghton in 4th. Then we had Nathan Pope 5th. 6th was Jeremy Montgomery Swan. In 7th place, Neyman Corregia. Leo Nielsen was 8th. And then from 9th place down, Manofal Belushi, Elwa Gonzalez, Elliot Surtees, Stefano Padani, Antonius Haddad, Leith Nomanai, Alessandro Bigi ended up coming back through to 15th. What a drive. Mohammed Menemenite, Alfie Thompson, Shivan Kartik was 18th. 19th with Harrison Crook. Rayan Carews was 20th. And then we had Hugo Brunn, Arsen Jorlovic, Philip Dinu, Mohammed Hilal. 25th was Rishad Hilal. Connor Clancy pulled in with a mechanical flag, and then we lost Eni Asachi and Tamim Hasiba very, very early on at the start of this race. We stay with... I was about to say we stay with Senior Rotax before I was interrupted by our partners advertisements. Staying with Senior Rotax, this is, of course, Groups B and D. As you were mentioning, Chris, we've got such a subscription to the Senior Rotax class. We had to split them up into 2 groups for qualifying and 4 groups to go racing.
And it makes for a very interesting challenge as well, because most of the other categories, actually all of the other categories, they don't have that, do they? There are a number of karts in, I think it's Junior Max, we have 33, but Senior Max here has over 50 karts. So obviously you can't run with that many karts on track. So to even out the playing field, they've segregated them into groups, and to ensure fair play, every group will go against each other at least once, so they don't really go up against the same people every time. And that adds a very unique challenge, because unlike the other categories, they're racing against the same group of individuals. The Senior Max, though, they're racing against completely different ones half the time.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually, and I'm pretty sure the drivers will be looking at the grid and who they're lining up with as we have the grid formed in the collecting area. In fact, they've been released. So let's have a look. It's Matthew Higgins who is on the pole position with Tino Sidler alongside the Swiss driver joining us here for the Dubai O-Plate. On row 2 is Rayan Damadassa with Jules Dumont alongside Zain El Homassani and Omar Ganoum on row 3. Row 4 is Faisal Nashko and Nathan Kaplan with Patrick Cannon and Andy Rattel. Row 6 is Enzo Tesluk and Spencer Trehorn. Row 7, we've got Hamza El Fayez and Amani Kanua. Sanad El Hamawi and George Nasser start on row 8. Row 9 is Lewis Hartman and Oscar Lambert. And then on row 10, Abdul Al Carter, Freddie Lloyd. Then we've got Miles Roby, Adam Albacioni, Krishe Gut, Andrew Obeid. And then rounding off this 28 kart field, Kain Kreinbull, Musad Al Bassam, Parsa Tam Amasvand, and Miguel Quinones.
And another action-packed lineup here as well for our second of our Senior Max heat races here of this sort of heat session is about to get underway. It's a nice, tidy order here as we make our way across the line. The green lights have gone out, and we are racing through the first couple of corners. Will we make it through cleanly? So far, so good. Although there is some debris, there's a little bit of karting bumper that's been popped off there and moved off onto the outside of turn number 2. A dive on the inside there from the 321 Rehan to go second overall there. That's a great way to start this lap.
Yeah, into the lead though, very much excels Matthew Higgins. Solid lead into turn 2 and 3. He leads the field through the chicane. But Rayan Damadassa, looking very racy, was impatient seeing Matthew Higgins disappear on up the road and made a point of getting by Tino Sidler and indeed Jules Dumont. It's certainly a GGM kart that's in second. The rest of the field come through turn 13 into the S's for the first time. It's 2 M&M karts that are in third and fourth place as Higgins leads, Damadassa, Zain Halmasani, Faisal Nashko, Tino Sidler, Omar Ganoum up to 6th with Jules Dumont, Nathan Kaplan, Spencer Trehorn and Freddie Lloyd driving off the top 10.
Quickest of all so far, a 56.726 for Matthew Higgins, who leads this race by 9/10 of a second over Damadassa, who sits in second position in the 321. But now Rayan is dropping down the order by the looks of it. Zain Al Homassani now sits in second, the man from Egypt. Here now 1.3 seconds adrift. We try and go 3 wide towards the chicane after the bridge. Now that's certainly not going to work out. But what has happened to Rayan? Why has he dropped so far back down the order? And same with Tino Sidler as well, down into 5th position, all the way down in 15th. We have to look for the fastest man through Sector 2.
Yeah, the two Matthias Najem Motorsport drivers are circulating together now. El Homassani and Nashko working together. Are they going to continue to work together? There they are, the black, white with red trim on the M&M karts. Working together, it seems, to catch excels Matthew Higgins. Remember, Higgins, we know all about Matthew Higgins in the UK. He's the British champion. Clinched that for Dan Holland Motorsport in 2025 and showing his speed here for XL as he continues under the bridge. The two M&M drivers about to be rejoined, it looks like, by Rayan Damadassa, whose tyres at last have come to him, because here we are on lap 3 and Damadassa has regained that pace.
And he's going quickest through Sector 1 and Sector 2, although now Jules Dumont has gone quickest through Sector 2. Hamza Al Fayez was the quickest round last time round with a 55.774. But this battle here for second, which was a 2-way battle between teammates, has now turned into a 3-way battle, and they start slowing each other down. Omar Ganoum will be a part of this battle as well. So will Tino Sidler and Nathan Kappen is in close proximity as well. This, of course, allows Matthew Higgins to escape up the road 1.1 seconds, and again on the inside. Ryan did it on lap number 1, and he's just done the same thing on lap number 4. Here is the JNKD replay of Ryan's move on the inside, and he's done it in the exact same location as well. Sees an opportunity, the door is open, and he shuts it firmly and says, thank you very much. You saw the hand gesture, thumbs up, I'm through.
Yeah, it was a little bit left hand down for Nashco, though, to accommodate that move, but it was audacious, and that's what you've got to be. You've got to be that to get into the top 3 of any of these senior road tax heats. And Rayan Damadasa, that George Gibbons Motorsport kart, now switching on for him, it seems, as we hit towards half distance. Matthew Higgins leading, Zain Al-Hamasani in second, Rayan Damadasa third, Omar Ganoum up and ahead of Tino Sidler, and the Origin Motorsport driver there into 4th place now. Nathan Kappen 6th, as the field come across the bridge into the turn 6 hairpin. All important this, and even more important for Damadasa as he's trying to chase down El Hamasani into the chicane. And it looks like El Hamasani has got a bit of a breather. Bit of a breather to Damadasa there, not being able to challenge there, Chris.
So from second on the previous lap down to 19th goes Faisal Nashco, now down in 19th in that 307. So very unfortunate for him. But picking up the pace here at the moment is Armani there in the 317. Quickest through set to 1, a 21.050. But Rayan is still the quickest man out there last time round in that 3:21. But with all the squabbling that's happened behind Matthew Higgins, he's got a comfortable gap of 1.2 seconds at the moment. It's only 0.2 between the 3:95 and 3:21 as they run. And has he done it again at the same place? He has. But Zain El-Hamasani is going to fight back. But what a move there from Rayan. Twice on 2 subsequent laps.
That's his favourite. That's his favourite place to take the Matthias Najem Motorsport team down the inside, off 4 and into that hairpin at 5. Zain Al-Hamasani was stood up at turn 6. He couldn't do anything about it. Of course, Rayan Damadasa. And who's this coming on the black and white kart? It's Omar Ganoum. Ganoum is now on the tail of the M&M kart of Zain El-Hamasani, out onto the start-finish straight. It's 6 laps completed. Matthew Higgins across the line. His gap is now 2.6 seconds to that kart there of Damadasa. They are queuing up here, Chris. Damadasa is the cork in the bottle, and it's about to go pop.
So with the speed that Damadasa has, I wonder if this is a strategy to kind of slow Zain up into the rest of the field behind them, and then when they start attacking him, he's just going to launch away. But a very interesting play here from these drivers, because Rayan is certainly the quicker here, and I think that might be a strategy because now he's starting to build a gap. There's about 2 kart lengths between them, but that closes up into the chicane. But as you said, there is a nice queue of karts building up here for the battle for second, and Matthew Higgins is probably turning around every once in a while, going, okay, that's their battle. This is mine.
Let's just have a look at this JNKD replay. Here is Omar Ganoum. Now then, Omar gets a 2-wheel. He's more of a sort of a style, a stunt man in that one. He didn't mention that in his track description, which you'll see in the paddock show. But Ganoum, let's see how it's settled in. Matthew Higgins, Damadasa, Timo Sidler was the driver, the orange liveried Mumbai Falcons kart. When Ganoum went on to 2 wheels, it was Sidler that said, you can't go as quick when you're on 2 wheels as I can on 4. And that's why Sidler has gone ahead of him.
And it's a shame as well for the 395 because he was around the outside during that manoeuvre as well, and that pushed him out and drops him down to 6th position overall. So no longer in that battle for second. Now, this allows Damadasa a bit of breathing room as well, building that gap to 0.8 of a second, but still not close enough to Matthew Higgins, who almost sits 3.6 seconds up the road at the moment from the rest of the field. This battle still brewing here. That's Omar Ganoum that's in control there in the 301, just ahead of now Tino Sidler. That puts him into 3rd overall. Nathan Kappen is behind them as well.
Well, we're on the final lap here, and Matthew Higgins says, thanks, lads. You've helped me pull out a 3.6 second gap. He's got this in the bag. We can't take our eyes off this battle for 3rd, though. It's Omar Ganoum, Tino Sidler and Nathan Kappen beginning to queue up. It's the 2 Mumbai Falcons coming onto the rear bumper of the Origin Motorsport entry of Omar Ganoum. He pulls out a little bit of a breather as we go to our leader. It's all about the current British champion, Matthew Higgins. Is he going to take away the Dubai O plate? He's won his 2 heats now. I say won. I hope, hopefully he'll take the checkered flag. Please do, Matthew. I was a bit premature there. Here he comes then. He's won his 2 heats now. As he takes the checkered flag, it will be Rian Damadasa crossing the line in second. And then there's that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th with Omar Ganoum, Tino Sidler, Nathan Caplan, the rest of the field coming through. And we'll get a full rundown of who came where. But as ever, Senior Max delivers exactly what it says on the tin. This is tremendous, high-level, top-quality Rotax Max racing. Matthew Higgins takes the win for XL, Rian Damadasa second, Omar Ganoum third, very fighting third, Tino Sidler finishes in 4th, Nathan Caplan 5th, Freddie Lloyd in 6th. In 7th place, we've got Hamza Al-Fayez, Zain Al-Masani ended up down in 8th. George Nasser through and up to 9th with Amani Kanua rounding off the top 10. Jules Demont is in 11th from Andy Rattel in 12th. 13th is Oscar Lambert. Spencer Trehorn, be happy with that, 14th place. Patrick Cannon, 15th. Abdullah Al-Carter was 16th. And then we've got Kyan Crimebull, Faisal Nashko, Miles Roby, Krisha Gut, Lewis Hartman, Musad El-Bassam, Parsa Tamzavant, Miguel Quinones in 24th. Then we had Andrew Obaid, Sanad El-Mawi, and we lost Adam El-Bassioni. On 3 laps, 4 laps, we lost Enzo Tesluk. cracking stuff from the Junior Rotax grid as ever. It's going to be an absolute corker of a finish to the day when these drivers come back out for their third and final heat. We leave Junior Rotax for a short while though, and it's next up will be the Microax class. We'll have a look for their grid when they appear in the collecting area. I want to say hello to Bono FX Academy, nice one, Armani, and then again another member of the Armani Canoa fan club. Kajith Imukundi, good job Armani I should say. Joseph Canoa, let's go Armani, and that's push. That's how we do it. He's referring, of course, to Armani Canoa's drive to the top 10 in Senior Rotax a couple of races ago. So keep the chats coming on the live stream chat on YouTube. Karting Live TV bringing you the Dubai All-Plate meeting here, the Dubai All-Plate event at the Dubai Cardrome for 2026. The first time the Dubai All-Plate has been live streamed, and we are delighted to be able to bring you all of the action. There's still a lot of action left, and the action's about to continue because the Microax drivers have just been released from their cages. Here we go then. These kids are 8 to 11 years old, and they're being led around by Samar Chopra, who was on the pole position with Liam O'Hanlon alongside. Benjamin Shivar from the UK, over from the UK, is on row 2 with Saif Al Khalifa. Ivans Voronins and Adam Al Sheikh share row 3. Row 4 is Enzo Falzerano and Arthur Bowers. Amal Tabatsa and Vaya Ponna share row 5. And on row 6, we've got Jensen Kelly and Zhu Kuan-Yi. On row 7 is Alexander Feinstein and Max Armit. And then rounding off the 15 kart Microax field is Rio Pocock.
And it was a great battle last time out as well in the Microax category between Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon, because those two were vying for position all over the place and jostled for position and exchanged the lead of the race as well. Will it be the same this time round? Well, we'll have to wait and see. The other driver to keep a very close eye on as well is the number 98 of Arthur Bowers, who pretty much came out of nowhere come the second half of the race. The lights have been extinguished and we are racing here, and that was quite a tight close there, trying to cut off that right-hand line.
Yeah, that Liam O'Hanlon's raced here many times down the inside. Car going sideways there. Gathered it all up, and it's O'Hanlon in second place. His grandmother, Dawn Sanford, is at the airport watching though. So safe flight, Dawn, but don't board yet, because Liam is chasing down his seasoned nemesis, Samar Chopra, who leads for M&M Motorsport. And look at that, Liam O'Hanlon already saying to Samar, just don't worry about me. Let's pull away and make a gap to the third place kart of, and who is that? Is that Shiva? It is indeed Benjamin Shiva. He's come across here from the UK, and he's placed himself with JNKD. Oh, and he goes very wide there at turn 12 there, just finding his feet on a new track, but he's managed to save himself, and he's continuing in that third spot.
Yeah, great move here, or a great start even from the two out in front, the 29 and 22, to try their best to break away so far. They do look like they're working together somewhat reasonably well as on this now second lap of the race here. It is 1 lap shorter compared to others as a move on the inside. That was on the number 2 with Saif Al Khalifa. Now, that wasn't the 78, that was Arthur Bowers, right?
That was Shivar coming back at Khalifa. Shivar had lost that third spot. Is Khalifa coming back at Shivar? And Shivar pushed onto the curb. Here comes, who is that? That's Arthur Bowers on the 98 as well. He's going to demote Shivar as we head down towards and under the bridge. It all settles in, and we've got raised hands there. I'm not quite sure what that was about, as O'Hanlon has gone ahead of Chopra, while third and fourth place and fifth and sixth and seventh was squabbling. We've had a change of lead as O'Hanlon defends into the hairpin at 13. He's going to defend after defending to 14 as well, which he does. He's through the S's now to complete the lap. They've only completed 2 laps. It's O'Hanlon. Chopra bounces off the curb there. Who's in third? It looks like Khalifa, Bowers, Al Sheikh, Falzerano, Ponna, Feinstein. Shivar down to 9th, would you believe?
And Saifar Khalifa looking very racy here in this second heat here for the Microax. Now jostling for the top step of the podium, but he's brought along with him the 98 and 55 as well. Adam Al-Sheikh is the car at the tail end of this field, or a little battle here, excuse me, between these top 5 here. Arthur Bowers, though, also in the mix as well in 4th, and make that possibly 3rd, because he may have got through past the number 2 just before the chicane there as well. And indeed, actually, no, that looks like Adam Al-Sheikh that's gotten through into 3rd overall here at the Dubai Kartdrome, but that is still enraging here, that battle for 3rd at the moment, allowing Liam and Samar to escape now up the road.
Yeah, and it's anybody's, isn't it? Arthur Bowers, Adam Al-Sheikh, Saifal Khalifa ending up in 5th spot as O'Hanlon leads across the line. It's only 3 laps completed now as he crosses the line from Chopra. Bowers, Al-Sheikh, Khalifa, Ponner, Falzerano, Feinstein down the inside has gone Chopra into turn 2. That's his favourite place. O'Hanlon comes back at him because Chopra had to slide very wide, and O'Hanlon, composed as anything, just says, thank you very much, I'm staying in the lead.
Adam Al-Sheikh goes 3rd now, moving past the number 98 of Arthur Bowers on that sequence of corners through the first sector there of lap number 4. Now he wants to try and catch these two in front of him, and it looks like Samar Chopra trying to go the long way round to get the cutoff through the chicane, but not close enough as Liam O'Hanlon shuts the door on him. And onto the back straight here for the 4th time. Those 3 carts behind them now are closing in. These two are starting to slow each other down instead of speed each other up. And now we've got a 5-way battle for the top step of the podium in Microax.
And that's because O'Hanlon is having to defend. We're only at half distance. That's a long way to defend from Samar Chopra. He continues to defend. Chopra goes to the right, he again goes to the left. This is allowing Adam Al-Sheikh involved as well as Arthur Bowers. It's 5-cart train now with, it looks like Chopra has got the lead back, has he? Yes, he has indeed. O'Hanlon slots in behind. Got to be careful. Chopra down the inside of O'Hanlon, who was in the lead, and into turn 6. It's all flat out racing now, and across the exit curbing there went Arthur Bowers. That slowed him down. He has to slot in behind.
We almost took a leaf out of Veer Chopra's book there from the previous race, right? Diving down to the inside of turn 5 to try and take that position away. But our top 5, they're separated by how much? Less than 7/10 of a second is the gap between these 5 carters here. Unfortunately, Vera Ponner a little bit further back than he'd would like to be from this battle. 1.2 seconds adrift is how far back they are at the moment. But Liam O'Hanlon currently in control of this battle. But of the 5 of them, it's Adam Al-Sheikh who is the quickest of all, a 2:01.278 last time round, but this time round a little bit slower. Now the fastest lap of the race goes the way of 7th overall, the 1:01.212, but Samar Chopra was quickest through that 3rd sector.
And Samar Chopra is quickest through turn 3 because he's chopped inside the lead there. No pun intended there, because that's exactly what he did. The 2 XL drivers are squabbling in the shape of Adam Al-Sheikh and Saifal Khalifa. Samar Chopra back into the lead. Don Sanford can't get on that plane at the airport, though, because Liam O'Hanlon has now got 2nd place and he's coming back into the lead. But Chopra has the faster line on the outside, through and out of the chicane, into the sweeping left-hander at turn 11. They have to be very, very composed here going into the final couple of laps here. It'll be 6 laps completed next time by. These two have to be careful at the front of this field, or else they're going to hand this heat win to either Saifal Khalifa, Adam Al-Sheikh or Arthur Bowers, who are not that far behind. And who's that behind Bowers? It's Ponner coming as well. 2 laps to go.
Number 2 there, running in 3rd now, got the move done through turn 5. That seems to be a very popular overtaking opportunity now in any of the classes that we have here racing today. And it looks like we've got 6 carts now in the mix for the top step of the podium. Indeed we do, because now Virbav Ponner has decided to join the top 5 here as they slow down, and Ponner sort of getting quicker. Now, of those 6, it was Adam Al-Sheikh, the man that's sitting in 4th position, that was quickest of all. Now that's gone the way of Amr Tabaza, who was down in 9th.
Ponner's going to have to be careful, though, because I noticed the warning board for the number 99 via Ponner was showing across the line. O'Hanlon saying, get on with it. Stop defending. You are threatening. You are allowing 3rd place to come into play. So Ponner's at a warning board for something, so he's going to have to be very careful how he makes any more progress through the rest of this field. Last lap board shows O'Hanlon literally glued to the rear bumper of Sama Chopra. He's going to leave the door open, not enough for Liam O'Hanlon to go through. Has to settle for second, follows Chopra through 3, across the bridge. This is a chance, Chris.
And it is certainly, there's not many opportunities left. Will it be turn 5 that gives us the opportunity? Not quite. Is Liam close enough? But a slight tap to the bumper there to say, quickly, come on, we've got to get this over and done with. But I'd also like to come through at the same time. And he's going to look now on the inside through the chicane, going to try and go each and every way that he can, but not close enough as Samar Chopra shuts the door on him wherever Liam can find an opportunity. Up now into Sector 3 for the final time, our top 3. All gunning for the top step of the podium. Will it be the 29, 22 or 2 when they come through and across the line for the final time here in the Microax category as Liam O'Hanlon looks on the inside, but unfortunately that was the long way around rather than the next corner and has to settle for second for the time being. One more opportunity awaits for him, but he will have to settle for second. And what another fantastic fight there. And for Saifar Khalifa, job well done to round out the podium.
Rest of the field come through then. And that does indeed bode very well. Whether or not these drivers will be able to race in any kind of different way going into the final, where it's all important, everything's about the win. Nobody remembers who came second in an all-plate event. As there's the result then. Sama Chopra once again finishing ahead of Liam O'Hanlon. You can get on the plane now, Dawn. Saif Khalifa is third. Animal Sheikh fourth. Via Ponna through in fifth. Shiva ended up in sixth, still learning this track here at the Dubai Cardrome, isn't he? In seventh place, we've got Jensen Kelly with Amar Tabatsa in eighth. Enzo Falzerano is in ninth. Ivan Zvorinen's 10th. Max Armit 11th. And then we've got Rio Pocock, our final finisher. Arthur Bowers went out after 7 laps, as did Alexander Feinstein. And Zhukan Yi also, well, he came into the pits on lap 7. Well, yeah, that was an exceptional race there. Sama Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon, 69 thousandths of a second there. And that was certainly picked up by at BF1MC. Wow, indeed. Well done, Liam. Second is good. Dawn, I know you're his grandma, but you know Liam better than any of us do, and you know for a fact he'll not be happy with that. Valkahan official. W drivers, win drivers, yep, absolutely. Evelyn Aguirre is good job, Liam. Yeah, it was. Samar wins. Very, very good drive from him, and he didn't have it easy, did he? He had to fight for it. This is a cracking little duking contest between Liam O'Hanlon and Sama Chopra, and these two are really, really racing well. Yes, they allow other drivers to get involved in their party. I mean, great drive from Saif Al Khalifa, I thought. That was a cracking drive to be right on the tail. And if you think about it, like last weekend's Dubai Kartdrome round 4 of the UAE RMC, Alexander Feinstein, who's just, I don't know what's happened to Alex this weekend, but he's just not there. He was doing exactly what Saif Al Khalifa was doing. He was right there on the rear bumpers of the two. And when they tripped over one another, which is every chance it could happen going into the final, it's whoever's in third and fourth place could pick up the spoils. It's DD2 out next for their second heat of the day. On the pole position and leading them round will be Sem Knoppes. He's on the pole with Max Dexter alongside. Suleiman Zanfari had an outstanding drive in Heat 1. Let's see if he can do it again. Tyler Harris alongside him on row 2. Mark Bassier on the third row with Hamza Rashishu alongside. And then on row 4, is Tony Hogg and Moritz Knoppes with that's the head of the grid for Masters as well. Adam Malik and Rakan Al-Fayez with Abdul Qaeda Eskasem with Sami Al-Hassad on row 6. That's our 6 rows of DD2 gearbox class. 12 karts then. And we await their arrival out on track.
And this is the final of the heats as well, before we have a short break and then go into the final heats of the day as well. So we anticipate them making their way and cresting over the hill to join the tarmac, where they will line up in their formation. And, of course, it will be under the starters' orders, and hopefully everyone will be in their position. But, Joe, I think you've got a little update for us here.
No, I've got a little bit of a chat here. Ollie West is watching from a cold UK. Yes, Ollie, why aren't you out here racing with this lot as well? But it's great to have you along. Hope you're enjoying the show. Kaylee B, 04, when are the Bambinos out? Well, they are out, first out for their time trial. Immediately after the lunch break, which we don't know because we're on a bit of a delay, so the timetable is a little bit behind. But as soon as we know, we'll tell you. Don't go away, just keep watching, because we've got DD2 gearbox karts next. So keep the chat coming on the live stream. We've got the DD2s about to be released, and when they do, we'll be able to take you around this 9-lap heat for DD2s. It's about those two drivers, well, 3, 4, 5 drivers, isn't it? You can't even discount Hamza Rashishu as well. Tony Hogg and Moritz Knoppes will continue to duke it out with the in the old drivers class. That is, the over 31s. As we get Sem Knoppes bringing the field around under the bridge, getting as much energy into those tyres and brakes as he can.
And he's not got a lot of time to do that as well, because, sure, the faster he goes and does it, the better for him. But if those behind him are going slower, well, that heat is just going to dissipate. He's not going to have it any longer, because it's not as if the rest of the field is stood right next to him or under racing conditions. This is just merely the formation lap to get that heat, to get that energy, to get the optimal temperature where you need it. And, well, if the rest of the field are this slow, he's not going to have that heat in those tyres for that much longer now, is he? Now, alongside Sem Knoppes will be Max Dexter, who has that O plate on his kart and is looking to defend his title here in 2026. The starters' orders are happy with what they saw. We are racing here for the second time in the Dubai Plate 2026 for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters here around the Dubai Kartdrome. It's a nice clean start there as well. But what about Suleiman Zanfari? Because in the first race earlier today, the first heat races, he was the one to watch out for, and he was the one who took the lead pretty much immediately through this corner right here. But it seems to me he's not had the pace that he'd like to have had when this race began to make that move, the same move he did last time. So Sem Knoppes sitting easy at the moment, but Max Dexter hounding him at the moment as they work their way through the chicane here for the first time. Suleiman Zanfari is in close proximity, currently sit in third position, but it looks like a nice even field out. No one's been able to break away just yet.
Leading into turn 13, and for the first time, Sem Knoppes. He's got Max Dexter absolutely so close you could pitch a tent over not just the first two, but the first 3, let's say, because that is Suleiman Zanfari matching what he did in the first heat and staying with the 2 in front. Not that far away from his rear bumper, there was Mark Bassier and Tyler Harris, Tony Hogg in there as well. Got a train of DD2s literally following one another around in each other's wheel tracks. Nobody. Oh, and there's a move down the inside of Zanfari as Mark Bassier gets a bit impatient in the Mumbai Falcons entry and tries for that third spot. That's broken things up a bit, and the two lead drivers, Canopes and Dexter, has eked out a bit of a cushion.
And Mark Bassier did the right thing there, ran too wide through the corner. Could have taken the position away from Suleiman Zanfari as Max Dexter now takes the lead here at the Dubai Kartdrome. And, well, the 420's like, no, hang on a sec. I'm quicker than you. Get out of my way. It's my position.
Yeah.
But Max Dexter's like, you have to wait.
Well, Sam Canopes, let's have a look at the replay here as Max Dexter, the JNKD replay, will show this in great detail. And hopefully it'll stay with us as Canopes gets out of the corner and then accelerates onto the rear bumper of Max Dexter. And he literally pushes him down the back straight. And he didn't want to have a go. He was just saying, come on, get on with it, Max Dexter. We need to pull away from this lot behind us. Because already, and down the inside, has gone Mark Bassier on Zanfari. Let's see if it sticks. There's the leaders. It's the third place kart. That looks like it is indeed. Mark Bassier now for Mumbai Falcons has gone through into third and demoted Suleiman Zanfari down to fourth.
As Max Dexter now looks to extend his lead here. It's 0.3 of a second at the line last time round. It's still floating around the same mark. But Sem was quickest through sector 2, but Max was the quickest through that first sector. Quickest man out there last time round, there was Adam Malik with a 55.106, all the way down in 9th position at the moment. But these two here now trying to extend their lead between them and the rest of the field. It's 0.4 of a second now, so a further 10th added for Max Dexter on Sem. Mark Bassier sits in third position. He's 1.4 seconds from the race lead, and he's only 0.3 of a second up the road from Suleiman Zanfari, who's Tyler Harris, Hamza Sario, and the rest of the field building up behind him as well. And that will be the battle for third overall as these two try to break away from the rest of the field.
Bassier is pulling away from Zanfari. He's pulling away and he's trying to draw in the two leaders. There's Dexter. There's Canopes. They are getting on with their own race here. They're heading towards, well, they're a little bit off, about a full lap away from half distance, but they're getting on with their job in hand. Mark Bassier, likewise, trying to pull away from Zanfari behind him. Things a little bit composed at this stage of the race. There's no reason to overly try as Dexter crosses the line then. 4 laps completed. Canopes in second. Bassier, Zanfari, Tyler Harris, Ashisho. And then we've got a gap before Adam Malik, who's just got by Tony Hogg. Maurice Canopes now coming behind Tony Hogg in what is second in the Masters, 9th overall.
So this battle still rages. Has come down to 0.2 of a second. Quickest overall was Sam Canopes through sector 2 as well. 54.365 at the line. He was 0.2 of a second faster compared to Max Dexter. And the gap is now under 0.3 of a second between them. The battle certainly is on here for the man that's defending his title here at the O-Plate. The one who wants to continue on with that O-Plate on his card going into the 2027 O-Plate. But it's not going to be easy here at all, will it be, for Max Dexter. But Mark Bassier is picking up the pace as well. Currently third overall, quickest through sector 1 and sector 3. He is currently 1.4 seconds off the lead and 1.1 off the battle in front of him. But he certainly would close up. Well, it's still 1.1 seconds, losing a few too many seconds in that third and final sector. But actually, it's 1/10 of a second that he's losing through that third sector, and that's unfortunately slowing him right down here, allowing these two to escape up the road once again. Max Dexter still in control of this by just under 0.4 of a second, but Sem is going to fight this all the way down to the wire. This is exactly what we had in the first heat race earlier today.
This is when Sem needs to pull the trigger. If he's got anything whatsoever in that toolkit, this is when he needs to draw Dexter in and maybe have a challenge for the lead. He may not have anything. He may not have anything whatsoever in the toolkit because Dexter, there's a reason why he's carrying that O as a number plate. He won the Dubai O plate this time last year, so he's no slouch here at the Dubai Kartdrome as they complete 6 laps, 3 laps to go. As Dexter, Canopes, Bassier pulling away now from who is Tyler Harris in that 4th spot, getting ahead of Suleiman Zanfari.
And now there is a second between Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier. As Joe said, the Moroccan now down into 5th position, also moving up as well as the 574, a bit further down through the field. But that gap up front still floating around that 0.3 of a second mark here. If Sem wants to get through, he's going to have to do it sooner rather than later. There are only 2 laps left. 3 laps left. No, we're on lap number 7 now, so there is 2 laps. Yes, so this is the penultimate lap here at the Dubai Kartdrome. So if that's the case, next time round, there won't be many opportunities to take that position away from Max Dexter. And of course, Max Dexter and Sem will both know that because they both get shared the same information. So Max can hone in on what he's doing in terms of defending, and Sem can do the same thing when it comes to attacking as well. So on lap 8 of 9 here around the Dubai Kartdrome, that gap has not come down. It's still 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, and I don't think Sem Canopes is not showing us what kit he's got to get back on terms with Dexter. There's one thing catching Dexter, it's another thing altogether. It will be the last lap board the next time by. They come under the bridge, flat out, fastest part of the track here. Biggest, longest, flat out, full throttle, down the gears, into first gear, out of there, accelerate, second gear, get towards the braking point for turn 13, it's a hairpin, down to first. They'll hold first gear all the way through this section here. Next coming up, the S's to end the lap. And as Dexter crosses the line into second gear there, off we go. And it's Max Dexter, Sem Canopes, Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris, Suleiman Sanfari. And yes, Canopes moving towards the rear bumper of Dexter. However, I'm not sure he's got enough pace, time and opportunity beginning to run out. It's going to be an absolute do or die move if it's going to come off. He draws up to the rear bumper into the braking area for the chicane for the last time in this second heat. No, but you know why? Because Dexter is as quick as anyone anywhere on this track.
But he still has turn 14 to make the move, and we've seen it happen there as well. So Dexter has to make sure that he has that line completely covered. He's going to have to brake early and dive deep to the inside, and that was very close. That was Max Dexter that's gone off as well.
Yeah, that was... I think Canopes had a challenge there. He's let him back through. I think there was contact. Mark Bassier says, thank you very much. We'll let the steward sort that one out, shall we?
100%, I agree with you there.
Across the line, let's have a look at the JNKD replay. They just come into view here. As they come into view on the left-hand side of the screen, Bassier is massively on the outside. Canopes down the inside. Neither of them braked there. Neither of them braked. There was the battle of the last of the late breakers. How they came out the final turn, leave that to the officials. But across the line, it was Max Dexter who finished first, Sem Canopes in second, third was Mark Bassier, fourth was Tyler Harris, Suleiman Sanfari was in fifth, sixth place was Hamza Rashisho, and in seventh place we had Adam Malik. Tony Hawk, first of the Masters, in eighth. Rakan Al-Fayez was ninth, 10th was Moritz Canopes, Sami Al-Assad was 11th, and rounding off a 12 cart field, Abdul Kader Kassem.
Okay, we think there's lunch, so we're going to just play out for those who can see the stream and those who are able to see the screens at the actual track. We're going to play out a bit of our paddock show. We think there's a 20-minute break now for lunch, so please stay on the stream and carry on watching our stuff, and we'll be with you very shortly to come back with more racing for the final round of heats here at the O-Plate 2026 at the Dubai Kartdrome. Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV, and welcome to the Dubai Kartdrome, and welcome to the Dubai O-Plate. It is the premier karting event in the UAE. It's not the biggest event in the world, as I mistakenly said earlier. We have got a cracking little show for you now. We're going to have a look at a very old kart. We're going to have a look around and hear about the Dubai Kartdrome, and also be shown around the track behind us by someone who knows they're talking about. But Joe, what are you most looking forward to this weekend?
I have been absolutely looking forward to this event. The Dubai O Plate, well, like any O Plate, it's about the weekend. And it can go horribly wrong or go fantastically right. But it's all about, nobody cares who was second. No one remembers who was second at an O-Plate meeting. It's all about having the prestige and the accolade of carrying that O on your number plate for the rest of the season going forward. And if you think the racing in the UAE RMC has been exciting so far, you ain't seen nothing yet for this weekend because of that, the concept of it being all about the win.
All about the win, and the man knows all about it is David Bright. Can you go and find David, please?
Yeah, he was around here somewhere. The global karting season kicks off right here at the Dubai Kartdrome. The Dubai O-Plate has become a major feature of any karting season. Going forward, January of any year, everybody gets the Dubai O-Plate. It's a massive event, and it's one that everybody wants to win. David Bright here, who's head of karting at the Dubai Autodrome, is also kind of the main man at the Kartdrome. David, are you surprised that the O-Plate meeting has become such a prestigious event?
Not really. To be fair, it's the right time of year. The idea was to attract the European drivers from the freezing cold, snowy European lands and other parts of the world to come to Dubai in the ideal testing conditions. The weather is glorious, plenty of track time, and we always have great amounts of racing, you know. There
is a lot of track time. If you haven't been here, you need to come here. The Dubai Kartdrome is in a place called Motor City. We're about, 30 kilometres out of, say, 30 k's out of downtown Dubai, would you say, are we?
Yeah, that's right. About 18 minutes away.
Right, yes. That gives you an idea of where we are geography-wise. Literally across the road is the Dubai Autodrome. And when I first came here 10 years ago to work at the Autodrome, I thought, wow, as a motorsport fan and a petrol head, Motor City is well named because this is right where you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. And like Dubai Autodrome is one of the very few places in the world that has a one-stop shop. We can bring kids from Bambino karting to indoor karting to national level karting straight into the single-seaters and Clio Cup just across the road. We're all one ship.
You were telling me as well, David, that you have that infrastructure right here at the Kartdrome from that. Tell us a little bit about the academy, for instance, is something that you mentioned.
Yeah, about 5 or 6 years ago, we launched the Dubai Autodrome Karting Academy, and I think 80% of the paddock, and that's why the growth of karting has really been detrimental, it's come from that academy. Wow. So we're bringing kids from birthday parties, from arrive and drive, into a 30-week program, teach them not only about how to drive the kart properly, but how to fix it. We teach them how to change air filters, set carburetors up, line sprockets, alignments, change axles, the whole shebang. And then once they finish a 30-week program, we kind of introduce them to the teams, and then from there they get into the national level, and we have some drivers like Connor Clancy, he's one of our first batches, he's come right from the academy and he's winning an international stage.
Yeah, he's one of the drivers to beat. In fact, I'm amazed that I'm really intrigued as to if anyone's going to beat him. He's an amazing little driver. The Dubai O-Plate, yes, it's got prestige, it's a trophy that everybody wants, but what does it mean for the UAE and karting in the region in general?
Well, the whole idea of the O-Plate was, as you know, the season's a long season. So sometimes during the season you might have a driver or a team that have a technical issue or a DQ, whatever it may be, or miss a round due to injury. So there's that one event in the year that winner takes all. So it gives a chance for those who may have had a bad season in the national series to come to the O-Plate and have the prestigious rights of being O-Plate champion.
And David, there's not just trophies up for grabs this weekend. You've got a fantastic prize fund, haven't you?
Oh yeah, we've got some fantastic prizes. We've got our sponsors, of course, Rotax. They're giving tickets directly to the international trophy. We've got Bell helmets. We're giving away 9 helmets.
Oh, wow.
Proper race helmets to some of the winners. We've got ARM Motors, one of the leading Clio Cup race teams, who are giving away 3 40-minute test sessions to the winners. We've got Mumbai Falcons, who are again putting back at grassroots, giving the winners of the Junior SWS and the Senior SWS a club race in the Rotax later in the season. So there is some really good prizes up for grabs.
Give us an idea. You have been literally here from the start of karting in this region. You raced here as a junior. So give us an idea, a brief history, if it is brief indeed, of how karting looks like it is absolutely thriving here right now.
That's right. You're showing my age now, Joe. So I probably started in 1990, about 10 years of age, down the road at Jebel Ali Kart Club. In those days, there's only 2 categories. There was a national and the international. International was like Formula A, and the national was like a piston port JICA, you could say.
Yeah.
So yeah, those days are still very good, very competitive, very popular. But how everyone did everything themselves. You used to bring a go-kart to the track with a go-kart on the roof rack or on your trailer. Fast forward 30 years, you have these teams with 18-wheeler trucks and awnings and tents and the expertise from Europe, all the tuners coming out to look after the drivers. In our days, it was very grassroots. We were doing it ourselves, send the old engine to Europe, but we did everything ourselves. Now it's so professional with telemetry, and the level of technical staff here is like comparable to Europe.
I mean, yeah, that's a thing across global karting, isn't it? The teams have become a massive feature. The level of professionalism is astounding. I mean, it's F1 type of professionalism here and outfits, but also in this all-plate paddock, you've got dad and lad karting, dad and daughter karting. There's people just running themselves as independents.
Yeah, like you got Damien Knorr, who's just graduated from our academy in June last year. He bought a second-hand kart. Now I believe he's upgraded to a Lando Norris kart. But it's just him and his dad, and they had no clue about anything. And together, since last June, they've just gone that journey, and the kid's getting quicker and quicker. And it's great to show people that you don't always have to be with the top team to be competitive. That just with testing and research on ChatGPT now, it's very popular.
Yes.
You can be competitive.
So, David, give us an idea as well. You've got quite an international field. What sort of infrastructure have you had to put in place here at the Cardrome? I mean, your staff have been absolutely awesome with us in assisting how we live stream your event, but there must be a massive team behind it. I know you take all the glory, of course.
No, not at all. I'm very blessed. I've got probably one of the best hard-working teams in the karting industry. But also for this event, we do bring in skilled personnel. We do bring in FIA scrutineers, clerk of the courses, stewards, just to make sure the officiating of this event is top-notch.
And a lot of those people we are familiar with because they're part of the organisational team at the UARMC. Is the meeting for all the viewers out there watching the live stream? It's going to be pretty much run to those regs, isn't it?
Yeah, very much run to those regs. Our format's a little bit different.
Right.
We have super heats and we have different qualifying procedures and so forth. But yeah, very much the same.
And the classes, Bambino, the usual Microax, and all the Rotax classes. I think the only addition is Bambinos, but they're going to be running a time trial.
The Bambinos, at the moment, in this current season, we do time trials. We are looking at doing sprint races for Bambinos next year. But we have two categories of Bambinos. We have the IAME ones and the Como ones. So it's quite competitive.
Yes. And obviously, that's the entry-level form of karting for 6-year-old to 8-year-olds. 5-year-olds here, is it? 5 years old to 8 years old. And hopefully they'll continue into cadet karting, Microax, etc.
100%. It's great to see, like I said earlier, we can facilitate drivers from 5 years of age in karting to GT drivers, and I believe there's a driver racing at the weekend who was 74. So it's great to have that age range here at Dubai Autodrome.
Is Tony Hawk 74?
I think he's older, isn't he?
David, again, for the very first time, the Dubai O Plate was one of those events for me that was going on out in the Middle East and far off. However, we're putting it on the global arena here by live streaming, aren't we? And we are very privileged and honoured that you chose us.
It's been a privilege to work with you guys. I mean, I've been watching some of the work you guys have been doing over the years, and we were talking to various partners, and making the selection of Karting Live TV was an easy one. So we are in our 13th year of the Dubai O Plate. It would have been 14 years, but the COVID pandemic happened. But yeah, it's great to finally be on the live streaming, and we're just bringing our event to the international stage.
Brilliant. Thank you, David. I wish you and your team all the very best of luck. We're going to have an absolute cracker of a Dubai O Plate.
And now it's time to have Nick versus Joe in the rentals.
Oh, my goodness. I expect to be quicker, of course. Omar Ghannoum here, former UAE champion and kind of an expert driver at the Dubai Cardrome because he is a race winner here. So I'm not going to take you around the track. Omar is, because Omar, you know how to go around here very quickly, and indeed you know how to win races. And more importantly, you've won the O Plate here, or?
No, hopefully that's the goal for
that's
this
the objective this weekend. Right, Omar. So what's the key to this track here at the Dubai Cardrome?
All right, well, I'll run you guys through the entire track layout, pretty much giving you a brief overlay of the lines. So obviously you're going through here, the main straight, and then turn one, flat out corner, pretty easy, just maintaining the smoothness on the steering wheel. and over here braking around the rumble strip. But something I noticed, which is very important, is going up this uphill little chute. Important to get a good exit off here. So it's a pretty late apex overall from here. And then you'd want to be opening up to the white line to prioritize the exit for this mini straight. So obviously opening up to the white line, over the curb, using as much track as you can without going over the track limits. Braking nice and late over here, sort of a late entry. You want to be hooked around the curb, staying on the white line to prioritize a good exit for this little chute.
So I noticed here that this turn here, because you have to keep across to the left, you open the door and it allows people through. Is that somewhere where you've got to be very careful for people overtaking at this point?
Yeah, definitely in the first few laps, and if you're caught up in a battle, maybe in the middle of the race or at the end, definitely an important place to carry the speed over here and kind of not really straight line it, but to carry enough speed to close the door without risking any loss of positions. But in the race, definitely, if you're kind of focused on moving forward and maintaining a flow, maintaining the white line over here and getting a good exit down here is very crucial. Yeah, and obviously going down this next section, which is extremely important as it's a very large portion of the track. This corner is very important. So what you want to do is open up here to the red, clipping a little bit of curb, not too much, and not using too much track up there. But yeah, opening up just to the red, hitting the curb and using as much track as you can without going off too much. Leading down this entire section, and as you cross the bridge, you want to be braking around this point, nice and late, very important zone for overtakes, where usually there's a lot of carnage in the race starts. So you'd want to be braking quite late here, opening up a little bit, not going over the white lines. Not using too much curb over here, so you're not beaching your car, but using that perfect amount to set you up perfectly for here. And what I notice as a driver is if you mess up this section, this entire twisty section will be messed up. So it's all about getting this section right. And if you get it right, you'll be well prepared for here, get a nice run through here, which will leave you for a nice run up there. And what you want to do, going down this back straight, also another very important place for overtaking. If you could see it a little bit, there's a red line. You're braking around that red line mark and using the curb a little bit and not opening up fully to the white line, but carrying enough speed to also make sure that you don't get overtaken down to here. And these two places are very important as it, promotes a lot of overtaking and racing moves. So opening up here, using the curb here also. And again, this section is very similar to this, where if you mess up the first part, kind of sorts out and destroys the rhythm of this entire section. So making sure that you kind of hit the curb at a pretty late, at a later part of the curb to set you up nice for here, keeping you as left as you can to set up nicely for this very long, iconic straight.
And that final turn here will dictate your straight line speed all the way down here. And that's so. Is there a point on this track, Omar, where you could say, this is the key part, this is the primary part where your lap time will be, where your lap time's created from?
Well, obviously, the entire track is extremely technical as there's so many tight and twisty sections. So I wouldn't say there's one part in particular that dictates the entire lap, as it's all extremely difficult. But if I was to say two major places that you do not want to mess up are the two twisty sections over here, and obviously the last corner and the corner up there, as it leads to very long straights. And obviously promotes a lot of overtaking. Yeah.
So we've just got to do that a number of times in the final, and the your plate will be whoever's in the lead of that charging pack behind you. We want to wish you all the very best of luck, and thank you for taking us through there. And some great insight there from Omar Ghannoum. Thank you very much, Omar.
Thank you.
David, we mentioned you'd been here in the UAE and at the very beginning of karting in the area. This is actually your kart from one of the junior classes. Was this a junior national class?
No, this was the international class.
Oh, really? Right.
Yeah. So I started juniors in 1990, and then in 1996 I went to international class, which was Formula 8 back then. Right. And I won the title with the Tibi kart. And then in 97 I was co-sponsored by Hazard and Titan, and I raced this kart.
So this, air-cooled, single-barrel, two-stroke, I used to race these things. They're horrible things, really, when you think
No,
back
they're
how unreliable they were.
To be honest, we never had much reliability problems.
Right.
Because we serviced them.
That's how you won the championship the previous year. Then reliability was a factor.
Yeah, we never had any issues, to be fair. I had a really good tuner at the time, a guy called Dion Koyman. He's one of a Dutch living legend. So, yeah, the engines were always good. We just had to service them regularly. That was the issue.
Yeah. Have you ever, I mean, the seats are junior seats, so you couldn't, but have you ever, do you still run these things, or is this a museum piece?
This is actually a bit of a museum piece, because I had a chassis respray, but I do have 2 other 100cc carts, which sometimes I take out for a bit of fun.
Yeah. I mean, getting back in the seat, we really realise how old we are when we do, but that must be a lot of fun if you take one of your old carts out.
They're phenomenal. The engines are proper race engines. Like today's generation have no clue how pure it was in the old days, like 20,000 RPM.
Yes.
Actually, this one was like 21,000 RPM. And then the chassis is just where you could just flick them into the corner. And
They were lighter. I'm not sure how many kilograms they were, but they were lighter. And the direct drive without the clutch, they were a bit snappier, weren't they?
they're more responsive.
Yes,
There's a lot more torque. There's no like limiting on the power range. They just went.
Then they're never going to make a comeback over what we've got these days with regards to Rotax. The reliability doesn't seem to ever be a factor. These is all right. We might oil up now and again, but the reliability is just not. The lack of reliability, I should say, is non-existent. Things just run and run these days.
Yeah, I mean, now Rotax has made it easier for everyone. Your engine can last 50 hours. I mean, this engine, I should change the piston every 2.5, 3 hours, every race meeting. So that's the thing. The cost is probably lower now with the Rotax engine because you can technically do the whole season on the engine, you know. When these days, if I was doing 12 rounds in the championship, we did 12 pistons.
Yeah, I've been there. I remember a smooth emery paper, rubbing the high spots down. David, thanks for taking us back in time and a little bit of nostalgia here on Karting Live TV. And this is where it all started in the UAE. And now we're here with an event like the Dubai O-Plate, and it just shows, it all starts from little acorns.
It does. Great times, great memories, and I would never thought at the time when I was racing this I'd actually end up making a career out of it.
That's right. That's a very good point, actually. Thanks again, David. Thank you.
them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
Welcome back to the Dubai Plate live here on Karting Live TV from the Dubai Cardrome. I just want to answer a quick question, a quick query to Spice3767. Hope you haven't got away over the lunch break. Hope you enjoyed the paddock show, everybody out there. Where is the live timing and results? Can't see anywhere. Well, if you put into your address bar or Google or whatever search engine you need, it's quite simple. Dubai Plate live timing. And it will pop up. It's on the RMC, the UAE RMC page. But if you just put in there Dubai Plate live timing, you will get it. I'm still Joe Bradley, and alongside me is still Chris Milbourne with Nick Damon.
I'm still
in the corner.
Yeah.
Get back in the corner, Nick.
We've given Chris a good talking to. We've rubbed him down with a towel, and now he knows what he needs to do.
About chimneys?
Yeah, everything.
Good to know.
Can I just point out, though, he did say, as he got up, just after the end of the session, "Oh, it's so hot."
Did he really?
Can I change the narrative now as well? Because it's all the heat from the equipment, okay? It's very warm in this room. It's more like a hot box at the moment. So, yeah, a bit of cool air was nice.
So do you want to open the door, let a bit of hot air in?
There's noise, isn't it?
No, that's what the three of us are here for, right?
Well,
letting out the hot air.
Certainly, there's a large amount of hot air here.
I noticed on our ad break after the paddock show there was a beautiful montage of action from the Dubai Cardrome where you can turn up and rent a car.
The way you said montage there.
It was a lovely montage.
Montage, I say.
The endurance races they do here where they incorporate the indoor track, that must be phenomenal. That must be a phenomenal event.
I would say yes, but I have not experienced it just
yet.
Have
you not?
I've already done the outdoor stuff.
You see, we should have rehearsed that.
We should have, yes, and I should have given you a better answer to say, yes, it's absolutely fantastic that we split the two together and join them as one.
So, Chris, the last you can come in again.
Yes, wouldn't it be great? We've got the Bambinos out, and we've got a lot of Bambino fans out there. Kaylee B04, amazing. Come on, Shea Downey. Shea's out there. Shea's probably in his 8th birthday year. I think he's about 7. I've got the other one is Alexander Ristich. Go Ristich. Well, Mr. Ristich, Mark that is, has been one of the quickest karts out there all morning long. Here we are in the afternoon session and their third and final time trial of the weekend, actually, isn't it?
Yes, it should be, as per the updated timesheet that we have here. Now, Presley Knight was the quickest of all in our first time trial earlier this morning. Then it was Mark Ristic who took the top honours in our second heat race.
Presley got it right at the end, didn't he?
Yes, and I have to correct myself. It's not a heat race. It's a time trial, isn't it, for the Bambinos? Because they're not racing against one another. They're just on track here to get the best time and to get as much experience as they can here. And as the day has progressed, they have rapidly gotten quicker. They're dipping well below the 110s and now into the 109s as well. We saw the top 3 in the previous session being actually very, very close as well and bringing those times down every single time they've gone out so far. And it's a great stage for the Bambinos here to learn, experience, and also gather as much knowledge as possible from those who are in the paddock area.
Well, Chris, there are a lot of drivers with the birth date of 2017, 2018. Samuel Krachakovic was born in 2019, but the majority are some in 2020, the younger drivers. but there's a lot of drivers that are going to be very soon. We're going to see eligible to transition into one of our cadet classes, such as Microax, and we'll keep an eye on these names going forward in the coming years, because I'm pretty sure they'll continue their karting journey and move up the order, and we'll see them racing with the other youngsters in Microax soon.
It's incredible to look at a piece of paper of drivers who are currently on track here and see the date 2020 written on it. That's not when they started racing, that's when they were born. So they're 5 years old. We're in 2026, and I can see that Vito Guderich was born in December. So there's a couple of months until he's 6 years old.
Yeah.
But here he is at the Dubai Kartdrome, circulating around with some of the best that we have, not just in the country, but from around the world.
When we first, as you know, Chris, Nick and I come from the car racing. Even though we have raced karts, we came from the commentary. Our commentary career has been in car racing. So when we first start getting involved in karts, Bambinos, out on track, as you see there, as the drivers cross the line to complete more timed laps, we see these kids out on their karts, and they're racing, they're going through corners really, really quickly, and we kind of make reference to them, and to a point, not so much critique, but judge and make a call on what they've done, what they're doing. And then you meet them in the post-race interviews, and these tiny little 5-year-old kids take these huge helmets off, and you think, you've just been racing like Formula One drivers out there. Their racecraft is phenomenal. And to think when they're all looking up here with these big eyes, and you go, is any Bambinos in here at the trophy presentation? And they all go, yeah. You go, where? I can't see you, kind of thing, to play up to them. And they're all buzzing. And even the ones who are, 5th, 6th, on that, we give everybody a prize in Bambinos. They're absolutely delighted just to be here and just be driving their kart around the track here at the Dubai Kartdrome. They're just mega. They're just full of enthusiasm.
And a 109.392, the quickest time so far for Presley Knight. A 109.856 for Sam Tester. He is second overall, but on a hot lap at the moment is Mark Ristic with 2 purple sector times through Sector 1 and Sector 2. What can he do through the 3rd sector? Can he top the timesheets here? We have to wait as he makes his way through the 3rd and final sector. That is the number 88, and he indeed top the timesheets here with a 108.725. We didn't see your 108 in the previous session. We may have seen one in time trial number 1. But of course, now the track has heated up, and of course it is a lot warmer outside as well. That means optimal temperature is easier to harness, so that means they can go quicker in these sessions.
Well, just to remind everybody, we've got 2 classes of engines out there, and also to remind everybody that these karts are on a treaded tyre, a Conti tyre that is an all-weather tyre. The last thing we would want is for these youngsters to be on slick tyres if it started to, well, not so much in this country, but rain, which is very rare, I know. But so for safety reasons, they're on a treaded tyre. That's pretty good in all conditions. There are 3 drivers on the Koma engine. That's Aaron Belsky, the number 8. Abdul Karim Dondelinga on the number 7. Sorry, that's their age, is what am I talking about. On the number 22. Aaron Belsky is on the number 2. And Vito Guderich is on the number 77. Now, the Koma engine is a slower engine than the Iami engine, so the likes of Mark Ristich and Presley Knight, Sam Tesla, Stanley Thurston, Shade Downey, Samuel Kachakovic, they're all on the Iami.
As we have just over 3 minutes remaining in the session here in time trial number 3, you can see Mark Ristic there, getting a bit racy there, trying to find ways around the outside to improve his time. As the last time around is a 110.415. His best lap is a 108.725, so that was 2 seconds slower compared to his previous best.
Well, I stand corrected. We don't need all-weather tyres here. Do you know why? Because we've only got one weather, hot and dry. Hot and sunny.
can you bring some of that rain next time you come over as well
No,
for us here? Because last year we only got, I think, 1 or 2 days of rain, and it kind of just sprinkled ever so slightly. It was a little bit of drizzle.
I was here in 2020 when the Dubai 24 Hours was red flagged at 10 p.m. and didn't restart because of the rain. When it rains here, it rains. You guys don't know how to do rain.
And then 4 months later, we had rain as well, which was not 4 years later. Sorry, that was now 2 years ago. It feels like it was that much longer. Where we had a massive rainstorm as well that we hadn't seen something like that in a very long time here in the United Arab Emirates. But it has been, well, clear all day, and I don't think we have a single cloud in the sky anywhere either, with less than 2 minutes to go on the clock here for the Bambino time trial, the third and final trial as well.
Just want to say hello to Alexandria Ristic, who is clearly a relative of Mark Ristic, who is Mark to the sky, she says. Kaylee B4 or Kaylee B04, go on, share. As we've got, I don't know what Nick is pointing at. He's pointing at a cart. That is the number 88. That is Mark Ristic. So, Alexandria, there he is. The fastest cart, the fastest Bambino on track at the moment. And we will follow him round and see if he is going to be even quicker this time, is what I was trying to say there, Chris.
0.6 of a second is the gap between Mark Ristic and Presley Knight at the moment, with their top times here being what is ranking their position on the leaderboard. Sam Testa sits in third overall with a 1:10.314 last time round, but a best lap time of a 1:09.644. Just under a second between himself and the 88 and number 16. So not too long left in this session here for our third and final time trial. And the 88 of Mark Ristic, I think he wants this to be an actual race rather than just a time trial here. He's very racy indeed.
Let's have a look and see how old Mark is. Where is he? There he is. He's 5. He's only 5. I was going to say how close he is to Microax. He's 5. He's 3 years away. 3 years away. He's not gonna have to come to the UK and race actually in the race conditions.
Well,
go on, because I've got something to say which is going to take ages.
That's okay. We've got time left on the clock.
God help anybody in the Synergy awning now, because Yusuf Al Kayet was livid yesterday in his interview. The engine was too slow, the chassis wasn't right. It's like he was blaming everybody, and it's like they're telling me just to drive around it. It's like, and he's throwing his hands up, and brilliant interview. You're going to see that tomorrow in tomorrow's paddock show.
Looking forward to that as the checkered flag waves here for the final time in the time trial. It's the final time as well. We will see the Bambinos on track here today. And after this, we will have the Miniax Heat Race 3 here right after this. So more lap times coming in. Mark Ristic still the fastest one out there with a 1:08.725 and the only driver to dip into the 1:08 as well. Presley Knight, a 1:09.392. 0.6 of a second was the gap at the line. Sam Testa was third quickest overall, and that he was only just under a second between our top three. So Mark Ristic from Presley Knight, as you see, 0.6 of a second. Sam Testa and Stanley Thurston in fourth there. 1.3 seconds adrift. Shea Downey with Samuel Kovacovic in sixth position. Then Shan Azgomi with Ali Benzakour in eighth position. Mayan Bozdaski, followed by Yusuf Al-Kayat there in 10th position. Noyan is in 11th, and Abdul Karim Doladenga is 12th, with Aaron Belsky and Vito Guderic rounding out our 14 Bambinos here in our final time trial of the day.
Hello to Monschmeister. I'm so proud of my nephew, my 5-year-old nephew, Vito Gruderich. I think that's only right as well. You need to be very, very proud of young Vito, only 5 years old, out on the Coma engines. And just to be, for a 5-year-old, just to be driving a kart around a track, that's quite something. Hello to Anthony McNicholas. Right, get your pen out, Anthony. Here is the address to find the live timing and results, and for anybody else out there who needs to find them. So the full address in the address line is the uaermc.alainraceway.com/live-timing. So that's uaermc.alain, A-L-A-I-N, raceway, all one word, .com/live-timing. Let me know if you find it. Let me know if you don't find it, because that is exactly where it is. Right then, Minimax. Who is going to beat that driver there? Benjamin Krachakovic on the pole position from Baptista Augustin. Second row is Kurt Ivanov from Francesco Lisignoli. Paul Schutzman, will he stay there in the top 5? He's on row 3 with Charlie Page. On row 4 is Gleb Obikov and William Mazzali with Vaiko Payamaki and Austin Gray on 5. Row 6 is Mikhail Mitrikin and Ralph Martin. Row 7 is Oliver Butchard and Aaron Esan with Zerhai Turkey rounding off the 15 kart Minimax field. Benjamin Krachakovic has been the driver to beat, but I think, Chris, a factor has been that behind Krachakovic, who gets away on pole, all hell has broken loose, quite frankly, and that has allowed Benjamin to break free and pull gaps of almost 5 seconds we saw in the second heat.
You're absolutely right, and it's usually the 134 and the 170 that feel the brunt of that, and hopefully this time around they won't face that in the third and final heat race, because they want to walk away with something here today, don't they? They don't want to walk away empty-handed or just feel so dejected afterwards that go, well, today was just exceptionally bad. If they can have a result here when it comes to the end, that's exactly where they like to be.
And you know what? I talk about, or I have been talking about all week, about how an O-plate is, nobody remembers who came second, but there is a sense of pride, and I'm sure by the time you get to my age, you'll reflect back, if you're on the podium at any O-plate event, especially the Dubai O-plate, it's something you can be proud for, and you were out there competing for it. If you've got a 10th place, a 20th place at a Dubai O-plate meeting, you're in a very strong field of drivers, international drivers as well, because they're literally here from all over the world. Here we go then. Krachakovic on that inside row. He's on the pole position. Baptista Augustin alongside. They get the goal. The red lights have gone out towards turn 1. It's a sweeping turn 1 here at the Dubai Kartdrome. And it's Krachakovic who leads, and he's already in the lead. Schutzman follows him through. So it's a JNKD 1-2. Can Schutzman? I think it's Schutzman. It might even be his other teammate. No, I think it's Schutzman. As they come through turn 4 into the hairpin at 5, it's Krachakovic leading.
And he's done the same thing he did in the previous races as well. He did the 183 to extend his gap and not look back at all with Krachakovic at any point. But it looks as if the one other car that's gone with him is that Baptista Augustin, and has been able to escape the pack to kind of chase down the 183 for a little bit of redemption after happened to him in both heat race 1 and heat race 2 here. But he's still got a lot of time to counteract this and sort of latch onto the back of the 183. But with 8 laps to go of racing, it's certainly possible as things get interesting a little bit further back.
Here we go then. 1 lap completed, 1 of 8 to conclude the heat phase 4 today. They're heading towards their final checkered flag of today. It's a JNKD 1-2 with Krachakovic, Schutzman, Augustin from second on the grid to third. Lignoli in 4th, Austin Gray 5th, Ivanov, Page, Mazzali, Butchard up to 9th already, and then Obakov. He's the driver that rounds off the top 10. That's the chasing pack. They are chasing after the 2 JNKD drivers, and it is Baptiste Augustin for XL, followed by the George Gibbons Motorsport entry of Francesco Lignoli.
Great stuff already here. Side-by-side action already going down towards And underneath the bridge, that's the 120, was that the 132 actually, of Ralph Martin there, being maybe muscled out wide a little bit and not making it through the corner where you'd like to have been, and shuffled down towards the end of the order, not somewhere he'd like to be at all. As we continue on here. Now, if you have a look at where everybody is, it's 1.5 seconds between our top two at the moment. Schutzman in close proximity and chasing down our race leader here. It's 1.7 seconds. And Benjamin Karachkovic was the quickest out there with a 59.977 last time round. The first time dipping into the 59s there for the first time.
He's already pulled a gap of 1.7 seconds. He really is. I mean, the question, there he is. He's the Microax Rotax World Finals champion. He clinched that at Bahrain in November, and he moved immediately up to the Minimax class, where he's been running at the front of the UAE RMC. He's certainly in his backyard here. He's a resident of Dubai, and he will know the Dubai Cardrome pretty literally like the back of his hand. His teammate Paul Schutzman, he took a final win at Al Fassan in round 2 of the UAE RMC, and I've never seen a more delighted race winner than young Paul Schutzman. It was a pleasure to interview him after the race. There's the chase for third place though. Baptiste Augustin and Francesco Lignoli behind them, slightly back, Charlie Page and Austin Gray. Here comes Oliver Butchard though. Look out for that bright green helmet. It's in 7th place. There he is. Call that 6th place, I think, as they come off the turn 3 and across the bridge. People waving. I don't know what they're trying to say.
Yeah, he was 0.08 of a second back from Austin Gray last time round. He'd like to be a lot closer, preferably actually in front of him. As Oliver Butchard, of course, did not have qualifying go his way at all earlier today. Started at the tail end of the field in both Heat Race 1 and 2. And again, he's carved his way out through the field, but dropping down now to 8th behind Austin Gray. As William Mazzali moves up now into 6th position, does the Brazilian. He is 2.2 seconds adrift. And Charlie Page is quick again from the JNKD replay.
Yeah, that's the 134. That's Baptiste Augustin moving ahead of Paul Schutzman on the 170. And Schutzman, once again, having run at the front in the very early stages, is beginning to drop away. And the pace kind of leaves him somewhat vulnerable to the rest of the charging pack. So Augustin up into 2nd place. Next on the list is Francesco Lignoli and Charlie Page, and they are lining up to get past Schutzman, who comes back at him. Is Schutzman going to go around the outside of it? He does indeed. That Schutzman back into 2nd place. So a fighting Paul Schutzman has found the pace, had a bit of a wake-up call, and he's charged back into that 2nd spot.
And this battle here is a lot cleaner than what has been in previous heat races as well. These two have mixed it up together quite a few times here this weekend and have dropped down the order on many occasions. But this is the battle for 2nd position between Schutzman, Scanoli, Page and Augustin, all battling here for a 2nd step. And it is, how many tenths of a second between them? Well, we can say it is about 0.4 of a second separating these, but it's a lot closer than that.
Well, it is very close. In fact, it's so close, they are conjoined. We had Francesco Lignoli just tapping Schutzman gently up the rear bumper. Oh, and that's more than a gentle tap there. Schutzman does well to hang on to that. He was pushed sideways into the braking area. Let's have a look at the JNKD replay. And look at this, Schutzman has Lignoli nestling on the rear bumper and just hangs onto that with full broadside, gets it controlled, hangs on. Or has he? No, he's been mullered coming out to 6. And he's about to be mugged again as they run down to the chicane here.
So we continue on here, about over the halfway point now. Not many opportunities left here, and it's going to be a very long 3 laps here for Francesco to hold this field at bay behind him at the moment. He's doing a great job so far, but Baptiste has actually got through. And here's the replay from JNKD and how this all happened. So you look on the inside, this has been a very popular overtaking opportunity, season opportunity, sneaks up through, and he brings Paul Schutzman through with him as well. So great move there on the inside.
Cracking racing this. This is for 2nd place though. And at the Dubai O-Plate, it's all about 1st place, and that at the moment, Benjamin Krachikovic has put a flag on it. It's his real estate, and I can't see any difference going into tomorrow's super heats and finals. He's going to be the man to beat as more passing taking place there, charging down the hill Almost too wide around turn 6. That's going to play into the hands of Schutzman. Is it Schutzman? It's the 134, Baptiste Augustin, actually, who's the third place kart in that battle, which makes him second, third, fourth place in the field. Look at this train of Minimax karts now, just bottling up behind that kart there in second place. That's Charlie Page, who's just eased his way forward here. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by. And Charlie Page is telling Francesco Lignoli, let's just work together and catch the leader. Yes, Charlie Page, nice try. But Francesco is going to try and find a way by on this, the last lap.
Karajovic as well has built up a gap of 7.4 seconds with all of this that's happening behind him at the moment. Baptiste Augustin has also broken away here from Charlie Page, so a little bit of breathing room there for the man that's sat in second position at the moment. And then it's this fantastic battle for third overall here. And of course, for those who may not have had the race they would like to have had earlier on in the day, this is exactly how they wanted to end it. But Francesco goes quickest through sector 1 with a 22.480. He's only 0.2 of a second off of the back bumper, but here is the man that remains undefeated today.
It's going to be maximum points overall. He's going to be on the pole position. I can calculate that, Chris. He's going to be on the pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow. It's all about JNKD, and it's all about that young man. Benjamin Krachakovic takes the checkered flag and takes an emphatic win. Let's see what the gap is at the flag. It's 6.9 seconds from Baptiste Augustin with Charlie Page in third. The rest of the field streamed through. I tell you what, that was an absolute cracking race there. And they were racing close, they were banging wheels, they were nudging each other. And it was quite amazing how no one actually crashed into one another. Tremendous stuff. Here's the result then. Benjamin Krachakovic is our winner of Heat 3. Baptiste Augustin in second. Charlie Page third. Francesco Lignoli in fourth. Paul Schutzman hangs on to fifth. Oliver Butchard made his way up to sixth. In seventh place, we've got William Mazzardi, Austin Gray eighth. Mikhail Mitrikin was ninth. In 10th, Kurt Ivanov. And then just outside the top 10, Ralph Martin, Vaiko Payamaki, and then on to Gleb Obyukov. Zuhair Turkey and Aaron Esan is the 15th and final finisher. And all karts finished. I want to say hello to Dave West, who I believe is Ollie West, who says, go Ralph. Yeah, from Ollie. Here is the grid then for the Senior Max Groups A and D. This is Alessandro Bigi on the pole position. Tino Sidler alongside. Second row is Conor Clancy and Jules Dumont. Kai Hunter, a happier Kai Hunter this morning. He starts fifth with Omar Ganoum from Origin Motorsports alongside on row 3. Row 4, that's Tamim Hasiba with Nathan Kaplan alongside. But on row 5, we've got Elwa Gonzalez and Andy Rattel. Luca Horton and Spencer Trehorner on row 6 with row 7, Nathan Pope and Amani Kanua. Naaman Kareja and George Nasser on row 8. Row 9 is Antonio Zadad and Oscar Lambert. Row 10, Elliot Surtees and Freddie Lloyd. Philip Dinu and Adam Elbacioni is on row 11. Hugo Brun and Andrew Orbide are on row 12. Row 13, Harrison Crook and Musad El Bassam with Stefano Padani and Miguel Canones rounding off the 28 kart field. You know what? If I said this every single heat, this is going to be a cracker. Can I just put a rider on there? These are all going to be crackers here, aren't they?
Well, we've got 28 karts on the grid. Is certainly going to be one, isn't it? And 9 laps of racing here, and we haven't seen anything short of the term cracker here just yet. Anyway, we've had some fantastic racing throughout the weekend, and it's not going to stop either because we're going to do this all again tomorrow as well. But we have 28 of the Senior Max karts that are taking to the track. We had so many entrants into Senior Max that we had to separate them into 2 separate heats and 4 separate groups, so they all get a chance to race against one another to make for some very interesting racing.
Yeah, and different personalities come to the fore with the varying groups coming together. Kai Hunter with a great second place there. They finally got their act together at the Kart Advisor Academy with the 2 Hunter Motorsport boys helping out on a consultancy level and bringing that kart team to the front of the grid in all of the classes. Great to see them out here. And 2 former British champions, of course, helping out there at KA8. But it's all about Alessandro Bigi and Matthias Najem Motorsport because they're the karts on pole position. Tony Sidler is with the Mumbai Falcons, as is his teammate Conor Clancy. Now, Conor had a non-finish for a technical flag that brought him into the pits. So this is a clawback for Conor. He needs to win this, basically. He needs to win this to claw his way into the A final because at the moment, with a non-finish, he's risking the B final. And he came into this event as pretty much the favourite to take the Dubai O plate. The lights go out and we are racing. Bigi leads into turn 1 through the sweeping, flat-out right-hander, and then heavy on the brakes there into 2. The field make their way through, incident-free so far, through turn 3 and across the bridge for the first time.
So yes, a nice clean way through the first couple of corners. We have seen a few incidents in that corner as well over the course of the heat races that we've had here. It's a great start though from Bigi to get that gap that he wants, but Tino Sidler is not going to make it easy for him as well because he's going to start attacking in a few moments time as well. But he has to deal with Conor Clancy, who in previous heat races had a cracking start and took the lead straight away. And Nick wants
Clancy's
to chime
nose
in.
Is down. Clancy's nose is down.
Oh, a spot there from our producer. Clancy, who has made his way through to second place. His nose is down. He's going to need to pull 5 seconds on everyone else at the moment. It's Kai Hunter that's taking up the challenge of catching the 2 karts in first and second. But Tino Sidler, Tamim Hasiba, Jules Dumont, Andy Rattel, Elwa Gonzalez, Luca Horton, Omar Ganoum drops to 10th, and I'm not sure why.
There is also a kart stopped on the inside of turn 13. I can't quite catch who that is. Is it Nathan Kaplan? Because he's not come through yet. The driver is out of the kart, but unfortunately the kart is, I would say, is in a very interesting position because it is sort of on the apex leading towards turn 13. So unless the crew can get that recovered pretty quickly, we may have to go to a potential yellow flag for that. But let's have a look now if it's still there. It is still there, but I think it's been moved far enough offline.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be too much of a problem here. But we have a great battle here for now the top step of the podium, and it's Conor Clancy who has now brought that gap right down to less than 0.4 of a second. It's now less than 0.3 of a second.
Well, he's going to have to pass Alessandro Bigi and pull 5 seconds to take the win because that looks like a drop nose on that number 394 Mumbai Falcon cart of Conor Clancy. That's the orange cart, second in the picture. He's really fast through there. He needs to be even faster through here. Onto the tail of Bijy now, through the sweeping left-hander under the bridge. Now towards the chicane. This is a passing opportunity for Clancy. No, he doesn't quite have the speed, but then again, the tyres just aren't quite there maybe. Towards the end of the third lap is where we know for sure everyone's tyre pressures are optimised, everyone's got their balanced handling, it's where they want the karts. As Alessandro Bijy leads out of the turn 13 hairpin, it's still Clancy right on his tail, with Kai Hunter still taking up that chase.
And Freddie Lloyd, quickest of all again on the previous lap, a 55.510, but that's now gone the way of Conor Clancy. And now that is exchanging hands quite a fair bit as Jules Dumont now into the top 5, a 55.187 for the Frenchman. And was that a move for
the
top
move
step?
for Clancy, yeah, JNKD. Replay showing Clancy here, textbook out of 2. Bijy opens the door to take the optimum line through 3, and unfortunately for Bijy, Conor Clancy filled it. Now then, get your head down, Conor, because we think you've got a nose cone penalty. What do I mean by that? Well, the front of the karts, the nose section of the kart, is mounted in such a way that if you impact hard, it's got to be a pretty hard impact as well. If you impact hard, the kart in front of you, the mechanism releases the nose and it drops down. And that's what we call a drop nose. It is immediately scrutinised when you bring the karts in, and it's immediate 5-second penalty. No appeal. It can be done in an accident, but it can be done on the pace lap. If your nose is down, you've got a 5-second penalty. So that's what we're presuming here.
And that will be heartbreaking for him as well, because you already received a 5-second penalty in the second heat race, and now he might be on track.
For instance, right now, 5 seconds is down to 9th place.
And that's something you don't want to have to deal with when it comes to the end of the race as well. Another 5-second penalty, especially when you're running out in front in the lead of the race here. He's going to have to somehow find now 4.4 seconds between himself and Alessandro Bijy, but that is going to be one tough ask here around the kart track. We haven't seen a gap that large. Well, we actually saw 7.4 in the previous race. But in the senior max heat races, we have not seen a gap that big. It's always been around 1 to 1.5 seconds. What can Conor Clancy do with, 5 laps remaining on the clock? Make that now 4.
4, yeah. We have clicked by half distance and things beginning to spread out a little bit, haven't we? Conor Clancy leading on the road, Alessandro Bijy second. We've got a second to Kai Hunter for Kart Advisor Academy. Tino Seidler, I should say, with Jules Dumont not far from him. So Jules Dumont with the white sleeves of his overalls there. That's the Telios kart, chasing the bright orange machine of Tino Seidler. And these two racing for what is 4th and 5th place. Behind these two, Elwa Gonzalez, Tamim Hasiba has just gone by Omar Ganoum. And then Annie Rattel, Luca Horton is the driver that rounds off the top 10. But I've got to mention Spencer Trehorn across from the UK. He's just outside the top 10 in 11th.
So the gap now is 1 second between our top two at the moment, the 394 of Conor Clancy and the 396 of Alessandro Bijy, with now extending to 1.1 seconds. Kai Hunter is a further 2 second back adrift, so if he does get that 5-second penalty, that drops him now to behind still Omar Ganoum, who is currently circulating in 7th position and going quicker again here, is the Lebanese driver. So that's why he's staying within 5 seconds.
He is. That's purple sectors in sector 2 and 3 there for Ganoum. He's the driver on a charge. I hope you enjoyed the paddock show where Omar took us around the track and told us how to optimise the lap here at the Dubai Kartdrome. It was a really interesting little piece of filming that we did yesterday evening at tea time. Back with the race though, Conor Clancy is our leader, and he leads by 1.3. He is 2.3 seconds ahead of Kai Hunter. He is 5 seconds gap. Takes him to 6th place, would you believe? It's he's spreading it out. It's getting a little bit better. It was 9th place where it would have taken him. But this is where the racing's at. The 337, Jules Dumont right there on the tail of Timo Seidler, who is closing on Kai Hunter there for 3rd. They have got one more lap remaining after this one, Chris. And Kai Hunter is coming under threat now from the Swiss driver Tino Seidler.
He's hunting his prey again, isn't he now? Also, Connor Clancy was quickest through sector 1 once again at 20.903. He's really, really trying to put a gap of 5 seconds between himself and Biggie, just in case he has that penalty coming. Would he be aware of it for the time being? Probably not, unless the team have some sort of manual communication to him to say, hey, look, you may have a penalty, push a little bit harder. But obviously, with his driving position, you can't see that the nose is angled that way.
That's right.
And I'm just trying to be keeping an eye on the exact angle that you're talking about here as well. And it's quite hard to see, but when you see the front of the vehicle, you can clearly see the gap is a lot smaller. You can barely slip a piece of paper under there as well. But he's just done the fastest lap, bringing that gap up to 1.6 seconds. It is a 54.563 around last time.
I would presume, Chris, that it happened on into corner 2, into turn 2 on the first lap at the start. Gets very crowded in there and you can trip over people. And unfortunately for Connor, that was what happened. There he is, Connor Clancy here, first on the road. The nose, we get a good look at it here, and just look how angled down over it is, and that's usually an indication that it's a drop nose. I hope I'm proved wrong for Connor's sake, because he's done a cracking job here. He knew he had to do this with the DNF, and he's done all he can, really. It was unfortunate that if that is a nose drop, it will be unfortunate, but he crosses the line. It's BG in second, Kai Hunt at third, and the rest of the field stream through here. The checkered flag all the way down to 15th, and more carts coming across the line to complete. Group A will complete, Group A and C, in fact, complete their heat phase. We've got Groups B and C coming next. So that, for every driver, is their final heat. There's the result then. Connor Clancy, first on the road. Alexander Bigi in second. Kai Hunter third. Tino Sedler in fourth. Fifth place was Jules Dumont. And then we've got Omar Ganoum fighting back to sixth place. Elwa Gonzalez was seventh. Tamim Masiba was eighth. Andy Rattel ninth. George Nasser was 10th. Spencer Trehorn ended up 11th, with Freddie Lloyd in 12th. 13th place, we've got Luca Horton with Amani Kanua. Adam Albacioni, Oscar Lambert 16th. Stefano Pedani with Elliot Surtees 18th. And then moving on to 19th. Antonius Haddad with Harrison Crook making his way up from the back of the field. He'd be happy with the 20th spot there. Naman Karuja, Nathan Pope, Musad Al-Bassam, Andrew Obaid was 24th. And then Hugo Brun, Miguel Quinones, Philip Dinu, Nathan Kaplan and Rashid Hilal rounding off a 29-cart field.
I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we ain't never quitting, we ain't never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we ain't never quitting, we ain't never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
So we stay with senior Rotax because we've got the next of our groups out, groups B and C, for their third and final heat. We've still got the Armani Canoe fan club across in Africa. Some of you are in Kenya, some of you are in South Africa, and it's well done, Armani. Where did he come? He was in he came 14th there. That was a good drive from Armani Canoe. Got the whole of the African continent behind him. No pressure at all there. You'll be looking forward to our paddock show tomorrow where we have a great interview with Armani. And he is quite happy with the pressure from a whole continent, isn't he? He tells us, which should be interesting. Harrison Crook, who came 20th there. I mentioned he'll be happy with 20th. Well, Harrison is a 177 Rotax Senior a Rotax Senior 177 kilogram class vice champion and champion from the UK, who won a competition to come here and race with as part of the Mumbai Falcons team. And Harrison came across here. He's been training for his UK season, so he's in good shape. However, he's 6'3", and it's very tricky for him to get down to the 162 kilogram category minimum weight. So he's tried his best. He's about 3 or 4 kilograms. Well, he told me he's 2 kilograms over. His dad told me he's 4 kilograms over. So somewhere in the middle. We've been joined by someone really important, Matt Norman, our steward. Have you got something to tell us, Matt? Or are you just disappearing from the melee out there? Do you want to just hide? Oh, hang on. Give him the mic. He's got something to say here.
So after the delay we had earlier, due to the grid mix-up, we're now getting back onto schedule, but also the driving standards have definitely improved into the afternoon, so that's encouraging, and I think it's just getting themselves psyched up for tomorrow. So this really is going to be get yourself into a place where you want to be, get your position, get your set up, and I think we're going to see some very fierce racing coming into tomorrow.
Matt, it's a Dubai O plate. Nobody remembers who came second. I'm not going to push that because
second is first place loser. So yeah, it's all to play for, and I think you can see now who's in the mix, who's getting in the mix, and who wants to be in the mix.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Matthew,
here we go.
Matt, thank you, Matt. Matt Norman, our steward, or one of our steward team here. Matthew Higgins, British champion, on the pole position from Ryan Qureshi. We've then got Rayan Damadasa, Max Dexter, Zain Halamasani, and Iasachi. They're the first 3 rows. Faisal Nashko, Mohammed Menonai, Patrick Cannon, Leo Nilsson, Enzo Tesluk, Rain Carouse. Row 7 is Hamza El Fayez, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Sanad Al Hamawi, Shivan Kartik, Lewis Hartman, Laith Mominai, Abdul Al Keita, Manaf Al Balushi, Miles Roby, Rashid Hilal, Krisha Gut, Arsen Jolovic, and then rounding off the 20-year card field, Kane Cranball, Mohammed Hilal, Parsa Tamas Vand, and Alfie Thompson. Rounding off the field, and we've got our pole sitter Matthew Higgins bringing the field round to take the start. This looks good. This looks tidy. This looks on for it. The red lights will go out. We've got a slow cart there oiling up, but Matthew Higgins will lead into and indeed out of turn 1 and into 2.
Remarkable that we're trying to go 3 and 4 wide through the first corner. How they're brave enough to do it, well, that's unfortunately what happens sometimes when you have too many carts vying for the same piece of real estate. And here's a replay of exactly what happened here. It was the 3-1-2. Now, where are they all in this melee? Well, they just come together, unfortunately. And the 3-1-2 was a sitting duck. He had nothing to do with it. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
It is a very, very crowded. You're braking and turning out of turn 1 into turn 2. So it becomes very tricky. This is the lead, though. And it's Matthew Higgins for XL Motorsport leading. And it's the number 321, Rayan Damadasa, for George Gibbons Motorsport, who's hanging on to his tail there, not letting Higgins disappear too far away. So it's the dark blue and white of XL Motorsport leading. It's the light blue white of George Gibbons Motorsport in second, as El Omasani through in third. Qureshi, Nashko, Dexter, Memene, El Fayez, Tesluk, and Sachi at your top 10 into 3.
Matthew Higgins there, the quickest of all last time round, a 56.942 last time round. Building that gap up front as well, but it's only a tenth of a second, so not as much as you'd like it to be, or has been in previous sessions. And we've got a great battle here for the top step of the podium. 4 karts in contention there, separated by less than 6/10 of a second. Well, if we look 4/10 of a second back from that, we actually have 5 karts in contention, and Faisal Nashko would love to be on the top step of the podium after what happened to him in the previous heat race. We just tumbled down the order. He wants that redemption, and that's a pass for the lead there. Ryan Daramadasa has got through, or has he? Is that Matthew James Higgins fighting back once again? Almost, but Ryan stays ahead for the time being, and here's the replay of it. Down the back straight and into turn 13. Ryan sees an opportunity late on the brakes, and unfortunately, Matthew Higgins just left the door open.
The JNKD replay showing that in great detail, wasn't it? Matthew Higgins, absolutely nothing he could do about that whatsoever. And Ryan Daramadasa holds everybody up. Higgins has taken a hit in the bumper there. Not quite sure if that's had a massive effect. And Higgins has got damage. Higgins has got damage there. Not quite sure what that was. I think Higgins' bumper, let's have a look at the JNKD replay. Higgins' bumper goes into the wheel and stops him steering. So Higgins has got no steering through the left-hander. He veers off. Then the bumper, which is plastic, then sprang out and cleared his front wheels. So that, hasn't Higgins won 2 heats? He's got 2 heat wins, and now let's see where he comes through. As the leaders through, Daramadasa, Qureshi, Homasani, Menemenai, Fayez, Nashko, Dexter, Tesluk, Al-Hamawi. I've got to look way down. 17th for Matthew Higgins.
And it's going to be a real struggle now to get to the end of the race here, because if that aero is off slightly, that's going to really impact his speed here and everything else, because that's going to put him at a real disadvantage. As you said, all the way down in 17th position. That's not where he'd like to be at all. And it looks like it hasn't really quieted down at the sharp end of the field here either. The 321 Ryan Daramadasa still under pressure from those behind him. And Qureshi is looking for a way through, but has to be very careful as Zain Al-Humasani is behind him as well. Al-Humasani looking for a bit of redemption as well. What happened to him in heat race number 2 when he was shuffled all the way down the order. A very strong showing in the opening stages of that second heat race, but just unfortunately the wrong place at the wrong time and was muscled out wide. But here he is running in 3rd position overall. Hamza also there, and Zayn's actually got through and into 2nd position. Was that Faisal Nashko up through the mix as well? He may have moved up to 4th position by the looks of it, moving past Hamza. We'll wait and see when they come through the next sector timing beacon if that is the case here. But for the 321 of Ryan Daramadasa, he has not been able to extend his lead like everybody else has in previous sessions.
So, question is, can Zain Al-Humasani, who's got a lot of momentum behind him here, the Matthias Najem Motorsport driver, the M&M driver, has got massive momentum. He got by Ryan Qureshi quite readily, and now he chases Ryan Daramadasa, the George Gibbons Motorsport blue livery there, showing in the lead. Al-Humasani coming back towards him. They're coming out of the final turn here. It'll be 5 laps completed. That's half distance. Nigh on. The gap, let's keep a monitor on the gap. It's 0.3 of a second, Chris.
And Matthew James Higgins as well, keeping it close to him. He was 17th not too long ago. He's clawed his way back up to 13th, so potentially not too much damage to that car there as he is climbing his way up. Not obviously where he'd like to be, but of course the red mist has descended. He is now going to attack until he can get as close as he can before this session ends to the sharp end of the field here. But unfortunately there are some very quick karts between him, and it's going to be a very, very tough ask. So the gap up front is 0.3 of a second at the moment. It is Zain Al-Humasani who is quickest of all through that first sector as well. A 21.198 through that first sector as well. Brings the gap down slightly and looks for an opportunity, but doesn't sense it through turn 13. He has to think better of it. Can he do it through the final corner at turn 17 here at the Dubai Kartdrome? Not quite close enough. Maybe through turn 1. We've only seen it once here this weekend, a change for the lead through that first corner, but now it's through sector 1 where we see a lot of movement being made.
We don't need a stopwatch, do we? That's a visual gap that we can see reducing. It's just over 0.2 of a second. It was just over 0.3 of a second a lap ago, and that gap is coming down. Daramadasa has the bit between his teeth. Ryan Daramadasa gets into the slipstream now of sorry, Al-Hassani gets into the slipstream of Damadasa, I should say, but he's not just nowhere near enough, close enough to him to have a go on the brakes. And as they come out to 13, if I dare say so, the George Gibbons Motorsport of Rayan Damadasa seems to have relative control of this. Zain Al-Hassani, his mum watching on in the paddock, will be biting her nails and the like and you can just see how much momentum he wants to keep going on that kart to stay in touch with Rayan Damadasa.
Just unfortunately not close enough to make a move, but maybe this is the chance now as he is edging closer through the first sector with 2 laps to go here around the Dubai Kartdrome. Can he do it through turn 5? We've seen a lot of moves being made, not close enough, but then comes the chicane as well. Can he carry enough speed through the next sequence of corners to brake as late as he dares after the bridge and try and sneak through the inside? We've only seen it twice here so far this weekend. It seems like an impossible move, but it has been done so far. But still, a lot less opportunities now coming the way of Zain Al-Hassani, because this time round it will be 1 lap to go, and they both will know about this as well. And of course, Zain has to be careful of Ryan behind him.
Yeah, I was about to say, bring in Ryan Qureshi, who's in 3rd place, the Mumbai Falcons kart, easy to spot, bright orange livery, heading off to their final lap here of 3rd and final heat for the senior Rotax classes. This is Group C and D. Remember, it is Group C and D, isn't it? It is B and C. As we get towards, for the final stages, it's coming. Zain Al-Hassani just having a little look there out onto this sweeping left-hander. That brings us under the bridge, the fastest part of the circuit here at the Dubai Kartdrome. And look at that, that's how quick Damadasa is on the straight, because by the time they get to the chicane and then on to turn 11, Damadasa has pulled out that cushion and Al-Hassani just cannot go late on the brakes. Ryan Qureshi, I should say, is still there in 3rd, but it's going to be Rayan Damadasa who takes maximum points here. Zain Al-Hassani has to follow him across the line. Checkered flag, and Rayan Damadasa takes the 3rd and final heat for senior Rotax. Zain Al-Hassani was 2nd. Ryan Qureshi was not that far behind, just under 9/10 of a second for Qureshi in that 3rd spot as the rest of the field come through. That's all of our finishes. We lost Arsen Jolovic and Leith Mominar, with Alfie Thompson going out also. In fact, Mominar and Thompson didn't take the start. There's the result, though. Rayan Damadasa, Zain Al-Hassani, Rayan Qureshi in 3rd, Hamza Al-Fayez, Faisal Nashko, Max Dexter in 6th. In 7th, Enzo Tesluk with Neo Nilsson, Sanad Al-Hamawi, Jeremy Montgomery Swan was 10th, Matthew Higgins recovered to 11th, Shivan Karthik was 12th, and then in 13th place, Patrick Cannon, Mohammed Menemene, Kayan Kryenbull, Lewis Hartman, Manaf Al-Balushi, Miles Roby was 18th, 19th was Eni Asachi, Abdullah Al-Kata was next with Krishia Gutta, Rayan Karuz, Parsa Thomas Vand, Mohammed Hilal was 24th. Then we had Rashid Hilal, the last finisher. We lost Arsen Jolovic, Leith Mominar and Alfie Thompson didn't take the start. Wow. Senior Rotax is going to be a stonker, isn't it?
You mean a cracker?
I've decided I'm not going to use cracker again. I'm going to use stonker.
We should have a word of the day, right? So
Yeah.
Nix's,
Today's word was cracker.
okay, and Nix's chimney.
Yeah.
We've got cracker. Okay, so tomorrow's word is going to be stonker.
Well, I think the superheat's going to be a stonker. I might think of another word for the final.
Well, it certainly will be, that's for sure, because what we saw in the earlier races, in the heat races as well, we've had some intense action when it comes to the sharp end of the field. It's really only the Minimaxes where we haven't seen a lot of it, because we've seen that gap really build at the front.
For the lead, yes. Yeah, behind Benjamin Krachakovic, all hell's breaking loose.
That is very
Everything's
true.
kicking off.
That is very true.
However, it's hard for us to kind of put all of those four groups that we've seen race separately from one another all into the one grid of carts. And it's going to be interesting to see where they pan out from the point scores. That the likes of Conor Clancy, he had a DNF. He's had, I've yet to have it confirmed whether or not he got a nose cone. I don't know whether we can find the results, whether they're available online yet. And then we had Matthew Higgins, who came 11th. So they're going to be that's going to put Matthew Higgins down the grid for his superheat. You've got the likes of Kai Hunter, you've got the likes of Darmadasi, you've got a lot of names there that are going to be up there who are very, very quick and good drivers, who the equally good and quick drivers are going to really struggle to get by. That's going to concertina everything up, and that's why it's going to be a stonker.
So, I think I got two words. In a few moments' time, we will be having the grid for our next race, which, of course, as we said before, is the Junior Max. It will be another 9-lap race, estimated about 12 minutes it will take for us to do that race, and they'll be filtering their way onto the Dubai Kartdrome in due time here. Now, we could go through the grid, but we're waiting for the grid to be delivered to us up here, but the camera is turned to the entryway or the exit even of pit lane, so that can only mean there will be sprogging out in a few moments' time here.
It's got a bit blowy.
Yeah, the wind has picked up.
I've got a chance to make a weather interruption again.
That's
got a bit blowy.
We didn't get our 12 o'clock or midday update, did we?
No, sorry about that.
The thing is, what the wind means here, of course, is that we're going to have sand blowing across the course.
That is true.
And it's, all right, the racing line is going to clear first. However, when you go for those outbraking manoeuvres, offline, down the inside of corners, that's when you're going to pick up the dust. And if the dust is blowing onto the track, it's going to affect the tyres.
Well, the good thing is for us here, they are heavily developing this part of Motor City, so there shouldn't be actually that much sand around, but we can't discount it being blown in from other parts of the city. So I think the chance of us getting a lot of sand is quite low, but I think you're both right. We're going to get some debris being littered all over the track. How much of an effect it will take, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that remains to be seen while we await the arrival of our Junior Rotax field for their third and final heat. We've got 3 more heats to get through. The Junior Max third heat, the Microax Heat, and then the DD2s. And then we go into, a little bit later on, we've got the first of the races for the Saudi World Series, which is the junior race. I'm not going to mention the schedule. That comes up after the O-Plate runners have completed their process of heats. And then we've got, in fact, we've got 2 races in the Junior Cup. The Saudi World Series Junior Cup races 1 and 2 coming up as a bit of an added extra. Here we go then. Mitanj Jain on the pole position for Junior Rotax. We've got Jaden Hidding alongside via Chopper and Jensen Chalk share row 2. Johansa Senanyaki and Aaron Mason share row 3. Row 4 is Leo Anna and Harrison Stevens. Derek Rivera and Jack Doe are on row 5. Alfie Ward and Pierre Abu Douan are on row 6. Row 7 is Faris Arun and Andrea Galimberti. Ari Kallenberg and Aaron Qureshi are on row 8. Row 9 is Gabriele Cabradacordi with Saveli Kojai on row 9. Row 10, Giuseppe Montanari with Sam Turner. Thimai Mapanganda is alongside River Nielsen on row 11. Finley Smith and Damien Noor share row 12. Row 13 is Matteo Roger Marison with Saifel Obadali. Aaron Setti, Vladimir Gugo, Matthew Scott and George Haddad round off a 30-cart field. 31 carts Israel Haber, Romy Sabali, and Kalyani Pratish. I thought Matt Scott was on the back row. That's what put me off there. Of course, we've got more than that.
And could you imagine if we had all of the senior maxes together? We would have to do that. I think it would have taken a lap and a half to get the grid out there as well. We would have missed the first half there. But we are moments away here from starting our final heat race here for Junior Max. And it's been absolutely thrilling so far with the racing that we've had here. It hasn't gone Jaden Hidding's way so far. He's had a few issues out there, and he did shuffle down the order as well. But what can he do from the front row of the grid? We're about to find out. We have 9 laps of racing, 12 minutes of racing as well coming your way. But Joe, as you suggested, they are going around once again because, well, the officials were not happy with the way they were lined up.
Well, it was a bit of a fragmented grid there, and people moving out of tram lines, and just didn't look right. And the starter agreed with what was going on in my head, and I'm kind of glad they didn't let them go, because that would have been a massively unfair advantage for certain drivers that were out of position on that grid. So thankfully, we get another chance to go around, and Miniax Heat, who is the current leader of the UAE RMC in junior rotax, and came into this, understandably, as the favourite to take the Dubai O-Plate in this class. However, as we have found out, racing across a weekend for a winner-takes-all kind of O-Plate accolade is a completely different kettle of fish than going for championship points. This is all about the weekend. It's all about this third heat and maximising your points all to get you up that grid for the super heat.
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed this time around, we get it all right when we get to the final corner and the officials are happy with what they see as we're about to get the Junior Max Heat Race 3 underway here. It's the final heat race as well for them. We have 2 more heat races after this. One of them will be the DD2 and the DD2 Masters, and then after this one will be the Microax. But now we will focus our attention on the Junior Max category one final time here today before we say good night to everybody. So round the final corner they come, and we'll see now, are all the lights extinguished, or we still have red lights ablaze with 2 yellows? No, we do not. We are racing once again here in the Junior Max category. It's a good clean start through turn 1, but we've seen a lot happen through the second corner. There is some wiggly moving there further down, and there it is.
There it is. It was inevitable, wasn't it? It's going to get very, very tense tomorrow going forward. The field already across the bridge and into turn 4. They're already through turn 6. And the leader from Mumbai Falcons is Miniax Heat, who gets away from all of that trouble and strife and leads out of from under the bridge. He's being followed through by Via Chopra. These two have been going hammer and tongs all season long, and it continues here at the Dubai O-Plate as Miniax Heat leads into turn 13 and heading towards completing lap 1.
And we can't discount Jensen Chalk either. He's been in close proximity, especially in heat race number 2. He was actually one of the few leaders that we had in that session as well earlier today. Jaden Hidding, of course, looking to be the man out in front when the checkered flag waves for him. Now then, Johansa has moved up now into 4th position. Derek Riviera also has not had the best weekend so far here in both of the previous sessions. He's dropped way down the order, and then now he's running in a strong 5th position. Liana, 6th position, but this is the battle for, now that's the 255 that's got through by the looks of it. Yes, it is. Well, actually, no, that is Miniax dropping back. However, I think that's a timing screen issue.
Yeah, I think so. He's dropped the 18 on the timing screen. However, he's still there as far as I can see. He's still in 2nd place. The leader, though, is very much... Oh, and Miniax going very wide. Jensen Chalk going down the inside. We've got a George Gibbons Motorsport cart of Jaden Hidding there coming through as well. Jensen Chalk, he's won races here. He won 2 finals here last weekend. And Jaden Hidding splits this Mumbai Falcons 2nd and 3rd place, makes it 4th place. 2nd and 4th as Jaden Hidding goes through in 3rd. Derek Rivera is up to 4th. But that's a timing glitch there as Miniax Heat is still not showing.
And it looks like he's struggling a fair bit as well. Doesn't seem to be as quick as his teammate is and the likes of Jensen Chalk, because, of course, they had a great battle where the two maybe came a bit too close to each other for the Mumbai Falcons' liking. But it looks as if that 255 is not as quick as it has been in previous sessions. Maybe he was just running a little bit wide through a couple of corners, but he certainly dropped off the pace from our two out in front.
Yeah, Jensen Chalk now chasing down via Chopra as Chopra heads towards turn 13. It's a massively spaced out front end of this Junior Max grid with 0.7 of a second, the gap between Via Chopra and Jensen Chalk. Jensen Chalk, as I've said, knows how to win races at the Dubai Kartdrome. He's here to take the Dubai All Plate, though. That's what he wants as we head through turn 1. Oh, there's somebody's exhaust I can hear in the background. As we've got a move by the Derek Rivera goes down the inside of, who was that? Who did he go down the inside of? Was that Jaden Hidding? Not quite sure. Yes, it was Jaden Hidding in the GGM kart. So that's for 4th place. The kart ahead of him is still Nitansh Jain. Just trying to get a handle on the number on the kart in front of those two, just to confirm that it is still Jain in that 3rd spot.
It does look like his, because that would be the 2nd of the Mumbai Falcons cars. So it is orange. It's not Jensen Chalk.
He's just popped up there to 3rd, and now he's dropping back down, I think, as they cross the 3rd sector line. So this battle here is great, though, isn't it? This is cracking. Derek Rivera for JNKD, now with Jaden Hidding right under his rear bumper. Nitansh Jain is in 3rd. That's the cart just ahead, the orange cart. Oh, and there's down the inside. Down the inside has gone Jaden Hidding. It's side-by-side action across the bridge, but Jaden Hidding has been forceful, and he hangs on to that 4th spot.
Now, interestingly, did he get that move done before turn 3 or when turn 3, where they got there even? Because there was 2 cars in there and there's a yellow flag, and Joe, that does not look good at all.
No, that's very, very rare to see an axle or a wheel doing that. I think that's just a punctured tyre. So he's been hit, or he's hit something, and that left rear, I'll be amazed if the axle isn't bent there. That's a massive impact there. Not quite sure. I didn't make a note of the number there. Too busy looking at the timing screen.
So one of them was the 283. And I'm not sure exactly what the other one. So one of them is Alfie Ward's. Is the other one the 243? Because that's the other car that's dropped down the order as well and hadn't gone through sector 1 on the previous lap. So it may have been those two that have come together. If we get a glimpse of that number again, we can give you an update exactly. But back now with those that are out in front. It is Veer Chopra from Jensen Chalk at the moment. These two battling hard. It is 0.4 of a second separating these two here. And of course, the good thing is, because of how quick the recovery effort was got underway here, no need for a yellow flag. There were local yellows, and that was it.
Fastest lap of the race goes to that second kart in the picture. That's Jensen Chalk, 56.249 on the previous lap. Jaden Hidding still battling for that 4th place, because it's Nitansh Jain who will come into view there in 3rd place. As they cross the line, 6 laps completed. We have got 3 more laps of this battle, and that's going to give Jensen Chalk enough time, I think, to catch Veer Chopra. We saw him do it last week. He caught and passed and went on to win 2 finals here at the Dubai Kartdrome. Round 4 of the UAE RMC. It's all about the All Plate this weekend, though. And that man on the orange kart looks like he's the fastest kart on the track at the moment. I'm proved wrong as Aaron Mason puts in fastest lap of the race. Aaron down in 9th place. And a Scottish update as Matthew Scott has come through in 20th place. So Matthew making his way after that issue in qualifying. He's been playing a making up ground kind of game all day long. Let's see where he pops out in the Superheat grid tomorrow.
So it was Andrea Galimberti, unfortunately, that was also involved. You could just see the car offline as well. So unfortunately for those two, day done and dusted. But this battle here between our top two has raged on for quite some time here. 0.3 of a second, 2 laps to go. Jensen Chalk has to pick the right opportunity. He can leave it as late as he'd like to, but preferably he should really be doing it as soon as he can to ensure that he gets through and starts to build a gap between himself and Veer Chopra. Nash is still further back at the moment, 5.4 seconds back at the moment.
His favourite spot is into turn 14, which we're just heading. We're heading out to 12 now, heading down the back straight. He's not quite close enough through the third turn 13 hairpin. This is where he likes to do it. diving down the inside there. However, Via Chopra is able to maintain that gap. It's the last lap board now. So Via Chopra off towards turn 1. Jensen Chalk. Now, Jensen won't want to risk too much in the move. You can see how racy he's looking. Maximises the exit speed onto the bridge. Chopra looking over his shoulder. He's got him worried. Mitansh Jain, a lonely third. The lap continues, Chris. Here we go through 6, and then it's a drag race to the chicane.
So this is the final time we're making our way through Sector 2. Jensen Chalk doesn't have a lot of opportunities left on the clock here. Underneath the bridge they go. How close is he? Well, Via Chopra has shut the door on him because he knew that was an overtaking opportunity. So he pretty much made it clear, you're not getting through here. You're going to have to try somewhere else. That's another one gone now as well. Through turn 12, that's been a very popular place to do it. The last one is through turn 14, which are fast approaching now. Jensen Chalk, has he got it in him? No, he doesn't, but he's going to try and get the switch back here through the final corner. Is there enough room? Unfortunately not.
Via Chopra did his homework. He watched the footage back from last weekend's UAE RMC. He saw where Jensen Chalk made, I think, at least 2 moves for the lead at that turn 14. And he had that covered down the inside when Via Chopra absolutely covered it off. We've got Via Chopra in first place, Jensen Chalk in second. Mitansh Jain showing in 5th place there, but I'm pretty sure that is an on-the-road 3rd place for him. I'm not sure what, he was actually 3rd visually. Whether or not he's been given a penalty, an in-race penalty, let's see if I can find something out. No, there's only warning flags that we've been made aware of. So there's the result then. Via Chopra, Jensen Chalk, Derek Rivera, Leo Anya, Mitansh Jain. That's up for debate. Jaden Hidding showing in 6th. And then we've got in 7th place, we've got Aaron Mason, Pierre Abu Dewan, Finley Smith, Harrison Stevens in 10th, Gabriele Baracordi, Giuseppe Montanari, and from there on down, it's Sam Turner, Ray Harbour, Damien Noor, Ari Kallenberg, River Nielsen, Thimaya Mapaganda, Matthew Scott made it up to 19th, Vladimir Gugo was 20th, then we have Sabalai Kojai, Saif Al-Obadi, Matteo Rajamarison, Arthur Setti, and Romy Sabali was the last finisher. Went out on 7 laps. Jack Doe, Alfie Wald went out on 4. Andrea Gamberti was out on 4. Johansa Saniyaki, we lost him on lap 3. And Faris Haroun on lap 2. 3 non-starters, Harun Qureshi, George Haddad, and Kalyani Pratish. So 2 more of our heats to go before we conclude the heat phase. Just to give you a reminder of what's happening tomorrow, it's we're forming the grid basically. The results of the 3 heats that everybody's been through will form the heat for the super heats tomorrow. We have warm-up sessions, then we'll be coming to you live just after 9 o'clock in the morning with the Microax kicking off the super heats. Everybody gets a chance of a super heat, and then we have a B final. We have so many senior max entries that we have to go to a B final. The first 6 will qualify through to the A final. And then after the lunch break, it's the all-important grand finals. We have our driver parades lining up the grids with parades forming the grids, and we'll be hopefully having someone down on that grid with both of us are down on that grid, are we? All right, yeah, Chris and I are going to take it in turns and go down on the grid and have a chat to the pole sitters and the drivers that we can fit in the space of time that we've got. Really giving it a bit of razzmatazz, as they say. We've got the grid for our next heat in the collecting area. It's Microax, and the grid is already formed with... I thought we had a shorter grid than normal there. That's because my screen wasn't scrolled. Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon are the drivers that have been duking it out in this class. They've been joined from the UK by Benjamin Shiva, who had a cracking qualifying session this morning. He starts in 3rd place on that 2nd row. Saif Al Khalifa is alongside Benjamin. Ivan Voronins starts on row 3 alongside Anamel Sheikh. With on row 4, we have got Enzo Falzerano and Arthur Bowers. Row 5 is Amar Tabatsa and Vaya Ponnet, with Jason Kelly and Zukanyi starting on row 6. Row 7 is Alexander Freinstein and Max Armit, with Rio Pocock rounding off a 15-cart field for Microax. This has been, the racing's been intense in this class pretty much from the start of the UAE RMC season, and it wasn't any surprise to see it continue into the all-important Dubai O-Plate event this weekend here at the Dubai Cardrome. Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon have been going at it. Liam O'Hanlon not happy with Samar Chopra's pace on the opening lap, and he's gone ahead of him to get even more energy into his tyres, Chris.
Yeah, it was a great battle in our previous heat race as well for the Microax. It was a 5-way scrap for the top step of the podium, with Saif Al Khalifa finally managed to be in a podium finishing position in the 2nd heat race as well, and brought teammates along with him as well. I expect we're going to have the same thing here in our 3rd and final heat race, as both Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon line up alongside one another. And then the rest of the field now will slot into position, but it looks like some of them want to really get going. We've seen some bumping through the final corners to get those in front moving. But this time they really, really want to get going. It is actually getting cooler here as well in Dubai. I have to check the weather app, or I'll have to check with our local weatherman as well, who can give us an update on what it is outside.
Well, it's clouding over, Chris. That's going to bring the coolness down. That's going to bring the track temperature down as we get going here. It's an 8-lap heat to finalise things going into tomorrow. And that's Liam O'Hanlon getting nudged or something, hit the curb. He ended up going wide. That's allowed Shiva through into 2nd place. Hanging on to the rear bumper now of Samar Chopra is Benjamin Shiva on the JNKD cart. And then behind him, we've got an XL cart. I think that's Saif Al Khalifa in 3rd and chasing off after Benjamin Shiva. Shiva in the green helmet in the 2nd in that pack.
So the top 3 have started to break away already here at the start of this lap here, the very beginning of this 3rd and final heat race as well. But we've got more tussling happening further through the field as well. As we said, the top 3 breaking away, and judging by what we're hearing outside, there might be some more interesting action that we might not see rather, but I presume that's going through the chicane as well. Maybe some of these young stars getting a little bit too close for comfort for the parents.
Saif Al Khalifa ahead of Benjamin Shiva as they come towards the final turn for the first time. And it's Samar Chopra for Matthias Najem Motorsport. He will lead across the line. It's XL Motorsport, Saif Al Khalifa in 2nd. Benjamin Shiva, Liam O'Hanlon, Vaya Ponnet, Falzerano, Al Sheikh, Voronins, Freinstein and Arthur Bowers rounding off the top 10. Still all to play for in that mid-pack though, isn't it?
It certainly is. The gap up front, 0.3 of a second separating the top two. Then if we look down to the top three, it is 0.6 of a second. 0.2 back is the number 76. Saifar Khalifa, though, in the number 2, all the way up into second position here. That's the highest it's been so far this weekend. And we would love to be right in front of Sama Chopra, because if we go through all of the race that we've had here today, I don't think we've had a single driver from the GCC be the one at the end of the race come across the line in first position. Will the young Bahraini be the first one to do it here? That will make things very, very interesting for him.
I tell you what, out of 13, he's right on the bumper of Chopra as they come through the S's. This is where he needs to be close. Gets in the slipstream, the number 2. He loses a little bit of top-end speed there. And Chopra is, we know how quick Chopra is. Shiva, his first weekend here, his first week at the Dubai Kartdrome, finding his feet with the track. It's a very technical track to learn. Usually you can learn a track in about three to 5 laps. It takes about 30 laps to learn this place. It is so different from anywhere else. And these three about to be joined by Liam O'Hanlon, and dare I say via Ponna, not that far away from O'Hanlon. So a 4-kart train about to become a 5-kart train very soon.
And I think what makes it interesting as well is there's no more sun shining down on the track anymore. It's looking rather gloomy out there, although no chance of rain anytime soon. But of course, this cools down the track, and it's changed the track as well, because they may have set up the car here, or the carts even, to adapt to the sunshine. But the weather system here in the United Arab Emirates can sometimes be unpredictable. So this is, of course, throwing a spanner in the works for all of them here.
O'Hanlon down the inside of Shiva at turn 14. He's in third place. The leaders, looks like we're going to see a challenge from Al Khalifa. Sama Chopra goes through turn 3 and onto the bridge. Liam O'Hanlon is regaining ground now on what he lost through turn 1 and into turn 2. He dropped down the field. He was alongside the pole sitter. And from that front row of the grid, he ended up in about 5th or 6th place now. He's just regaining ground. Shiva happy to sit in the slipstream of Liam O'Hanlon as they head into the chicane. Still Chopra being shadowed, let's say, by Saif Al Khalifa. And now Liam O'Hanlon comes into play. O'Hanlon now coming towards the back bumper of Saif Al Khalifa. And Shiva, is Shiva staying with them? He is. He's doing his best, is he, young Benjamin?
As it continues on here, we're almost to the halfway point here as well. So those who are lurking in close proximity have to really think, where can I make the most out of this? Where can I find a way through? As the top 3 across the line by 0.4 of a second. These 3 are separated. A little bit further back is the 78 with a 1:01, a 2:51. I want to point out that Liam O'Hanlon, a 1:9:2:0 last time across the line. That was a very quick lap indeed. That was 0.4 of a second faster than the car that's in front of him at the moment as well. And he closes that gap on Saif Al Khalifa here. But can he find a way through? Saif wants to make that number 2 XL card as wide as possible. Just not let Liam through. But Liam is trying every which way that he can find. But Saif is just not making it that easy. But there it is on the inside through turn 12. And Joe, we've seen that a lot today.
We have, and he was just building up to that, wasn't he? The JNKD replay shows that textbook move. Saif Al Khalifa, in fairness, he bit of left hand down there and allowed room for Liam O'Hanlon to make that move. Time running out, though. It just clicked by half distance now, so we've got a half a race for Liam O'Hanlon, who is right on the tail of Chopra. He's not on the tail for much longer, though, and he goes into the lead. Chopra will want to come straight back before he starts getting to grips with Al Khalifa. There's the JNKD replay of that, and that was an out-braking move, wasn't it? Through turn 1, had the momentum. When they went on the brakes, they were side by side.
He got it through turn 2 as well there, and Saif Al Khalifa just biding his time, waiting for something to happen, but maybe he just waited a little bit too long, because now Liam O'Hanlon has gained not 1 but 2 positions. And now look who's latched on the back of this as well here at the Dubai Kartdrome. We're at the halfway point here of our final race of the day, or the final heat race for the Microax here. Nick, I know it's not the final race. We've still got one more after this. Well, apparently we've got more as well afterwards. But this is the final for the Microax heats here, and it's getting very exciting again. It's Liam O'Hanlon looking for a race victory. It didn't come his way in the previous heat race, did it? It was just at the line. It was separated by 4/100ths of a second at the line. Will it be the other way around this time?
Well, we haven't got much longer to wait because we're on the penultimate lap here. They will see the last lap board next time by. Liam O'Hanlon knows how to win races in Microax. He's been doing this for a little while now, but likewise, so does Sama Chopra. And Saif Al Khalifa not that far away with Benjamin Shiva doing an absolutely outstanding job there, hanging on to these three who know this place really well. Benjamin Shiva new to the Dubai Kartdrome and hanging on to the leaders in fine style there. He's with the JNKD team here this weekend, and he has certainly showed that he's learnt this track really well. Here is O'Hanlon into 14 through the S's now. It'll be the last lap board this time by Chris. Can Chopra have a go and get this lead back?
So we saw it in the previous race as well when it came down to the wire like this with just a few corners to go. Liam O'Hanlon closed the gap up to just 4/100ths of a second. And now this time round, Samar Chopra is the one that's behind, but almost got it on the exit of turn 2 there. Almost had the inside line, but Liam O'Hanlon just managed to close the door right at the very end here. And it's going to be a three-way battle here. This is going to rage on all the way through the rest of the corners that we have here. And that will be about 11 corners left to go. But over those 11, there's not many overtaking opportunities here for any of these karters to take the risk, to take that gamble. But where would they want to do it? Well, that's one gone now. The next opportunity will be through turn 12, where we saw Samar do it not too long ago. But they're not close enough, or is he? Because they're running side by side, Joe.
Yeah, they came out at 12, and it's Saif Al Khalifa who's going to, and Shiva getting involved as well. Shiva almost making it into third. Liam O'Hanlon says, how dare you, takes third back, but that was all about coming out at 12. And here they are out of the final turn and towards the flag. The third and final heat of the weekend goes to Sama Chopra, Saif Al Khalifa, Liam O'Hanlon, Benjamin Shiva, and the rest of the field coming through. What a finish to that third heat. The grid is now formed.
Absolutely fantastic there. Who would have thought that third place would go to second, second would go to first, and the leader would go all the way down to third.
Young Benji Shiva there, he nearly took advantage of the whole thing. Could have easily have ended up in second place coming through the S's that final time. Let's have a look at the result though, and it is indeed Sama Chopra from Saif Al Khalifa. Liam O'Hanlon came through in third, having led. Benjamin Shiva was fourth. Should be proud of that. Vaya Ponna was fifth. Adam El Sheikh was sixth. In seventh place, we've got Ivan Svorinens with Arthur Bowers in eighth. Ninth was Enzo Falzerano. Alexander Feinstein, 10th. Amar Tabatsa was 11th. 12th was Jensen Kelly. Zhu Quan Yi was 13th. Max Harmett was 14th. And Rio Pocock was 15th. What I think, Chris Milbourne, is that my nerves may not be able to cope with that Microax final tomorrow, or indeed any of the finals, because that was outstanding.
I think that's the closest battle we've had, and I think it's the latest lead change we've ever had so far as well today as well. If we go back to all the other races, it was more or less halfway through the race, the lap itself, but not a single one has come through turn 13. And to see one driver lose not one but 2 places on the final lap with, what, 4 corners to go, and mighty impressive.
Grid then coming out for DD2 and DD2 Masters. We've already got the carts out on the track. Sem Canopes on the pole position from Max Dexter. Suleiman Sanfari's had a cracking day's racing. He'd be wanting to improve his results, though. Tyler Harris alongside on row 2. Mark Bassier and Hamza Rashisho are on row 3. With row 4, Tony Hogg and Moritz Canopes. Adam Malik and Raken Al-Fayez with Abdul Kader Kassem and Sami Al-Hassad rounding off 6 rows of DD2 carts. This is the gearbox class. If you're just joining us on the live stream footage on Karting Live TV, this is the Dubai O-Plate for 2026. And this is the DD2. 2-ratio gearbox. Paddle shift on the left for gear 1, paddle shift on the right for gear 2. We are in first gear here. And we get away with Sam Canopes and Max Dexter side by side through turn 1 almost. And it is Canopes that leads. And there's that man again. Suleiman Sanfari into second, Chris.
And that's what he did in the first race as well, wasn't it? He snuck up through from that second row of the grid, sort of undetected, and he took those positions away when it was so crucial, and he ended up in the lead of the race before the first 4 corners had been completed. Now we're working our way now out of Sector 1 into Sector 2 here for the first time. Suleiman Sanfari is up, pushing Max Dexter down a position. Now, on our timing screen, it says that Max Dexter has the 4:01. But if you look closely at his card, he does not have that. He just has the O, because that's, of course, he is the defending champion of the Dubai O-Plate and looking to retain his crown once again here in 2026.
Not quite going to plan for Max at the moment. He found himself in 4th place from the front row of the grid. He has found himself behind Sem Canopes, Suleiman Sanfari, Mark Bassier. Then we've got Max Dexter, Tyler Harris behind him, Adam Malik. First of the Masters in the form of Tony Hogg in 7th, with Moritz Canopes in 8th. We then got Hamza Rashisho, Abdul Kader Kassem, Sami Al-Hassad, and Raken Alez.
And now, was that Suleiman Sanfari being passed by Mark Bassier? Yes, it was. The 455, the Swiss driver, is through, bumping the Moroccan down a position. This is allowing Sem to escape up the road here. Does the Dutchman. He extends his lead to 7/10 of a second. He was the quickest man out there, but of course on the first lap of the race, you're always going to have one, aren't you? That is a change position as well. Max Dexter moves through now into 3rd position. Suleiman Sanfari loses not 1, but 2 places on that lap. If he loses any more, he's going to be out of contention for a good point-scoring and finishing position here to help him in his quest for tomorrow for the O-Plate.
Tyres beginning to come in where the teams have pressured them. We are now seeing Max Dexter, for instance, he was struggling for grip there in those first 2 laps. We're on lap 3. Dexter's now got a balanced kart, the kind of balance he prefers underneath him. Now he's got the pace. Suleiman Sanfari's kart, that starts really well. And Suleiman has got pace to make moves, and he's got a bit of extra grip. However, when everybody else's tyre pressures come in, he seems to not be able to cope with the pace of Canopes, Bassier and Dexter. He's got Tyler Harris all over him now. But that man there, the O-Plate, the white helmet of Max Dexter, chasing down Mark Bassier. And if he wants to retain that O-Plate, he's got to get past Bassier, and then he's got to get on and get past Sam Sem Canopes.
But with the DD2 and the DD2 Masters, it's a complete different rhythm here as well. It's a lot more settled down. There's not bold maneuvers being taken each and every corner. It's only really when there's two karts in close proximity do we see some action together, as we see some gaps closing in. But up front, it's 6/10 of a second between Sem and Mark at the moment, the 420 and the 455. Then we have to look 1.1 seconds back from the lead up to see Max Dexter, who is only 4/10 of a second off of the kart that's in front of him at the moment. And it's Suleiman Zanfari, unfortunately, for Moto Escape, and going the wrong direction at the moment. There's also been a change of position further down the field as well of our 12 karters here in DD2 and DD2 Masters, as we're up through turn 13 here for what will be the fourth time. So this time round it'll be the halfway point, and that means there's not a lot more on the clock to find somewhere to go through. And we have seen this over the course of the heat races for DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's a lot different in comparison to the Senior Max, Junior Max, Minimax and Micromax. It's more of a calm and collected race where it's kind of more strategic rather than I sense an opportunity, I'm through it immediately through that.
I think it's the nature. It's because of the two ratios that you've got to choose from. And the drivers were telling me, you use the down change on the brakes. And remember, they're completely different with regards to braking. These karts have got brake discs on the front wheels. So they brake in a much straighter kind of poise, I should say. When you go into a braking area, it's much more like a car where you've got to brake in a straight line and keep the thing pointing in a straight line, and you don't want any rear end coming round. Whereas on a Rotax Max kart, you've got to get the thing rotating on the brakes. Using the rear axle is much easier. These things brake in a much more stable straight line poise as we get towards the corner. This is why it's a little bit trickier adding the extreme acceleration through the gears, and that acceleration continues through, the engine revs will rise, and you can keep the engine on that power band a lot better than you can than when you just run out of revs without that second gear.
So the gap up front builds now to 1 second to the good there for the 420. Now under pressure from Max Dexter is Mark Bassier, the Swiss driver. The gap there is only 3/10 of a second at the moment. Let's have a look who the fastest man out there is at the moment. That's if the computer will decide. It's already done for the day here. It knows it's the last race for us here in O-Play for the time being. But it was Sem Canopes last time round, a 54.221. 2 purple sectors as well, Sector 1 and Sector 3, but Max Dexter was the quickest through Sector 2 on that previous lap and draws closer to the back bumper of the 455.
It's coming, isn't it? 3 laps to go. Max Dexter just beginning to look at Mark Bassier, with maybe Mark Bassier sitting composed there. The chasing pack coming through behind them, Suleiman Sanfari and Tyler Harris there. But Mark Bassier, he's getting to grips with this DD2. Every time he goes out, he's finding pace. And just looking over his left shoulder there to see where Dexter was. He's not close enough as Dexter. It'll be 7 laps completed this time by. Sem Canopes continues on his way, crosses the line, completes another lap, completes 7 laps in fact, and off towards the 8th and penultimate lap now, and Dexter looking racy, Chris.
And of course this is allowing Sem Canopes there to extend his lead and feel a bit more comfortable as well, because he doesn't really have to look behind him at any point. And this is great for him for tomorrow as well, because this is 3 big point scoring heat races here. He's going to have essentially maximum points, because if I remember correctly, I think he won the first race. He definitely had the second race, and then he's on track here for the 3rd one. So he's going to walk in tomorrow with everything that comes in, because he is in the spot that he needs to be in, where the rest of the field are thinking, what could I have done better? How could I have done it better? Should I have taken an opportunity earlier? Where could I have taken that opportunity earlier? And of course, that's going to go all the way down here now. 1 lap to go. The last lap board is out. When do they take that opportunity?
Effectively, Sem Canopes has ticked all the boxes today. He's just got to tick the same boxes tomorrow. Mark Bassier coming under pressure. However, I'm going to say something here. I hope I don't spoil things. I'm not sure Max Dexter has anything in the toolkit other than a mistake perhaps from Mark Bassier. I doubt that. It's doubtful that will happen. Mark Bassier using all the road and more. using all of that acceleration. Just look at the gap he's pulled to Dexter as they head under the bridge, the fastest part of the course here at the Dubai Kartdrome, and it will be Sem Canopes out of turn 12 and heading down to turn 13 into the S's then when he comes out this hairpin, Chris, for the final time, and it will conclude our heat phase for the whole of this Dubai O-Plate.
And another light to flag victory here for the Dutchman. Sem Canopes does it once again here in the DD2 Masters as the rest of the field come across the line. Mark Bastia, Max Dexter, Suleiman Zanfari, and the rest of the field will make their way. And at the last lap there as well, Sem Canopes was the fastest man out there, but that would be if my screen stayed the way it was, because it's still showing me that we're on lap number 5. That was 4 laps ago. But this is how they ended it. Sem Canopes there from my Falcons in the 420 takes the victory from Mark Bastia in the 455. Max Dexter in the 401 from Suleiman Zanfari in 4th for Motorscape. Then we have Tyler Harris for Mumbai Falcons and Adam Malik for MNM in the 473. Then we have, finishing behind them in 7th position, is Mauritius Canopus, Hamza Hashisho, Anthony Hogg, Abdul Qadir Qasim, Rakin Afayez, and Sami Al-Assad. Those are your 12 finishers here at the Dubai Kartdrome, and that wraps up all the heat races that we've had here today. What a great day it's been. We'll see you soon.
young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan, on a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we ain't never quitting, we ain't never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan, on a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we ain't never quitting, we ain't never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
So we're still at the Dubai Cardrome and we're about to go ahead with our Saudi World Series Junior Cup here. It's a fleet of Saudi hire carts. It's an arrive and drive format. And we've got a huge grid of juniors that are about to take part in a 15-minute qualifier, isn't it? Let me just check that. It is a 10-minute qualifying session to form the grid for an 11-minute race. So 33 carts on the track. We'll
run through
once
the
we
order.
Get this session. They've been. Sorry, Chris.
No, once we can obviously figure out the order once we finish the session, of course, can't we? Because as you said, we've got 30 carters here. They've arrived here
33.
33. So our biggest grid in O-Plate was also 33, and we saw some great racing from them.
Who's standing beside our camera?
Where?
Just an arm's just reached out there.
Oh, these aren't the carts we were on.
No, these different.
Because ours were red.
See,
and
Saudi,
these are blue.
Saudi World Series carts, these.
Ooh.
So then, we are now underway for practice and qualifying here. But what's interesting is the carts have been released onto the track, yet the timer has not started. This is not a race, this is practice and qualifying. So surely by now, as we've gone across the line, there should have been a countdown that has begun.
Like a slow warm-up lap, like they're behind a pace car before they're released to cause chaos.
For practice and qualifying, wouldn't that be a bit weird? Or just a qualifying race, do you think?
No, it's just practice and qualifying, I think.
Fair enough. So hopefully soon enough we will be up to speed. You can hear, I don't know if you can hear in the background, you can hear the Autodrome roaring to life as well.
GT3s.
That would be interesting if these carts made these noises here as well. That would be absolutely phenomenal, don't you think?
It's nothing a speaker system couldn't sort out.
So 33 of the Saudi World Series Junior Cup drivers will take to the track here at the Dubai Kartdrome. They will use the full circuit configuration here, 1.24 kilometers in length, 17 corners, and we're doing it clockwise here around the
And what
Dubai
did you always
Kartdrome.
say doing it clockwise? Do they run anti-clockwise here?
Yes, we do.
Ah.
Certain events we will run anti-clockwise just for fun.
Is it fun?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because you can imagine doing the chicane the other way around. Instead of going
Oh,
up,
right, yeah.
you go down instead. And imagine cresting over the bridge section, although I think only certain parts of the track can be run counterclockwise. So if we were, we wouldn't run those parts of it.
Ah. Oh.
So I'm back.
Did you find some information out?
No.
Okay, fine.
They are going around behind the pace cart there, and the pace cart will peel off into the pit lane, is what I found out. Then the qualifying session will be run. Similar carts, Nick, to what you and I went out on the other night here at the Dubai Kartdrome. The ones where I was 5 seconds quicker a lap.
Different colour, and I'm sure
Similar.
better
I
balanced.
said similar.
Better balanced.
Well, these are the junior Saudi World Series carts, and the clock has begun. Has the clock begun to tick? Yes, it has. Time to go. Just over 6 minutes now, and looking very, very crowded. We'll be able to tell you who's posted the quickest lap when we're out on our first flying lap, everybody. And we've got 33, not our biggest grid of the day, Chris. We've got a grid of over 50 carts, remember, in the senior Rotax class.
We separate them into two, so does that technically count as...
No, it's classed as the one grid, to be honest.
Okay.
We've separated them out, but fundamentally, when we go forward into when we talk about the final, tomorrow you'll be at the front of a 56 cart field. So effectively, if these have got another 33 juniors to qualify, then that would be 66. So that would make them the biggest grid.
Fair enough.
That's kind of technical term, isn't it?
I was also going to ask how you had 6 minutes remaining on the clock, and I had 9 minutes remaining on the
Oh,
clock.
it's changed.
But it's changed
It's
to
changed,
9 minutes.
yes,
I
yes.
thought my laptop was, again, taking a bit of a siesta, a break here, just trying to get and understand what's going on here.
I can enter active session in full screen.
So far, Gabriel Maurice is the session leader. However, we haven't got any times in, so that just might be where he is on track. So we'll have to wait and see when they come across the line for the first time to kind of see where everybody is with over 8.5 minutes remaining on the clock here. Ricardo Rocha was the quickest around with a 1:22.786, 3/100ths of a second quicker compared to Zachariah in the 19. As they run at the moment. It's a very short session here to sort out qualifying for our two races. I think we also need to figure out how qualifying works here. Is it going to be the best lap you get pole in both sessions, or is it going to be your second best lap will be where you start race number 2? We will find that out later on as Ralph Meza goes quickest of all here with a 1:21.635. He is 4/10 of a second now up the road from Theo John Noland at the moment.
These are a heavier cart. They're underpowered. It's all about smoothness and momentum. They're not easy to drive. Nick found a quicker way around in the twin senior cart for sure.
Muller those curbs.
Hang on. One of the mics are on. Yeah, hopefully all of the mics are on. Or hopefully all of our microphones are on. Can you hear us? Yeah, good. That's what we're meant to be. Excellent. Microphones are on. PA is working. That's the outside of turn 13. And these juniors who have entered the Saudi World Series, they're not inexperienced. It's not their first time. And to be honest, guys, this is the entry-level form of motorsport, which people are introduced to karting. They go to a kart track, they arrive and drive. Majority of kart tracks have their own championships. They run their own championships where, again, it's arrive and drive. You can register for the whole season. At my home track at Warden Law in England, it's exactly the same. Every first Sunday of the month is the Arrive and Drive Championship, and it is one of the the biggest subscribed championship that we run. The grids are huge. And at the end of the season, there is a prize drive for the senior class where you run in the 6 hours of the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. And it's a team that's formed from the championship protagonists and the more successful championship protagonists. And it's a very similar sort of concept here of arrive and drive karting. You can't get away from the fact that this is entry-level motorsport. This is where people are introduced to the sport.
I like how, even though these are juniors here in the Solid World Series, they're not afraid to use each and every part of not just the track, but the machine itself to find a way through. It's a great battle here between these two here, jostling for position. But it doesn't really matter where you are on track at the moment. It matters where you are come the end of the session to see where you'll line up when it comes to the grid later on. Now, Julian Verbeek goes quickest of all with a 1:19.580 last time round. Ricardo Rocha is under 0.2 of a second back behind him with a 1:19.763. And Makar Biliostov goes third fastest here with a 1:20.028. The number one car that was shown as the leader when we started the session, Gabriel Maurice, who conveniently is also behind the wheel of number one, is currently shown as fourth overall here at the Dubai Kartdrome. Again, using the full circuit configuration here of the Dubai Kartdrome. And it's a great experience. It's something unique. And again, I think what adds to this as well is they've seen all the action take place earlier today with the O-Play. They want to say to themselves, I want to do the same thing. I want to do that exact three-way battle that O'Hanlon, that Chopra, and Al Khalifa had as well, and do that through turn 13.
And this is a good way of honing your skills to prepare you for moving on to the more nimble things like Microax, Miniax, and indeed Junior Rotax, which, find out how to race where you've got a wraparound bumper. It's, it's still got four wheels and a motor, and you've still got to learn how to drive around a racetrack, and it's the performance factor of the performance elements of whatever kart you're in, the handling, the power. You've got to learn how to drive around a racetrack, and why not? 1:19.507 is the quickest lap. You've got 73,000 of a second between Gabriel Maurice on the number one, who's just gone to the top of the screen, by the way, Chris. Julian Verbeek is second on the number 10. He's done a 1:19.580. Not that far away is Ricardo Rocha on a 1:19.763. And then we've got Makar Biluzov on a 1:20.028. We are beyond half distance now. 3.5 minutes remaining in this qualifying session, where we are setting the grid to go racing very soon.
And Alexander Zorozovsky made his way up the order from outside of the top 20 all the way to fifth fastest with a 1:24.93. We did see a kart briefly go off through turn number 6 by the looks of it when we looked at the camera. Actually, sorry, no, it was actually turn number 2. Now that I remember it correctly there. Still the time to beat a 1:19.148 here for Gabriel Maurice. And still that gap now. 0.4 of a second the gap now.
He's gone quicker, Chris.
He certainly has.
He's gone quicker by a huge margin.
0.4 of a second to be exact as well. He's managed to extract somewhere around the circuit now. We have a change of position for 13th at the moment in terms of qualifying order. However, we have a new driver in second. Theo John Noland has now moved up to second overall with a 1:19.228. We have that a hundredth of a second, 0.08 of a second now is the gap between our top two.
And you'll notice, Nick, that the majority of these drivers staying well off the curbs there, not disturbing their momentum. Still can't get me head around a 2.6 second gap.
Are they on pole? No. They're 2.5 seconds off.
You see, Nick was putting his cart across, the belly of the cart was across that curb. It's clearly the way to go around in the twin car. I know, what can you say? The stopwatch doesn't lie, my friend.
I think what we need in the chat now is we need a vote to see if we want Nick versus Joe round 2.
We absolutely do. It's going to happen at Al Ain in April.
No, we need it here. I want to watch it live. I want to see it unfold in front of my eyes.
You'll be here in April. You can be a commentator.
Alain is about, what, a 2-hour drive away from here?
90 minutes.
It's down the court from the airport.
90 minutes, mate.
No
excuse, Chris.
Do I want to drive 90 minutes to watch you two battling out on track?
Of course you do.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
Can you be bothered is the question. Is it
rude?
Yeah.
Rude. That's what I say. I would drive 90 minutes to watch you
All I can
compete.
say is when I'm making up my list of potential co-commentators for next season, the word Chris has got a big cross across it now.
Yeah,
It's
lack of
okay.
commitment.
If you want to watch me race, just put a potato in a car, and it's the same thing. The potato will actually have more.
You are
speed.
very humble, Chris Milbourne.
No,
Very
he
humble.
just decided he is that sort of vegetable, you know.
Yeah.
We're inside the final minute of qualifying here, and Gabriel Maurice, he's carrying the number 1. And there is a reason for that. He's gone and done a 1 minute 19.148. Theo John Nolan has closed the gap to 80 hundredths of a second, or 8 hundredths of a second is what I mean, 80 thousandths of a second. Julian Verbeek, he's 3/10 off pole. He's 4/10 off pole, 3/10 off Theo John. Ricardo Rocha, 9 thousandths further back in 4th. Andre Potanin, he's done a 1 minute 19.6. A lot of karts in the 19s here. Zachariah Rawu is in the 1 minute 19s, 1 minute 19.619, 1 minute 19.665 for Ralph Meza. Memphis Odua, I should say, 1 minute 19.7, 1 minute 19.9 for Makar Berzov, and Alexander Zuravsky is the first of our karts down in 10th place, the first kart who is into the 1 minute 20s.
The checkered flag now comes out to signify the end of the session here for the practice and qualifying for the juniors of the Saudi World Series Junior Cup here. And it was Gabriel Maurice who has the quickest time so far, a 1:19.148. It doesn't look like anyone's on a hot lap here come the closing stages here. So I think that pole position for Gabriel is going to stick here unless we have something interesting happen here towards the end, which can happen.
It can. Gabriel has moved, it's kind of upped his pace. He's kind of backed off. He's posted that 1 minute 19.148. He's probably thinking, I can't go faster than that. He's done a 1 minute 20.18 last time by. So he is just bringing that kart in. Everybody going slower. Now, checkered flag for provisional pole, I should say. Gabriel Maurice with that 1 minute 19.1. Theo John Nolan still out there. He's not that far away. 80 thousandths of a second is what Theo John Nolan has to find. And we are waiting to see if he can find it. He's still not crossed the line. We're looking for the number 15. There he is. And it's a 1 minute 19.626 for Theo. He tried, didn't quite go as quickly as he has done. And he will start on the front row alongside Gabriel.
Well, you shouldn't really comment on that on the commercial, but that paint protection stuff and the people doing the wrapping seem quite good. What we'll have to do is have to get our resident rapper, WRAP rapper, Gaz Bury, who's also, of course, our internet and graphics man,
social media
manager,
and PR director.
We'll have to get him to look at it and say what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. But it seems pretty impressive to me.
I'm sure he'll critique it.
Yes, I'd use less water, or I'd have a softer flange brush or something.
There are our Saudi World Series junior competitors there who have just completed their qualifying session.
My understanding is that they were going to get this first race off as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Then they're going to have like a 20-minute break.
Yes.
Where they're going to run, arrive and drive, which we won't be filming. And then they're going to get the second race off.
That's right.
But the timetable got skewed by the fact we had that long delay earlier.
That's right, yeah.
So we're all kind of guessing at this point.
Yeah.
However, if we have the rematch between the two of you, then that is something that we will be broadcasting to see who will be 5 seconds quicker.
Well, who's going to cut the pictures of that?
No one can cut the pictures. It's a lovely idea, but technically it's...
Who's going to...
We will have a single camera because we'll just have this shot here so we can just see you come through through 16 and 17 and across
the line. You'll see us come through 9.
In fairness, now you've told me the anti-clockwise option.
Okay.
I would love to try that. We used to do that at Warden Law, where we used to change the direction and change the configurations.
Is the PA working? Can Mr. Bright hear me?
I have no idea.
Hello, David? No. Wave to the camera. That's David Bright, who is the
man in the white T-shirt. That
is it manager of karting or director of karting?
Head of karting.
Head of karting for
Dubai
Autodrome. In the white shirt there, with the two blue-shirted officials next to him.
Wanting to make sure that they get this right. I mean, the Saudi World Series here at the Dubai Kartdrome is an important feature for arrive and drive karting, entry-level karting. This is really important stuff.
I was trying to find the graphics for the thing on the screen there, top left, that SWS, and I went on the Saudi World Series site. My goodness, there is so much Saudi racing going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I was scrolling. Yeah. I thought that this race wasn't part of it because I had to scroll through 2 pages of other races that are happening around the world today.
Yeah. This is what I mean. It's like accessible. It's accessible, and it's a cheap form of motorsport. Not everybody can afford to go, own a driver competitive karting at a national level or, national series level. This allows you to. People haven't got the time to prepare and tinker with their karts. They haven't got the finances and the funding to go with a team to allow that. So this makes kart racing accessible to, I'm going to say, the kid in the street, the man in the street.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, you try a bit of indoor karting, then you do a bit of an outdoor karting, and then you decide you might want to own a driver karting.
So it's motorsport for the chimney sweep.
I think you're trying to back reference here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make it full circle. There's only about 4 chimney sweeps left in the country now. Obviously, there's no chimney sweeps here. Wouldn't it be great that you walk into your local Dubai bank and say, I've got this idea for a business. Oh, okay, I'd like to invest in my chimney sweep business for Dubai.
There must be a house or two here somewhere that has one.
I'm pretty certain. No, I am certain there are houses with chimneys because it's a design feature that people would want to have. I don't think there's any houses with a roaring open fire.
No, definitely not. I don't think I've ever come across a house that has a fireplace.
So there's no real requirement for a chimney sweep. I'm sure there's loads of the mansions built out which have got chimneys on them.
So give people an idea, if they're watching from Europe, Chris, would you? When the temperature does drop to below 20 and you guys get all cold, what do?
Turn the AC off.
Why do you have the AC on under 25?
Fair enough. Well, see, it's still a little bit too warm. I mean, I can't speak of everyone here because some people do like to even have the AC on when it's 18, 16, 10, whatever degrees, because they do enjoy the cold here. But when it gets to 10 or 11 here, we'll just, we won't turn the AC on at all. And then even when it's 20, the house still stays relatively cool enough that you don't need to run the AC here at all. Granted, it would be nice sometimes to have a fireplace, I guess, at some stage, but then do we really need it that many times of the year? Not really.
It's interesting you were talking about how cold it gets, because when I was looking over the details of the Airbnb we're staying at, which we're not allowed to admit is an Airbnb, of course. That's another story entirely. The Airbnb we're staying at, it did say, don't look for any heating. There isn't any, because Dubai never gets below 18 degrees centigrade.
No, that's definitely not true. We do get, a couple of years ago, we also had the UAE's coldest winter, where it dipped down to at least single digits, even in Dubai.
So what if one do then? Because they've got no heating, and it's like 7 degrees outside.
Well, you can still buy a portable heater.
Ah.
I can go online right now and I can get one delivered in 15 minutes.
You did point out that your ability to get things delivered was quite frightening.
It's hard pressed. You have to be in certain areas.
Apparently, now, I don't know if there's anyone who's living in Dubai who can prove this. Apparently, you can get a PlayStation 5 in 15 minutes.
Okay,
was the exact.
Okay, let's go right now. Let's see. I'm not going to buy one, but
Well,
I'll show you.
Well, you can give it to me because it's got an English plug on it.
Okay, let's see. We'll go on one of the popular applications that we have here. We have many, by the way, so we have many options. So
If you haven't been to Dubai, the amount of moped, well, there's sort of 125cc riders from so many different companies just driving everything around. Joe's not saying anything.
I think
you stunned into silence by the whole situation.
He's waiting.
Conserving energy.
He's waiting to see this PS5 pop up here.
I'm actually fancying a PS5. I've still got a PS3. The only thing I use
I've got
it for,
4.
the only thing I use my PlayStation for, it's a PS3, is to play Blu-ray DVDs.
Okay.
No, yeah. Haven't you? What have your grandkids got? Are they PlayStation?
Xbox.
The Xbox is really out. No,
it's my grandkids. I have no idea. I'm a PC
Xbox
guy.
is
I'm a
apparently
PC.
Xbox is crashing and burning. Apparently,
Are they?
for number sales? Yeah,
So
whatever it is beating it. at the moment.
It says I can order it in 17 minutes and it'll be delivered here to the kart room.
In 17 minutes.
17
Wow,
minutes.
really?
Wow.
Yeah. This is the.
How much is it, by the way?
This one is 1,500.
Or dirhams.
Yeah,
That's
and if I
300
want to
quid.
get the
Really?
and if I want to get the disc one, it's 1,800, and I get that delivered in 17 minutes to us here.
What do you mean?
300 and...
Oh, you mean there's a
That's
one?
actually... That's just the price, isn't it? That's what they cost.
Yeah.
There's no markup.
iPhone 17.
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, can get that delivered in 17 minutes as well, because $5,000. But
So at what point do you actually bother leaving your house?
when you really need something, so on the subject of Xbox, when you need something Xbox related, you have to leave the house.
Yeah, because no one does Xboxes anymore.
Yes, so I guess this is the time where I admit that I'm an Xbox gamer myself, and I have a rather large collection of these things knocking around. So
I'm more of a PC gamer.
Okay,
Joe and I
can tell by the
are
laptop.
iRacers, and we're both equally poor.
When you find the right level to race with, I finished 0.4 of a second off Max Verstappen.
That's amazing.
In a Formula Ford race.
Wow.
He was first and I was third.
I can't remember the name of the guy. I was racing a guy who was a Creventic racer and one of the pro-ams of the better racers, and he was terrible. And I actually sent a private message saying I would have expected more from you as a professional racer.
Who was it? Can you remember?
It's a German Lamborghini driver who was quite young, but he was just awful. Just not awfully skilled wise, but awful in etiquette and everything.
Yes.
And it was at Interlagos, and he was just terrible in Formula 3. It must have been like 2022 or something, because I haven't touched a single seater for years.
Yeah. No, we're forming the grid, as you can see. The staff here at the Dubai Kartdrum just sorting out the grid for the first of our junior races in the Saudi World Series. We've already had qualifying, and we're just in the process of forming up the grid.
I'm a little bit concerned because I don't know. It's going to get dark. I go to the lights. I've got no idea how well my cameras work in the dark.
They've worked at Warden Law, all right. They look great.
Yeah, but that
camera.
was. Well, I suppose it was actually dark and wet, wasn't it?
It was very dark.
It's
very
dark
wet.
and wet because it was the
middle of
northeast.
winter.
Yes.
Well, it was the middle of winter as well.
It's dark and wet in the northeast. You're in the middle of the day.
That is true. It's very true.
Going back to the
I'm really looking forward to going home.
You see, going back to the weather here, I know I said we've gone into single digits, but the more north you go, the colder it gets. The same if you go to the eastern regions as well.
So Fujairah's colder, is it?
Yes, Fujairah is colder. Ras Al Khaimah is also colder. You will actually get snow up there as well.
They got mountains, haven't they?
Yeah, if you go at certain times of the year, they'll actually close the roads down because of the snowfall.
Is Oman colder?
Oman is definitely cold as well.
I like Oman. I went to Oman. I really liked it.
You need to go all the way to Salalah, which is the
beach
let's
area,
get my geography right here. It's somewhere at the bottom.
Right, okay.
And
That's brilliant geography. Somewhere at the bottom.
Somewhere at the bottom. It's about, I think it's a 4 to 6 hour drive from Muscat itself.
Right.
And it's a very beautiful part of the country as well. It would feel like you're not even in
I think
the Middle East.
I've seen some pictures from there, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like Alain. It's very green. It's very vibrant and very... you have to understand, I live here. Right, when I see trees, that's different for me. Alain and Abu Dhabi, we see a lot more greenery around.
I see trees of green.
Yes, trees are green. Trees are green. The sky is blue.
I have a hand up from Joe. Is this about actual things that might be happening on the track?
So, pole position driver Gabriel Maurice,
who
was number 1,
yes,
has now been changed to car 22.
Ah, right. So this is the way you make sure you don't get
Alexander
better cars.
Zuravsky has now been given kart number 1.
Okay.
So, if it is to do with the kart, then Zuravsky could end up coming through. I think they're pretty close to one another. They are pretty close to one another. There's the number 22. That's going to be Gabriel Maurice. The number 7 is going to be Theo John Noland. The 25 there on the left of the screen on the second row. That's going to be Ricardo Rocha in third. Alexander Zuravsky is in the number 1, although that looks like a number 24. Hang on a minute. I've gone from 3rd to 9th here.
So I have a feeling
What's going on?
They may have switched up the carts here to level out the playing field, just in case somebody says they have a quicker cart than somebody else.
That happened to me when I was 5 seconds slower than Joe. I had a poor cart.
Andre, yeah, of course you did. Potanin is in the number 24 in 4th. Zachariah Rahul is in the number 30. He is in 5th place, and the drivers now being allowed to take their seats. So we're not that far away from
the first
our race.
10 minutes. Is it going to be a standing start, do you think?
11 minutes and 1 lap.
Is it a standing start, do you think?
I do not know.
Well, how about you speculate and make it more exciting?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, I want to say yes.
See, this is great. You see, now we have a discussion.
Higher kart races at my track.
Because then what you'll see is people bouncing in the seat trying to get the thing going.
Yes, yeah. Higher kart races at my track. I say my track, my local track. Warden Law is standing starts.
I'm also trying to find out what else is interesting that I can get delivered in 15 minutes, because those are the only things I can think off the top of my head.
What about a gerbil or a hamster?
No, you can't do that.
Why has camera 2 gone off?
Those you have to go to certain locations to adopt animals here. So that's a no. We can get some drinks. Obviously Coca-Cola, water, etc. like that.
Yeah.
We could do grocery shopping.
Right.
Yep, you can have that delivered in 15 minutes as well. I couldn't find a laptop, so it's a good thing my laptop didn't break this morning.
TV? New TV?
You could possibly get a TV, actually. Probably not the same size that we have in here. Maybe like a 32-inch.
Right.
Okay.
There'd be no point in that whatsoever.
I was unable to find one, but I have a feeling I can order one and have it delivered in an hour.
That's amazing.
That's the joys of living here in the United Arab Emirates. You can have stuff delivered when you need it. Not just food delivery, but be it a PS5.
I enjoy going out and engaging with society and going into a shopping mall and browsing and looking and touching and feeling. And
don't get me wrong, again, I'll admit this so everyone knows about this, that I'm a collector of video games, and I prefer physical versions rather than digital. Yes. I don't want to shop online. I would prefer to go and see the disc.
I still buy audio CDs.
I would prefer to see the disc so I can tell if it's scratched or not. I don't want to have to download it and then have to sit there and wait. I would prefer to have something physical, because if I were to ever have children...
You've just made a point here, actually. So, if you download a large file, that's going to take you 25 minutes. But you can get the game delivered in under 25 minutes around here anyway, so what's the point?
But the thing is, with this generation of console, you still have to install the game anyway, so you're waiting 50 minutes for it delivered and then another 25 minutes to download.
Well, I still think my idea is slightly better.
Of course, because you have the physical side of things, don't you? Something that you can physically touch. And yes, I think...
and you can sell on.
Exactly. Not if you were Xbox a couple of years ago when you decided not to do that, but they changed their ways.
That's why Xbox have got problems.
I still enjoy it, and I have someone who agrees with me here as well that Xbox is just as good as PS5.
Look,
that's not the question. It's about marketing.
When the internet
I'll give you that.
when the internet goes down, I'll still be able to put a CD in a drawer and have music in my house.
Thus spake the pensioner.
Do you at least have vinyl as well?
No, I'm not into vinyl.
Oh no, I've got vinyl, but I've got no record player. And I've got VHS tape to no VHS tape player. That's not strictly true. I have got a VHS player, but it's only got a SCART socket, and nothing in the world's had a SCART socket for 10 years.
You've got to go to a second-hand shop and find an old TV, haven't you?
No, someone must do a SCART to HDMI converter. It's probably about 80 quid. I'm not paying it.
So
there's a lot of people lining up on the balcony.
They shouldn't be
here.
there.
That's very true. Are they affecting our receivers and transponders and what have you?
Nick is going to usher
we're
out
gonna
everybody.
lose our pictures if they...
He's going to ask people to politely move out of the
yeah,
way.
he is. He is.
Yeah. As they're not listening to him.
Yeah, they are
But
VIPs.
that's the way it is.
They just can't stand next to our receivers because they'll soak up the energy. That's how Nick explained it to me. We've got a grid. We've got a green flag at the back of the grid. We're about to go racing. This is race 1 for our Saudi World Challenge. It is indeed a standing start, and we get off. It's Theo John Noland who gets off and into the lead, heading towards turn 1 on the number 22 cart. Off towards turn 1 they go, through turn 1. Clouds of dust and sand. Didn't catch the number of the leading cart there into turn 2. They're already heading towards 3, Chris.
It looked like the 7 of Theo John Nolan that got the lead there. It was the 22 of Gabriel Maurice that just didn't have the start that he wanted there. You saw him jumping up and down, trying to get the cart moving there. And I think what they've done is they've changed the carts around here to, as you said before, to level out the playing field here, because Maurice may have been quicker because of the car, but maybe it's down to the driver's skill as well. So they've given him possibly a different cart here so that they can see what the difference is. And I think that was Gabriel Maurice there on the inside of Theo John Noland as they work their way through.
Side by side under the bridge.
And it's actually Ricardo Rocha that's now in the lead of this race.
It is the number 25, Ricardo Rocha, leading this race into turn 12. The number 7 has gone with him down the inside. That was a beautiful move. Side-by-side action on the back straight. Who's gonna pull the trigger first? It's the number 7 of Theo John Nolan who leads into, but it's side-by-side out. This will sort them out. They've got to go through here. There's one line through the S's section to end the lap here, through the final turn and across the line. And it will be, looking over his shoulder there, the number 7, defensive driving down the inside line into turn 1. It's flat out this area though, isn't it?
Yeah, through turn 1 as well. And you can see they're as brave as they like here. The top 2 now breaking away. Now, Gabriel Maurice has been dropped down to what appears to be 7th overall, so he's lost heaps of positions on this opening lap. Just didn't get the start that he wanted at all. But Theo John Noland has certainly escaped up the road, but is under pressure from Ricardo Rocha as they run. And it's actually, yes, it is Theo that's in the lead. Rocha is tucked in behind at the moment. But what about third position? How far back is that third place cart at the moment? Ralph Meza is behind the wheel of that one, and he's 1.8 seconds back. So the top 2 have really broken away.
They have, and pole position driver Gabriel Maurice having to settle in behind Ralph Meza. This is the lead battle, though, and it really is nose to tail. Both drivers able to maximise and optimise their corner speed here at the Dubai Kartdrome. They're into turn 13. They have to be neat and tidy through this next section here, through turn 14. They keep it off the curbs there, clobber that curb all the way across it into the final turn. We have got under 8.5 minutes remaining. It's an 11-minute and 1 lap race that we have in this race, side by side through turn 1. There's the challenge. Down the inside has gone Ricardo Rocha, and the light green, the bright green, I should say, overalls, has gone wide, and that's allowed the number 7 back through, Theo John Noland, back into the lead.
And this is the replay, the JNKD replay of it, is Theo John on the inside, takes it away, says thank you very much, but he's not been able to drop Ricardo Rocha by much at the moment because Rocha is staying with him. I've also figured out who that rogue gentleman was when you said, who's that's standing on our camera? That's Richard Flanagan, our chief scrutineer here this weekend. Keeping a close eye on SWS as well here. in the meantime, while we look forward to tomorrow's racing, Julien Verbeek is currently third overall, 3 seconds adrift from these two here at the moment. A 1:20.163, that's the quickest time so far, and a 1:22.08. It's only the top two that are dipping into the 120s, and they have to look much further back to find the next kart with Julien Verbeek and André Pouterin, who are currently a bit further back. 0.4 of a second is the gap between those two.
Change of leader, as Ricardo Rocha did show his cards on the previous lap. He's managed to get through and ahead of Theo John Noland. I'm just waiting for our timing screen to update. And there it is, Ricardo Rocha. Where has the pole position driver, Gabriel, gone? I've lost him off the timing screen. He has gone missing completely here.
He's
23rd. 23rd. So a problem for the youngster.
And a little bit of argy-bargy there through turn number 5. Here is the JNKD replay of how this all played out. So you see deep on the inside is Theo John and says, I want this position, but of course fighting hard back for it. Ricardo Rocha says, you're not taking it that easy, and bumping each other off wide. Now this has allowed those behind them to catch up, because there's the 15 and the 24, those who are running third and fourth, who were 1.7 seconds adrift, are now less than 1/10 of a second behind.
André Pouterin into third place there, taking advantage of the advances of Julien Verbeek on the second place kart of Ricardo Rocha, and Rocha back into the lead out of 13. It's going to get messy through 14. They're side by side through the S's for third and fourth. They're going to have to sort themselves out before they come out onto the start-finish straight. Here it is then, line astern. It's about to become a 6-kart train if these three in the lead, Rocha, Noland, Verbeek, and it's Rocha, Noland, Pouterin, Verbeek, Metzer and Belousov, I should say. 4 wide into 3. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Absolutely not, and that's what we get with SWS here, because the other thing is that all the karts here are identical. There are no differences whatsoever. The only difference is the driver behind the wheel. These karts are all identical, creating a level playing field. No different engine manufacturers, no different tyre compounds, nothing like that. And look what we have here. Remember, we had a 1.8 second gap before. That's just completely gone. Our top 5 are now separated by, let's see, that's how much it is. It is, the timing screen is not playing very nice here at the moment. It is less than a second between our top 4, actually, but that has closed in by quite a significant margin.
This is great racing, this. They might be slower than what we've seen battling for the Dubai O-Plate, but it's not about that. And the analogy I'll use is British touring cars are much slower than British GTs, but the fans come out and watch British touring cars, the massive fan base they have, because the racing's fantastic. The nearest equivalent to that is a thing called the Access Kart Series in the UK with a GX100. It's the 100 single engine, 100 Honda engine, 160 Honda engine, and for adults. And the racing's phenomenal. The racing's like this. I mean, this is phenomenal racing here. We've got 2x2 into turn 3, sorting themselves out by the time they appear on the bridge. Who's in the lead? It's still Ricardo Rocha by the skin of his teeth.
And it's 3 wide going down towards turn 4 as well. That's very brave. And on the inside goes the 24 of André Pouterin, who now is up into third position. Or has he already been bumped down? Yes, he has. So it's getting very competitive here at the sharp end of the field. Ricardo Rocha is loving every single piece of what's happening behind him, because he's got nothing to worry about. Julien Verbeek is up into second position, and André back up now into third.
And time is ticking by. We've had 7.5 minutes of this race left. We've got under 3.5 minutes and 1 lap to go. So time ticking by, and they're doing 1:19s now. They're in qualifying lap mode. So because even though they are scrapping and circulating together, they are still absolutely flat out in these karts. Through the S's then, it will be 6 laps completed this time by Ricardo Rocha, leading the pack across the line. They fan out 3 wide across the line. This is fantastic stuff. As they head to turn 1, it's going to be 3 wide racing through turn 1. Rocha hangs on to the lead because he had the inside line. And then the rest of them scrap it out, bumper to bumper, quite literally. The number 19 pulls off, probably discretion being the better part of valor there, as they head across the bridge then. Time ticking by, 2.5 minutes remaining.
And it looks like our pole sitter is making his way back up through the field. Last seen is 18th position. He will be moving up shortly as well. However, not enough time left on the clock for him to move up. Jackson Hoffman moves up to 10th place. Hadi Musali moves up as well into 12th position here. Julian Verbeek, as we said, is in second. And it looks like we're going to have now 6 cars battling for the top step of the podium here in race number 1. That 6th car there is Maka Bolisov, who is in the number 8, 6 overall. He's 0.5 of a second back, and those top 6 separated by 1.5 seconds. But that gap is certainly coming down here as Ricardo Rocha really has to be careful here because he's coming under real pressure, not just from 1, but 5 other karts.
Julian Verbeek gets a massive nudge up the rear end via the front bumper of Andrei Potanin. As they come out, they've got 1 minute and 30 on the clock. It's going to be 2 more laps by my estimation. They're going to cross the line. They're going to be, the clock's not going to be on 0. They're going to go through, and then it'll be the 1 more lap. It's 11 minutes and 1 lap. This is where they can, the 2 in the lead here, Ricardo Rocha and Andrei Potanin, they are beginning to pull away because they're working together. They've got 2 more laps after this one, and if they continue just optimizing their lap time, look at how they use all of the track there, keeping that momentum, keeping the speed, keeping the engine revs up. It's very easy to lose the engine revs on these underpowered karts. And look at this, gesticulations and communications going on between the number 7 and the 31. That is Ralph Metzer, who finds himself now with Theo John Noland. He's dropped to 5th as our early leader.
He has indeed, and that's the problem when you have 6 cars that are vying for position. You make one tiny mistake. You're not losing 1 position, you're losing multiple positions, so down the order he goes. Now, has Gabriel Maurice moved up? No, he's actually moved down the order as well. We've got more shuffling further through the field as well. Ralph Metzer, as you said, is up into 3rd position. Bolisov is up now into 6th position still, but he's 0.4 of a second, so a little bit further back from this battle. And now it's kind of eking away as 4 karts that are kind of extending their lead here onto the final lap of the race here, Joe.
12 seconds remained on the clock when they crossed the line. That means they've got 2 more laps, and Rocha gets spun round. Rocha takes an impact at the rear, and he loses his back end. Let's have a look at the JNKD replay through turn 1 into the braking area for 2, and he gets a nudge up the back from Andrei Potanin. Potanin goes through into the lead, and he did well not to go through 180 there. And Rocha out of contention now. Ricardo Rocha, 1 more lap after this one, so a lap and a half effectively, and he'll be devastated as he's now in, what is that, 6th place? Incredible action here.
And Theo John Nolan sniffed an opportunity, thought, right, I'm going to take the lead here, but Andre shut the door on him pretty much immediately going through the sequence of corners. And what makes things interesting here as well in the SWS is there are a lot of karts on track. There are a lot of different speeds as well. So this is the first time today we're actually seeing karters deal with traffic as well. So that's playing a key factor in where everyone is kind of settling into a groove. And here we go, battle for the lead once again. That is Theo John Noland up on the outside, and he looks like he's got it through the S's. Through the final corner will come Theo John Noland. And who would have thought he would be the one to take the victory when it came the end of the race here? There is 1 more lap.
1 more lap, yes. It's 11 minutes and 1 lap. They've crossed the line. They've got to come round and take the last lap board. Theo John Noland was literally 5th just moments ago. Here they come onto the bridge now.
And that is not Theo
That's
John
not
Noland.
Theo John Noland.
That is Julian Verbeek now leading this battle here. So Theo probably thought, as I did, final lap, I'm done. But still, there is a lap left. And Julien went, OK, cool. It's my turn now to take the lead of this race here.
I'm not sure it was a decision that he was able to make. I think that just happened. It was circumstantial because they just ganged up on him. It's not over yet. The number 7 is still in contention as he looks down the inside into the chicane. Takes the lead, does he? Oh, side-by-side action through the chicane. Into turn 11 now, and Theo John Noland takes the lead at turn 12. Into the lead, and following him through has gone the number 24. Is that Andrei Potanin? Following him through in the purple and blue overalls. Who's this coming from 4th? It's not Ricardo Rocha. It's Julian Verbeek, and it's Makar Beluzov, who's got a chance as well. But it's going to be Theo John Noland who takes the checkered flag. in fine style. That's how tight it was. We'll wait for the timing screen to catch up. It has indeed. So it's Theo John Noland, Andrei Potanin, Julian Verbeek, Ricardo Rocha ends up 5th. Marko Belousov was the kart that finished in 6th, and the rest of the field come through there.
Well, that was an interesting race.
It's great, isn't it?
I don't think we half expected that, did we, from 32 karts?
I kind of did, to be honest, because that's how Hyatt karts, that's how Arrive and Drive karts actually race.
They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
Hello, everyone. This isn't part. This isn't part of the Sodi World Series Junior Cup. This is just a filler hire kart session, so we're not going to cover this.
We can take a shot in the dark and see what happens here. Right?
Let's not.
Okay.
But we are going to cover the second one. Anyway.
So, what is the topic at hand here? We've already.
Well, I was thinking, having seen that, I believe you like American muscles.
Yes. Not I like American muscle, as in the cars, not American muscles, because that could be a completely.
You're not
different
hanging
story.
around Venice Beach, then?
No, unfortunately not. That's a little bit too far out for me.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
You like the weather. It doesn't get cold there either.
No, it doesn't, right? Especially Florida and these places. I've heard it's very humid down there as well. Is there coffee being made over there? Or no, it's snack time.
I don't know what's going on there, because Joe wants to come in on this.
Yeah, I do, because
there we go.
Our good mate, John Eindhoff, who
is
in Florida for the start of the
Daytona
24 hours. And what were you saying about Florida?
Did I say something bad about Florida?
No. You said it was warm and lovely and sunny and
it probably isn't, is it? Yeah.
Good morning from Florida.
It's foggy and dark.
It's foggy and dull.
We have this here though as well. If you drive to Abu Dhabi at 5 in the morning, you're not going to be able to see 2 kilometres in front of you. We get the same fog.
I'm going to go and have a Pringle now.
The thickest fog I've ever seen in my life. The thickest fog I've ever seen in my life was coming out of the Bahrain circuit. Went there in about 2000 and something for ILM's.
Who are you? Identify yourself.
Jack
Doe. Come on in, Jack.
We're inviting itinerants in now, are we?
Do we have spare microphones?
Jack. Nick. Chris, give Jack your headset. Go and have 5.
Now, we've been joined by one of the racers randomly. Yes. It wasn't planned.
So, Jack, what number are you in junior Rotax?
205.
Right. How's your day been?
Not great.
I saw you down the order, and I'm not used to seeing Jack Doe down there.
Yeah, we had a okay quali.
Sorry, we'll adjust that. You keep talking.
Okay quali. We were P10, and then P7 in the first heat. And then we didn't actually finish the second heat because of we were trying to change our rear axle in time, but we didn't have enough, so we couldn't make it to the grid. And for the third heat, all good, going strong, and then final lap we had a little incident with one of the other drivers.
Yeah, so do you know where your grid is for tomorrow?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's somewhere near the back.
You're not looking forward to it, are you? It's all about an all plate, isn't it? And I've been saying, it's all a bit. When you've had a day like you have, you can't think about an all plate, can you?
No, I don't really think about it. I'm just here for trying to do my best. If I get an O plate, then win-win. But
it's going to be a miracle if you get an O plate, Jack, isn't it? I mean, come on, it's going to be a miracle.
Let's not go that far.
Well, you know what? It's going to be a fairy tale story, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's going to be a cracking story for us if you come through after all that tale of woe you've just mentioned. For you to come through and take an O plate would be a fairy tale.
Yeah, it would be quite nice.
So, what you have got to look forward to is the pressure's off, mate. You've just got to. You're going to go out there and you're going to see how many places you can take, aren't you? Yeah,
I'm just going to go from the back and have a bit of fun.
Yeah. What's your 2026 season got in store for you then? Where you going to race? Do you live over here?
Yeah, I live here. Yeah.
Right. So you've been part of the UERMC.
Yeah, I've stopped karting for like 4 months.
Right.
So it's actually my first race back in a while.
That's why I thought I'd seen your name before, and I have, but you haven't been. Are you gonna do the RMC going forward?
We're not sure at the moment.
You've got to come to Yaz.
Yeah, I like Yaz, to be honest, but it depends on other things.
Is this your home track?
Yeah.
Right. So tell me, how did you start? How did you get involved in karting?
Well, it's as simple as my dad just asked, do I want to try it? And I did. And I just loved it ever since, and I just never want to stop.
Where did you try? What did you try out first?
I tried here in these rentals that they're racing.
These are great, aren't they?
Yeah, they are quite good.
So I've been saying how this is a great way to start motorsport, and it's a great way to start karting. You are a prime example of that. So you came here, tried these hire karts, the like of which we see on track at the moment, and you thought, I enjoy this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you? Was your dad? Was your family a motorsport family? Were you involved in any way?
My dad used to ride motorbikes, not professionally, just on the roads and stuff with his mates.
Right. So he's a petrol head.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So and you've inherited that.
Yeah.
It's not a bad
Can I just
thing.
say I like him already?
Yeah, he's one of us.
He's a biker.
We're all kindred spirits.
Bikers.
Tell him what bike you've got. You've got a Ducati.
I've
haven't
got
you?
a Panigale V4S 2025 model.
I don't know if you know what that is, Jack.
No, not
It's
really.
a pretty cool bike.
It's got 200 well, it's got the exhaust on it now, so it's got 214 horsepower.
Your dad'll know what it is. I don't know if we're on the PA. Are we on the PA, Chris? We're not. Oh, because you pulled the plug out.
I'll put it back in again.
Or have you? We're on the PA. We are. Your dad'll know what it is. So which team are you with?
I'm with Telios this weekend.
Right, good team.
Yeah, they
Max Dexter, a good lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Have you learnt anything from him?
I've just been focusing on myself, just getting back into it.
Does Max help you guys, the younger guys, with the data and stuff, and a little bit of driver coaching maybe?
No, mostly I just compare to my teammate Andrea.
Right.
But most of the time we just he's doing DD2 and senior, so
Yes, he is.
busy man.
He is. We're just saying bye to Majib. He's probably the most important person here at this whole plate. He's the guy.
There's no probably about
Does
it.
all that he is the most important.
He's the most important person here because he's doing the timing.
He's doing the timing. If the timing falls over, Majib puts
I
it
have
right.
heard if you give him 500 dirhams, he'll make you a bit quicker.
Well, he will on the timing screen. Yeah. Yeah. So you've got the all-plate Super Heats, the final tomorrow. What are you going to do this evening? Give an idea to the viewers, because we've still got a few hundred people watching. Give the idea, do you bed early? It's not the 70s, not like racing drivers in the 70s who went to the pub all night.
No, I try.
How old are you?
13.
Well, you're 13, so you can't go to the pub all night, can you? You can't go to the bar. Can't go to the
Unfortunately
pub.
not.
Fanta.
Yeah, you're not going to stay up and watch the Premier League from the UK or anything, are you?
No.
No. So what are you going to do?
Starts at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm normally in bed by 8 on race weekend.
Really?
Yeah,
Race
I
weekends, proper.
I try and get in bed as early as I can.
Wow.
Absolutely, mate.
Wish I could.
Yeah, absolutely. And how long will you sleep?
10 hours.
10 hours, mate. I'm like, you know what? People say you do that when you're young. Mate, I'm old and I'm still doing
You're
that.
supposed to sleep less when you're old.
Yeah, I do not. I sleep like a teenager.
You are often catching flies in
I
the
am
car, on the plane,
I am on the
on the
Olympic.
bus towards the plane from the car park.
I'm on the Olympic sleeping team. So, Jack, I want to run something by you. Nick and I went out on the karts here, and seeing as you've done the higher karts here, and Nick had a kart that was a bit off, so I was 5 seconds quicker than Nick. And
Didn't work.
He wasn't very happy. And so David Bright suggested we went out on the twin-seater, which is exactly the same. I did the first 20 minutes, and I've got to say, I was smooth, kept it off the curbs, kept the momentum, textbook. Because I've raced a bit of Super 1 in the UK and stuff. And then Nick went out, and he mullered every single curb he could hit. Every single curb he could hit, he was over it, like the belly of the cart was over that. Through turn 4, he had the belly of the cart across the curb, right? He was 2.6 seconds quicker.
Yeah.
Can you shed some light on that? How is that even possible?
Taking curb does help quite a lot because it obviously shortens the distance and helps with your corner speed. 2.5 seconds, I think, is a bit much, though. You don't really want to be scraping your belly on all the curbs because then you just can't.
But he was
turn.
2.5 seconds quicker by doing it.
But what you have to remember is, that was just one lap. So on some of the other laps, I might be losing some time. On that particular one stellar lap, I obviously finessed the correct amount of muller in the curbs with the correct amount taking the right line.
I've got to say, Jack, I have laid awake at night the last 2 nights thinking where on earth he could have made 2.5 seconds on that twin-seater kart.
For a bit of background, we've been karting together for at least 12 years. I've never beaten him before.
No.
And not beaten him by 2.5 seconds.
We do commentary in car racing and stuff. And we, whatever. If we're in Mazzano, we go to the track. We're in Portimao, we'll go to the track. And we'll do a bit of... Quarter, we've done...
Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, Abu Dhabi. We've done the Yaz track, just outside. And I'm always the quickest in the team because I've done a bit of karting. And so for him to be 2.5 seconds is quite devastating, Jack. I've had a devastating time here, the same as you have today, mate. But we lift ourselves up, don't we? We lift ourselves just like you're going to lift yourself. You're going to be in bed by 9 o'clock tonight. 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
And you are going to be back tomorrow for the Super Heat. What is Jack Doe going to be happy with tomorrow afternoon when we hit that checkered flag for your final?
I think top 5 would be solid.
Do we know where we're starting yet?
No, I'm pretty sure it's at the very back, though.
Right. Is it going to be like beyond 20th?
Yeah, I think it would be somewhere like 25th or below.
So top 5 would be.
By the end of the day,
top
5 would be good.
Yeah, of course it would.
I think
Mate, if you started 10th,
aim
top
high,
5.
ambition is great.
Yeah, absolutely.
For some reason, I always go faster when I'm at the back.
Yeah, you know why? And I've got a theory, and this is what I meant when I just try and get rid of this. This is exactly what I meant, Jack. The pressure's off, mate. No expectations now. So you're gonna go into the race. You're gonna be more relaxed. You're gonna be like, I can't go backwards anymore. So I'm just gonna go. And that's what I mean. So you mentally and psychologically, you're not going to be as intense, and you're not going to be as anxious as you perhaps would be if you were starting on the third row or the first row even. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just send it.
Absolutely, mate. You're going to send it. You need to send it more than 20 times, and you might end up with an O-plate.
Don't you say it more than 20 times?
25.
Because some of the overtakes, because people are going to crash into each other. They're going to take themselves out.
That's true.
So I reckon 15 will do.
15 sends.
15 sends and you'll be okay.
15 full sends, and you're going to be there, Jack. What do you think of the live stream then? Have you been watching the UARMC and stuff?
Yeah, it's quite good, actually.
Yeah, thanks very much.
We got quite good.
Yeah, thanks very
very
much.
good then.
Yeah. And you're on this one.
Yeah, I am.
You've got to wait till the end for the Saudi World Series.
Did we talk to him earlier in the year?
I'm not. No, because he hasn't.
Oh, we did.
No, we did.
Did we?
I was here at Alain.
Yeah, we did.
Right.
We've done an interview with Jack.
Did you do the invitational? Or were you there for round 1?
One, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was round 1 where Henry was here as well.
Yeah. Did we interview you?
Yes,
yeah, it was on the...
I can't remember if it was you or Henry, but someone interviewed
Yes,
Jack.
yeah.
It's kind of a name where you see it on the screen. Oh, Jack Doe, so kind of.
Yes, yeah, good. Well, I hope to see you at Yaz, Jack. You have to do Yaz. If your dad's listening, when you go home and watch the live stream for your little bit as a commentator, we absolutely have to have Jack Doe on the grid at Yaz because it's. Have you raced there before?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Right. So, excellent, because we've got a few more minutes to fill. What's it like? Because we've recce'd it. We've never seen karting there. It looks massively quick and open. It's all about your top speed, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's pretty engine-y track.
Right.
Yeah, as long as you have a very solid engine and a good mechanic and team behind you, you're almost guaranteed to do pretty well.
But the kart's got to be set up to be able to handle those high-speed sweeping turns as well. I mean, even the hairpins are a long sweep, isn't it?
Yeah, they are. I think for places like Yas, you want the rear as stable as you can.
Yeah.
But not too stable, because if it's too stable, you won't release off the corners as well.
Right, okay. Yeah, so it's going to be, again, it's a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's got to be great to be racing on the actual track where just a few weeks ago, literally weeks ago, Lando Norris clinched the Formula 1 World Championship.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is quite cool, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why you've got to do the next round.
Well, I better start washing some cars then, haven't I?
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks, Jack. I'll let you hand you. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for popping in, because that filled a lovely 10 minutes.
It did, didn't it?
It did, absolutely. And also, more importantly, it gave us some great insight as to what it's like to compete here at the Dubai Open.
And you found the absolute number of sends you need to do. It's 15
Yeah, 15
sends.
at least, Jack. 15
No, 15 will do.
15 will do.
Successful ones.
Good luck, mate. We'll obviously be watching you, and now we'll keep a proper eye on you, and you're coming up through the field.
Thanks, Jack.
Great
Cheers,
stuff.
mate.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. See you tomorrow. Have a great one. Bed early tonight. I'm going to continue eating my Pringles then.
You didn't start eating your Pringles,
I
did
had
you?
one, and it was a bit crunchy.
Well, obviously, the crunchy Pringles.
Yeah. We're getting towards race 2 of the
I
Saudi World
think
Series.
they're pulling in the hire carts, so we may well soon, actually, yes, excitingly have. But then they're going to put more on the grid, aren't they?
They will, and I've also seen that there are 2 penalties that have been dished out as well. 2 20-second penalties were handed out for contact in
Really?
For race number 1. Yes, because we did see it.
There was a lot of
camera
contact.
as well.
How they picked those 2 bits of contact out?
Well, the 24 was one of them, and that's the kart that finished second overall.
Is that for punting the green guy out?
Yes, he punted Ricardo Rocha off, so that dropped him down to 9th position, if not mistaken, because our timing screens in here haven't updated, but the timing screens outside have, and the other kart that received the penalty was the number 17 as well, but it did change our order with the top 3, so it's John Noland who took the victory, and then it was Julian Verbeek, and then we should have, sorry, Joe, I'm just going to borrow your computer real quickly to scroll up.
Before you do, can I just mention that we've got Husmelina _Husin watching because their friend, number 32, is here. Did you just move my screen, Chris?
I did. I do apologise.
Yeah, number 32, which was I was seeking out just to get the name of 32. Where is he? Gasan Chaka, who came 20th there. Husmelina, it's all yours. Where do you want to go?
I just wanted to see who the top three were. Yes, so third overall then would have been at the line due to that penalty. Ralph Meza takes the podium in the first race for the SWS Junior Cup. So as Nick suggested, the checkered flag is being shown out to...
Actually, completely preempted. I thought I saw some carts pulling into the pit lane. I didn't. I think it was wishful thinking.
You timed it to perfection almost.
I kind of willed the checkered flag to fly on the hire kart session. So at some point in the near future, the second Junior Cup will start. Now, whether they've already gridded them up in the pit lane or whether they're going to have to re-grid them up again on the grid, well, I say grid more often if you like, who knows?
We'll wait and see because they should be forming up in their positions. Will there be kart number changes as well, like we saw last time? It wasn't just the number, it was the car itself that drivers were put into different karts there because we saw our pole sitter, Gabriel Maurice, struggle in the, first of all, when the race started, and in the race itself, actually, he dropped all the way down the order.
Do you know what I think we should do? I think we should discuss amongst ourselves whilst we hear a word from our sponsors.
So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan, on a block. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We're blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
So we are just waiting for the carts to be gridded for race 2 of the Saudi World Series Junior Cup here at the Dubai Kartdrome. Light beginning to fade in the sky. The sky is clouded over and the temperature has dropped to very cool. My colleague here, Chris Milbourne, it's Chris's. Chris Milbourne, going to need a big parka or anorak on soon, aren't you, mate?
Is this the cold joke again?
Nice Arctic conditions.
It is.
Almost.
It is. Honestly, when I just stepped outside now for a few moments, especially when you stand in the shade, it is a lot colder than I expected it to be. So I'm glad I bought my trousers and the jumper as well, because straight after this I'm heading out to the middle of the desert. So it gets very cold, just for fun, just a barbecue with some friends.
That's nice.
Because this time of year we don't get it very often. And I've been told it can dip as low as 5 degrees centigrade, even in Dubai, when you go to the desert.
That's proper cold.
So we'll be going there to embrace the cool weather.
If you are out in anything under 10 and below, if you're out for more than 15, 20 minutes, you are going to feel cold. You are going to. It's going to become a problem.
No, but only if you're not moving.
Well, yes, if you're standing still,
like
yes.
8 or 9, and
yes,
it's even much colder. And
yeah, but you need a coat, is what I mean. You can't go out in just a jumper or a sweatshirt. Do you?
T-shirt, yeah.
Yeah, it's just I've spent many an hour standing in the cold.
No, I'm not standing. But also, I agree with you. You're watching a football match in December.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
You need 107 layers on.
Yes, that sort of thing.
I'm glad you managed to get around the weather again, though. We hadn't talked about the weather for a good 10 minutes.
Well, we hadn't, yes. And the reason I spoke about the weather is because you can see how much it's clouded over on the skyline there of the Dubai Motor City, just on the horizon there to the left.
It's about to get dark as well.
Is Sports City as well, isn't it? Just on the horizon there on the left.
Mm-hmm. And there's Media City behind us.
No, Media City will be further off over to the right.
What's the one just back there which you've got the TV studios?
Behind that'll be Studio City.
Studio City, right.
International Production City, IMPZ.
Studio, that was what I meant.
Sure
I meant Studio City, that was fine.
And then, yes, Sports City is over there with the taller buildings as development is underway here across this entire area. Thank you, Nick. I do feel a little uncomfortable with that. Does it have to be that close?
It was way too far away.
Oh, was it? Okay.
We'll have a compromise between the two if you like.
No, okay, well, I'll slightly move it. There we go. I think that's a little better there.
Yeah.
Can you feel it on your beard?
I want people.
Yes.
See, you are saying such fantastically detailed and brilliant things. I want people to be able to hear them.
Are you sure?
With more clarity, you mean?
Yeah, basically. I want to hear what you're saying, and then you go, whatever. Oh, look, there's a gate open. The carts arrive. Yeah! Oh, just about on it.
No. That's the. I think the hero of the
World Series card
going to be positioned in grid order.
But what grid order? Will it be the same grid that we practiced and qualified for?
No, I
Will
think
it be
it's
the second fastest
I think it's
lap?
the grid order of where we finished race 1, isn't it?
Surely, well, I would have thought that you would have grid them up both times on the order that you qualified.
Shall I go and ask?
What would make things interesting is they reverse the entire grid. So have
that'd be great.
Theo John, Julien and Ralph at the tail end of the field.
And I believe that the opening word there was, what would make it interesting? It certainly would.
It definitely would. I couldn't find a better word to describe it. What else could we say before besides
I think
more
Chris
interesting?
Says, if you've got all the fast ones at the back and all the slow ones at the front, carnage.
Yes.
Can't argue with that.
Exactly right. We have another, is it 20-minute race or is it a 10-minute race?
Is it 11 plus 1 again?
You are absolutely correct. It is the same setup as it was.
I am just literally repeating what I heard earlier. It's 11 plus 1.
It is exactly.
Mine is 12, but that's not how it works.
If I find the piece of paper that keeps going missing somewhere that has
been a consistent lack of paper consistency, isn't there?
There has. It was here momentarily.
We've been losing things all day.
Someone may have been. Yes, I've lost my phone. I've lost paper. How many times? I think I've lost my sandwich as well somewhere. Oh, sorry, Joe.
You've lost the way of getting out of Joe's way.
Yes, that too. So that's 4 things in the space of
as you haven't lost the will to live, you're fine. I've found out how we're forming the grid.
Could you tell us really slowly and in French?
No. We're forming the grid off the result of race 1.
Okay.
As I thought. Not my first barbecue, lads.
Well, interestingly, it's not Chris's first barbecue, but actually he is having a barbecue tonight.
He is in the desert, in 5 degrees.
Thing is, though, and this is the point I think which is important to make. What is the king of the barbecue? And the answer is the sausage. Oh. And that's an issue here, isn't it?
Not really.
Beef
There are-
sausages.
yeah, we have beef and chicken.
Not really into a chicken sausage.
I'd like to point out I live in
The thing
Lincoln
is-
now.
the
home
thing
of the
is-
Lincolnshire sausage.
The thing is, barbecue,
Yes.
chicken breast,
Yep.
steaks,
Chicken
chops,
breast. Let me just say right. Chicken breast, food poisoning.
chicken legs,
Food poisoning.
chicken wings,
Probably all right at that one.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
bones and a choking
Yeah.
hazard.
steaks,
Very expensive.
steak on the barbie,
There's very few people I want to buy a steak for.
and yeah, I
Corn the
suppose-
cob. That's always worked quite
Yeah,
good.
come- no,
What I've
no.
learned is that if we go for a barbecue with Nick, we don't ask him to cook, because
No.
if he's going to cook anything, it's going to be severely undercooked,
No, here we go.
or there'll be nothing served.
If you go anywhere with me, or stay anywhere with me, or anywhere near me, don't ask me to cook. I can wash up, and I can make a cup of tea.
He's a good. So Nick and I have been staying in an Airbnb here, obviously, because we've been here for such a long time, and somehow, I have become catering co.
Basically, you've become the housewife even when your actual wife was here.
I know. I was looking after my wife here, catering co. Scrambled egg on toast for breakfast, omelettes with
Lovely.
cheese.
Well, you got a negative review from your missus for that, didn't you? I thought they were great.
Yeah. She's always been like that. Arrabbiata pasta, tuna pasta bake.
Tuna pasta, meaty pasta.
Yeah.
It's been a culinary delight of stuff you
been
can make
great.
easily.
Yeah, now I wonder where my sandwich has gone. I need to
There it is.
really figure it out.
It's there, behind you in the
Oh,
bag.
it is.
It's
Yeah.
behind you.
I
Oh
thought
my
that was the
God.
rubbish bag.
No, there's a full sandwich in there.
Oh, okay.
And
A
I've
full
left it there.
sandwich.
Yeah. Is
I've
it
still got half my sandwich left. I'm fine for dinner.
well, that's because you went for a foot long. You've been
You're fine.
greedy.
No, and I'm fine for dinner as well.
What he's saying is he doesn't like your
We are
cooking.
not. We are going to get something to eat before we venture anywhere.
No, we're just going to. I'm just going to leave, and that's it. Well, actually, you got the car, so
I've got the car, so good luck.
I've got the fob.
So, just to bring people up to date, if you are watching from home,
But we've been talking about the weather, chimneys,
what we're going to have for dinner
what we have for
tonight.
dinner,
Yeah.
barbecues, cookery, and staying in Airbnbs. And at some point, we also mentioned karting.
They're also ordering stuff online, and it
Oh,
comes
that
in
was
15
impressive.
minutes.
Yeah, that was impressive. The thing, it was very impressive. So I found out that you actually were an Xboxer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, and I
What, a
sat
former boxer?
No.
What
At
weight
this
category?
size, are you sure
Well,
about
I
that?
don't know, it's
Maybe
heavyweight,
the
mate.
punching bag,
there.
yes.
Super heavyweight. Have you not seen some of those heavyweights? They're great big blah blah monkeys
Yeah,
as well.
big
Butterbean was
lads.
a big lad, but no way. I'm more of the boxing. I'm more of the bag that they box or whatever
in
it's
fairness,
called.
if you
Punching bag.
No,
anyway.
you would be defensive tight end.
What's that in normal
American
people's
football.
We're
terms?
talking about boxing.
Oh, right,
here,
okay.
American, but I say no. Fist, I'm giving Chris. I'm saying Chris. The way he looks, he could become.
He's giving me a compliment, which
You're
is
hard
quite rare.
What he means is you're hard to push out the way, Chris.
Oh, right. So that's why
That's-
I'll be the doorman.
Do you know
from now
American
on.
football?
Yes.
Right, so you're hard to push out the way, aren't you?
He'd be slapping people.
Yeah. I'm not sure he's even been complimentary or polite in any way.
Watching all the way from the UK, says Vanda Revival. Watching our nephew and grandson Zachariah Rahul. Great first race. Bring on the second race. There we are. We have our own fan club
so
now.
Where
on
is
the SWS
He finished
series.
7th overall.
7th? Wow, he did.
How did
Zachariah
you know at the
Rahul.
top of your head?
Because there's a
there.
screen in front of us that tells us. But due to the penalty, he actually finished 6th
See, now, the interesting thing
overall.
is, though, what it does prove to me is your eyesight is way better. So, what are you, mid-30s or early 30s?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Eyesight still works.
Yeah.
We're both pensioners. No, I'm not quite yet. He's a pensioner.
No,
and
I'm
I'm
not.
Do you
I'm
claim
not.
a pension?
No, it's a police pension. Different, completely.
Hang on.
No.
Do
Not-
you receive
you're
a
not
pension?
You're not a pensioner until you receive your state
Do
pension.
you receive a pension?
And I'm quite a few years off that.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. I retired when I was 52, for God's sakes.
Chris, if someone receives a pension, that makes them a pensioner, doesn't it?
No.
I would assume so,
Not
yeah.
when
Thank you very much.
Not when you have a job that you can retire relatively early, like at 50.
After
52,
serving your community with honour.
After serving my country.
Well, serving the Northeast. Wrecking a couple of cars. Well, she's dead now, so. Didn't you?
So forming up now the
got the
SWS
job
carts. Joe is taking a Pringle break.
To be honest, that has summarised the last half hour. Is Joe coming and going via Pringle? That slide has been
What
up
flavour-
and down.
what
That
flavour have you got over there?
It's been up and down quicker, more often than the Assyrian Empire. That slider.
Oh, we could order these in 15 minutes as well. We can order anything. We can get it done if you want.
So 17 minutes we saw earlier. What's the fastest you've actually received something you've ordered?
Probably between 8 and 9 minutes.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Was that a packet of cigarettes, was it?
No. That was some fresh fruits we got delivered in that time.
Wow. And did you get a bank loan with the fresh fruit as well?
Yeah, there were the joys you could pay with credit card. We can actually pay with Tabby here as well, if I'm not mistaken.
What is Tabby?
So that is where you pay in instalments. So you have 4 instalments that you can spread.
In fairness, that's the only way we could afford a melon was to pay in instalments.
So I think if we go back and let's have a look at how much this PS5 would cost us.
Now, hang on a second. I want you to deliver me. I want a fruit basket.
A fruit basket. Okay. Let's see which of our applications here will deliver me a fruit basket that you shall enjoy.
Yeah.
This might take some time though.
It's all right. We've got a few minutes.
Okay,
Joe's eating Pringles. So it's just kind of it's just me on my own now talking.
Okay, so I can get you a basket without the fruits.
No, I want the fruit.
Okay, do you want some with some Photoshop bananas in them?
I'd like real bananas.
Okay. All right, so I now have to go on to a different.
Is it like a Spinneys website you can get them from or something?
Amazing enough, you can actually order from Spinneys as well online. So,
but does it come in 15 minutes?
No, it doesn't. It comes in an hour.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not having that.
You don't want to wait. You don't want to wait 60 minutes for a fruit basket.
Who do they think I am? I don't wait an hour for anybody. I wait 3 days at Tesco's.
It would take less time to walk over to Spinneys actually than it would to.
That isn't the point of this exercise, is it really?
Fair enough.
The point
yes.
of this exercise is to find out how quickly I can get myself a fruit basket.
Okay, I'm
still to your house.
All right. My wife's probably going to ask why am I getting a fruit basket delivered?
Just say it comes from an admirer and see wait to see how things go down after that.
A fruit basket. Wow, nothing's popping up here.
I may have beaten the Dubai delivery systems.
You may have found something that we cannot deliver at this time.
Wow.
But I will tell you, around Christmas, you can actually have a cheese board delivered. Yes, you can have a cheese board delivered.
That is ridiculously tempting.
And you can customize.
Sorry, you say a cheese board, right? Brilliant. Does it come with the board?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. And a knife?
I don't remember if it came with a knife or not.
The knife with the pointy bit on the end.
What sort of cheese then?
You can customize the cheese, so you can ask what variety of cheese you would like.
I've got another question for you now. This is a genuine question. Is there like local cheeses, like do the UAE or the region? Are there any cheeses in the region?
We do have locally made cheeses, but off the top of my head, I probably wouldn't know what they're called.
Okay.
So you couldn't get a Cornish Jarl?
No.
No.
That would be a long stretch.
Brie?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cheddar and brie and camembert. And
the usual suspects, yes.
Poisson?
Isn't that a fish?
That's it. No,
French.
That is.
Poisson.
Poisson.
It's
like a cream cheese.
How about a baby bell? Can I have a baby bell?
There's a massive baby bell.
I'm tempted to order that right now.
That's a very good point. Yeah, your Teddy.
My grandson Teddy found a massive baby bell.
Of course, mate. Of course, mate.
This is not a baby bell. It's too big.
Of course, mate.
Of course, mate. Of course, mate.
Oh, people getting in their carts.
Great stuff.
Oh, another thing you can do here as well.
Go on.
Let's say I left my laptop at home.
Chris, you've left your laptop at home.
So what I can do is I can order somebody to go pick it up from my house, and as long as someone is at home, they can hand it over, and they will deliver it to us here.
Wow.
Yes.
That would solve a lot of my problems in life.
I did that. I accidentally took my friend's car keys once, and I had to send them back in a courier, and it took half an hour because I was quite far away. Yeah, it was half an hour away.
Can I ask, so how much would that service cost?
It depends on the duration of the journey and the size of the package that's being sent. I think it cost me about 40 dirhams.
It's £8.
That's nothing at all.
I don't know. What's the convert?
It's just about five. Just about five. Just under 5.
Yeah.
It's 4.94 or something.
And that's the convenience aspect we have here. Like, you can order a PS5, you can send someone.
But on the flip side, that convenience has bitten you in the backside, hasn't it? Because you can't do your own mechanicing on your cars.
Yes, but I mean, I can always send it to a mechanic, and I don't have to send it there.
You just said you did tell us earlier they only know how to mend Japanese cars.
No, they're experts here at Japanese cars because we have so many of them on the road.
Right.
Because we have, as you see on the roads here, we have a lot of cars. I drive European anyway. Just finding a mechanic that can fix it is tough, so I send it to the agency because I can trust them. Oh, gift cards as well. That's another thing you can order online. You can do many things here online. It's fantastic, to be honest. We'll have to try that out tomorrow. Maybe we will get that PS5 delivered for us during one of the race sessions.
Well, can we play with it as well?
Oh, sure. I'll have to check what
Can you send things back on the motorbike for a refund?
Yes, if you don't like the product, you can get it refunded.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second heat's about to get underway. Joe's finished his Pringles. I shall leave you with Joe and Chris.
Well, we've got a grid formed from the order of the result of race 1, which we can confirm now as it stands. Julian Verbeek took the win. Ralph Mezzer took second. Makar Beluzov was third. And then we had, hang on, just got to move the timing screen around somewhat. Theo John Noland took fourth. Ricardo Rocha, after that penalty, was fifth. Zachariah Rahul was confirmed in sixth. Adelbert Junior Farmer was seventh. Andrei Potanin was eighth. Ninth was Memphis Odur. And Hari Mosali was 10th. That's your top 10.
And interesting to see where our pole sitter from race 1 started. Gabriel is all the way down in 25th position, is Gabriel Maurice. And that's a very unfortunate place for him to start. Hopefully, he will have a different kart here and be back up to speed, because that qualifying effort he did was pretty impressive.
We're off.
And we're off. That was
we're off and racing.
A very short hole there in a very short formation as well.
This is 11 minutes and 1 lap of racing here. And Julian Verbeek off into the lead in the orange overalls, the orange helmet. He's got the outside line at turn 2, and he's lost the lead already. Looking great under the lights. The Saudi World Series Junior Cup off over the bridge for the first time.
And it looks like it's relatively clean. We're trying to go 5 wide down the and across the bridge, actually. There was a yellow flag being waved. You saw 3 karts going off in the distance as well. We're still trying to figure out where everyone is going to be. We've got spins all over the place, especially through turn 5 at the moment. We've got one pointing in the wrong direction, and here is the JNKD replay of it, exactly what happened. And this is the thing, when you try and have too many karts vying for the same piece of real estate, this is bound to happen.
Cold tyres.
Indeed, cold tyres.
Tyres, those karts will be very, very unpredictable. Our pole sitter is already down to 4th by the time we get to turn 12. The leader, we confirm, is the number 19, Theo John Noland, off and into the lead. And the kart that is currently behind him, literally attached to his rear bumper. I'll just confirm the number. I recognise the overalls from race 1. And here they go, absolutely nose to tail through the turns, the S's here, and it will be 1 lap completed. Now, as they cross the line out, tapping the helmet, it's the number 15, is it, or the number 5 of, it's the number 15 of Andrei Potanin, who was down the order somewhat, but Potanin, after that penalty, is back up into 2nd place now. Tapping of the helmet from Theo John Noland, meaning, don't fight me, let's work together and let's pull a gap.
That's a very impressive start, actually, from Andre as well, because he started 8th position because of that penalty that he was handed in the race earlier today. And he's actually swapped numbers, because in the previous race he was number 24. Now he's number 15, just to make our jobs a little bit more difficult there, especially on that first lap to figure out where everybody is. So, indeed, everybody has swapped karts again. So, hopefully now for our pole sitter earlier on, he's got a better kart underneath him to really help him and push his way forward there. But Theo John Noland is the man that's in front. And then behind him, Andrei Potanin is the man that sits in 2nd position. Ricardo Rocha, after being spun out in race number 1 towards the end of the race, is running in 3rd place. And the rest of the field kind of figuring out where they would like to be, preferably further up than they are at the moment. But that's all to come play for here, because we have 11 minutes plus 1 lap here for the SWS Junior Cup.
Potanin is, he got the memo. Let's work together. They're working together, and they've opened a gap to Ricardo Rocha and Julian Verbeek. Verbeek in the orange overalls, following Ricardo Rocha in the green overalls. There's the leaders. There's the 2nd and 3rd and 4th place karts. 5th and 6th together. They're 2 by 2 at the moment. As we continue, the 3rd and 4th place karts not squabbling between each other. The 1st and 2nd place karts working together nicely, in complete contrast to race 1, isn't it?
Yeah, the gap up there front is 1/10 of a second between them. Obviously, they're running line astern as if they're connected like 2 train carriages working their way through. And then 1.2 seconds back is Ricardo Rocha. Unfortunately, he's got no one to work with him at the moment. However, Julien Verbeek is closing in at the moment. By 0.2 of a second is that gap. So maybe those two can work together, hook up, and do exactly what the leaders are doing.
Potanin in second place in the purple and blue overalls. He's literally pushing Theo John Noland around this track. And that's not deliberate. He's not trying to put him off or anything. It's just he hasn't got the speed to pull alongside, so you might as well just nudge against the bumper of the cart in front and just barrel along together, just as one. Look at the thumbs up there. Theo John Nolan knows what's happening here, and these two are pulling a gap that's gone out even further. Look at that. This is brilliant stuff.
It is, and of course the teamwork here working and just ensuring that the teamwork stays at play when they have the chance, especially when Theodore's on the front straight away. He gives that thumbs up to say, we're doing a good job, we're working well together, let's keep this up because we're building a lead here. It was 0.1 of a second again across the line, but it's 1.7 seconds back to Ricardo Rocha. But the question is now, because of course there is a podium after this, when will Andre go, I'm not doing this anymore, I'm quicker, I'm going to come through? Will he wait for that +1 lap to do it in, or is he going to do it at a different moment where he sees that opportunity to switch around?
Well, this is exactly the question. There is 7 minutes remaining in this race. It started with 11 minutes on the clock, so 7 minutes and 1 lap. They've got to come by the start-finish straight with 0 on the clock. So if they cross the line with literally 3 seconds on the clock or 2 seconds on the clock, they will get another 2 laps. So that's how tight it's going to be. And at the moment, you can't get tighter than the gap between those two at the front because they're literally conjoined.
A 1:19.788 is the time to beat. That's the quickest time we've had so far, done by Theo John Noland, who was out in front by still 0.1 of a second. But this time round, it was Andre Potanin who went quickest of all with a 1:19.281. The gap between them and third actually, is now 2.6 seconds to the good. Julien Verbeek is closing up. 0.7 of a second is how close that battle is. Now, these two really need to start working together if they want a chance to be in front of these two right here. And it still begs the question when it will happen here. Now, if we have a look at where our pole sitter from race number 1 is currently circulating at the moment, it seems to be he still hasn't got the car that he wants underneath him because he's all the way down in 32nd, and he actually may have already retired from this race as well. So unfortunately, that stunning pole position lap did not convert into a race victory in either of the two races.
No, that's a bit unfortunate. Had the speed in qualifying, hasn't been able to match that under race conditions, and this truly is a massively competitive race. Clever driving from the two drivers at the front, Theo John Noland and Andre Potanin. They have worked together. They've pulled a very good cushion here, and with just under 5.5 minutes remaining, they remain in that very strong position. As soon as they start fighting, if Ricardo Rocha and Julien Verbeek don't squabble, some great battles going on down the order, by the way, if they continue to circulate as they are, if the two leaders, the moment they start squabbling and get offline, the third and fourth place carts will catch these two here. There's our leaders. That's turn 3.
And it's a great battle as you bring for 9th at the moment as well. There's 3 carts there separated by just under a second, a little bit further through the field here. Once again, Andre Potanin is the quickest man out there with a 1:19.281 last time round. And it looks like a bit of a gap is starting to unravel itself here between our top two, the 19 and the 15. And now we'll see when Andre will choose his opportunity, because when it goes 11 minutes, when the clock strikes 0, they'll obviously be informed that there's one last lap to go. Will Andre have enough in the tank to find a way through and take that position away? We'll have to wait and see. I would say if I was him, I would try and find that opportunity as soon as possible, because there is a trophy at the end of this.
The thing that's stopping him pulling alongside Theo John Noland is the fact that his bumper is right up. You've got to kind of time it. You've got to time the momentum. So you need a bit of a breathing space. He needs to back out of something, and he needs to then come at the leader and move alongside. And at the moment, there's no need for any of that at the moment. There's very little use of the brakes here, you see. That's probably the heaviest braking point into turn 2. You don't need to brake there. You need to brake slightly. It's more of a feather of the brake across this bridge here into turn 4. You just throw it into this one, and then you need to keep the momentum up. Little feather of the brake here. Not really a massive outbreaking opportunity here. Now it's a drag race. Now it's a slipstream race. And as you can see, Andrei Potanin quite happy just to sit there on the bumper of the leader, Theo John Rowland. This is how they're going to continue.
Under the bridge. This is another great opportunity as well. Heavy into the braking zone through the chicane here after the going under the underpass there, and also up here as well. This is where we see a lot of action during the O-play earlier today as well, through turn 12. But unfortunately, Andre not close enough, or if he was close, again, is that what Joe was talking about before, is the bumpers are too connected. That would really cause an issue for both of them. It would unsettle both cars and potentially take them both out, which is not something either want to do. And I think Andre is taking a much more reserved role here after the penalty that was given to him in the first race earlier today. And he saw again, Joe, the thumbs up.
Yeah. Theo John Nolan knows what they're doing here. Also, what Theo realises is that at some point, Andre is going to pull the trigger. He's going to pull the pin on the hand grenade and spoil this beautiful relationship that has been formed over the last 9 minutes or so, because we've got 2 minutes on the clock now. And as the clock continues to tick, just missed his apex there, that's how much speed he was carrying, into the all-important turn 6. All-important? Well, you're carrying the speed. See the gap that he's produced now? Is he going to have a go? The momentum's there. Is he going to have a go down the inside? No, the momentum was stifled by nestling up against the bumper of the leading cart. So, here we go. We're getting towards that witching hour. We're inside of 2 minutes. The gap is being pulled. Is this Theo John Nolan just finding a bit of speed from somewhere? Or is it the fact that Andrei Potanin is just gauging the momentum where he can close the gap and move alongside at a given point?
No, it looks like that's the way as well. It looks like Theo John Nolan maybe, I don't want to say sandbagging and just being a tad bit slower than he should be. But in all fairness, when we look at the lap times from the two of them, they're relatively even. A 1:18.726 last time round for Theo John Nolan. That's just updated now to a 1:18.683. And actually on that last lap, the pair of them did an identical lap time. They've both done a 1:18.683.
They are literally conjoined.
They are literally conjoined. You're absolutely right.
I'm going to throw something in the mix here. The lapping in 1:18s, there was 1:16 on the board. Now, it's going to be close, because I'm not sure. When I looked at the timing, it said 1:16. There's 47 seconds, 46 seconds. They're going to come around the final turn, and we're going to count this down, because they may get across the line and see the last lap board. There might be just one more lap to go. We're going to find out very soon.
That is some quick maths you've done there as well, and I think you are right with that, because now through turn 12 we go. 25 seconds left on the clock. Is this the final lap? And now you see, look, Andre,
move.
You're absolutely right, Joe. There is the move on the inside. It may have come a lap too early, though.
Yeah, as Theo John Nolan just settles back in, just sits there alongside 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 on the clock. Last lap board. There it is. We have got the last lap board there, clear to be seen from the starting gantry. It's a race to the finish now where we've got two wide. No, Potanin into the lead now. He's bided his time. He's worked his magic with Theo John Nolan. And now Theo John Nolan is saying, I've been double-crossed. It's like an episode of Traitors, this.
It was a very interesting front straightaway, though, because you saw the thumb come up and then you saw the hand basically wave Andre through. So I wonder if this was preemptive. I wonder if they planned all this from the very beginning.
It's the switch back here from Theo John Nolan. He's going to lead into the chicane. The all-important chicane. He's going to have to defend on the back straight. They're side-by-side to the chicane for the final lap here. Into the chicane they go. That's not the chicane we're looking for. And we wait to see where the leaders are. Into the chicane. They've gone onto the last lap. They've gone towards the back straight. That's third and fourth. There are the leaders going into the final hairpin here. Out of the hairpin. Here they come. Who's in the lead? It's Theo John Nolan, and he's in the lead at the right time, because through the S's and into the final turn, it's Theo John Nolan that leads out of the final turn. They're side by side. He defends, he weaves, and it's crossing the line. Theo John Nolan takes the win. Andrei Potanin takes second, And who is that in third? Is that Zachariah Rahul, who's got Vanda Revival at home watching? The grandson, the grandparents, nephew and grandson.
It certainly
is in
was
the race.
Across the line there in third overall. Very brave as well for Theo John Nolan to constantly look back to see where Andre was across the line. Yes, there wasn't anybody in front of them, but that could have gone all wrong if there was a back marker in front of them there. But he's done the job, and he's won.
Well, great racing there to wind things up for the Saudi World Series Junior Cup there for race 2. We are back on air tomorrow morning at, Nicholas, 9:10 to bring you the first super heat that will kick the final day of the 2026 Dubai O-Plate.
See you soon.